I wouldn't go with the clappers on the boulevards. At the opera, imagine, there's some who pay 20 sous, but they're boobies. Wet rags we call them. And then we'll go and watch the guillotine at work. I'll show you the executioner. He lives in Rue de Marais. Monsieur Sanson. There's a letterbox in his front door. Oh. We'll have terrific fun. At that moment a drop of wax fell on Gavroche's finger and brought him back to the realities of life. Drat, he said. We're using up the wick. Careful now. I can't spend more than a sou a month on lighting. When you go to bed, you have to sleep. We haven't time to read Monsieur Paul de Kock's romances. Besides, the light might show through the cracks in the carriage entrance, and the bashers would only have to see it. And a spark might fall on the straw, the older boy timidly remarked, being the only one who dared talk to Gavroche and engage in a conversation with him. We must be careful not to burn the house down. You don't say burn the house down, said Gavroche, you say fry the gaff. The storm intensified. Amid the claps of thunder you could hear the rain beating down on the Colossus's back. Bamboozled you, rain, said Gavroche. I like hearing it come bucketing down the legs of the house. Winter's a fool. It's wasting its reserves, it's wasting its time, it can't wet us, and that's making it grumble, the silly old water carrier. This allusion to the thunder, which as a 19th century philosopher Gavroche accepted with all its consequences, was followed by a great flash of lightning so dazzling that something of it penetrated the crack in the elephant's belly. Almost at the same instant, the thunder rumbled, very angrily. The two little ones cried out and sat up so abruptly the trellis very nearly came apart. But Gavroche turned his fearless face to them and took advantage of the clap of thunder to burst out laughing. Steady on, children. Don't wreck the place. Now that's what I call thunder. And that was no piddling lightning. Bravo, God. That was almost as good as at the ambigu. With that, he set the netting to rights, gently pushed the two children down onto the bed, pressing on their knees so they were lying full length, properly stretched out, and exclaimed, since the good Lord is lighting his candle, I can blow mine out. Children, you must go to sleep now, my young humans. It's very bad not to sleep. It makes your trap pong, or as they say in polite society, it makes your gob stink. Wrap up well in the blanket. I'm putting the light out. All right? Yes, murmured the elder, I'm fine. I feel as if I've got feathers under my head. You don't say head, cried Gavroche, you say block. The two children cuddled up together. Gavroche made sure they were lying comfortably on the mat, drew the blanket up to their ears, then for the third time repeated his instruction expressed in esoteric language, get some shut-eye. And he snuffed out the candle stub. No sooner was the light extinguished than the netting the three children were lying under was disturbed by a strange shaking. A multitude of mysterious scrabblings that produced a metallic sound, as if claws and teeth were gnawing at the copper wire. This was accompanied by all sorts of little squealings. Hearing this din above his head and frozen with terror, the 5-year-old lad nudged his older brother, but the older brother was already getting some shut-eye, as Gavroche had told him to. So the little one, beside himself with fear, dared to address Gavroche, but very quietly and with bated breath. Monsieur? Huh, said Gavroche, who had just closed his eyes. What's that? It's rats, replied Gavroche. And he laid his head down on the mat again. Indeed the rats, in their teeming thousands inside the elephant carcass, were those live black blobs that we have already mentioned, and they had been kept at a distance by the flame of the candle as long as it was alight. But as soon as this cavern, their city, as it were, was restored to darkness, sending what good old Perrault the storyteller calls fresh meat *, they had come swarming over Gavroche's tent, climbed to the top of it, and were biting at the mesh as though trying to penetrate this new type of mosquito net. Still the little one could not sleep, and he had another question. Monsieur? Huh, said Gavroche. What's rats? They're mice. This explanation somewhat reassured the child. He had seen white mice before, and he was not afraid of them. Nevertheless, he piped up yet again. Monsieur? Huh, said Gavroche. Why haven't you got a cat? I did have one, replied Gavroche. I brought one back but they ate it. This second explanation undid the work of the first, and the little one started trembling again. The dialogue between him and Gavroche resumed for the fourth time. Monsieur? Ha? Who was it that got eaten? The cat. And who was it that ate the cat? The rats. The mice? Yes, the rats. Dismayed by these mice that ate cats, the child went on, Monsieur, would those mice eat us? Wouldn't they just, said Gavroche. The child was now utterly terror-stricken. But Gavroche added, don't be afraid. They can't get in. And besides, I'm right here. Look, hold my hand. Hush now and get some shut-eye. As he spoke, Gavroche reached across the boy's brother and took the little lad's hand. The child kept the hand clasped closely to him and felt reassured. Courage and strength are mysteriously transmitted. Silence re-established itself around them once more. The sound of their voices had frightened off the rats. No matter that they would be in a frenzy again a few minutes later, the three youngsters were fast asleep and heard nothing more. The hours of night went by. Darkness covered the vast Place de la Bastille. A winter wind blustered, mingled with rain. Patrols searched doorways, alleyways, secluded areas and dark corners, looking for nocturnal vagrants, and silently passed by the elephant. Standing motionless, open-eyed in the dark, the monster appeared to be dreaming as if contented with its good deed, sheltering from the heavens and from men the three poor sleeping children. In order to understand what is to follow, remember that at that time the Bastille guardhouse was situated at the other end of the square, and that what took place near the elephant could be neither seen nor heard by the night watch. As the hour immediately before dawn drew to a close, a man came running out of Rue Saint-Antoine, across the square, round the perimeter of the July column enclosure, and slipped through the fence until he was right under the elephant's belly. If any light had been cast on that man, you would have been able to tell from how thoroughly drenched he was that he had spent the night in the rain. Once under the elephant, he could be heard to make a peculiar cry that belonged to no human language and that only a parakeet could have imitated. Twice he repeated this cry, of which the following spelling can barely convey any notion, Karakikiu. At the second cry a bright and cheerful young voice responded from the elephant's belly, yes. Almost immediately the plank blocking up the hole moved aside, letting out a child who slid down the elephant's leg and landed nimbly next to the man. It was Gavroche. The man was Montparnasse. As for his cry Karakikiu, this was probably what the child meant when he said, ask for Monsieur Gavroche. On hearing it, he had woken with a start, crawled out of his alcove, pushing the netting aside a little, which he had carefully closed up again, then he had opened the trapdoor and descended. In the dark, the man and the child silently acknowledged each other. Montparnasse confined himself to saying, we need you. Come and give us a hand. The lad asked for no further elucidation. I'm ready, he said. And both headed off towards Rue Saint-Antoine, where Montparnasse had come from, swiftly winding their way through the long line of market gardeners' carts that come down to market at that time of day. Huddled in their wagons, half asleep among the salads and vegetables, cloaked up to the eyebrows on account of the beating rain, the market gardeners did not even glance at these strange passers-by. 3. The vicissitudes of escape. This is what had taken place that same night at La Force. An escape had been planned jointly by Babet, Pigeon, Guillemer and Thénardier, although Thénardier was in solitary confinement. Babet had pulled it off for himself that same day, as we know from what Montparnasse told Gavroche. Montparnasse was supposed to help them from outside. During a month spent in a punishment cell, Pigeon had had time firstly to weave a rope, secondly to work out a plan. In the old days, those harsh places where under prison discipline the convict is left to himself were composed of 4 stone walls, a stone ceiling, a stone-flagged floor, a camp bed, a grated window and an ironclad door, and were called dungeons. But the dungeon was judged to be too dreadful. Nowadays they are composed of an iron door, a grated window, a camp bed, a stone-flagged floor, 4 stone walls and a stone ceiling, and they are called punishment cells. They get a little daylight around noon. The drawback with these cells, which, as we can see, are not dungeons, is that people who should be made to work are left to daydream. So Pigeon daydreamed, and he came out of the punishment cell with a rope. As he was considered very dangerous in the Cour Charlemagne, he was put in the new building. The first thing he found in the new building was Guillemer, the second was a nail. Guillemer meant crime. A nail meant freedom. It is time we formed a complete picture of Pigeon. With an apparently delicate constitution and a deeply cultivated languidness, Pigeon was a well-mannered, intelligent bruiser and thief, who had a gentle look in his eyes and a ghastly smile. The look in his eyes was intentional, his smile was natural. In pursuit of his art, his first studies focused on roofs. He made great strides in the business of lead stripping, whose practitioners strip roofs and take gutters to pieces by the process known as double padding star. What made this point in time a thoroughly favorable one for an attempted escape was that right then roofers were relaying and repointing a section of the prison's roof tiles. Cour St. Bernard was no longer totally isolated from Cour Charlemagne and Cour St. Louis. Up there were ladders and scaffolding, in other words, bridges and stairways to freedom. There was nothing in the world more dilapidated and more full of cracks than the new building. It was the prison's weak spot. The walls were so eroded by saltpetre that the dormitory vaults had to be lined with wood because of loose grit falling on the prisoners in their beds. Despite this decrepitude, the mistake was made of confining in the new building those facing the most serious charges, of detaining here the hard cases, as they say in prison parlance. The new building contained 4 dormitories, one on top of the other, and a garret called the Bel Air. A large chimney flue, probably from some ancient kitchen of the Ducs de la Force, went from the ground floor, rising through 4 stories, dividing all the dormitories in 2 with the kind of flattened pillar it created, and out through the roof. Guillemer and Pigeon were in the same dormitory. As a precaution, they had been put on the lower floor. As chance would have it, the heads of their beds were up against the chimney. Thénardier was directly above them in that garret known as Bel Air. Any passerby who stops on Rue Culture St. Catherine, past the firemen's barracks, in front of the carriage entrance to the bathhouse, sees a courtyard full of flowers and shrubs in wooden tubs, and at the far end, with 2 wings extending from it, a little white rotunda brightened up with green shutters, Jean-Jacques' bucolic dream. Not more than 10 years ago, above that rotunda rose a huge, stark, hideous black wall, which it backed onto. This was the wall of La Force's perimeter walkway. That wall beyond the rotunda was Milton towering above Birkin. High as this wall was, there was a still darker roof beyond, which could be seen looming above it. This was the roof of the new building, in which were to be noted 4 dormer windows, reinforced with bars. These were the Bel Air windows. A chimney came out of this roof. This was the chimney that went through the dormitories. Bel Air, that garret in the new building, was a kind of large mansard hall, locked behind triple bars and ironclad doors with huge studs all over them. When you entered from the north end, you had on your left the 4 dormer windows and on your right, facing the windows, 4 square cells, quite spacious, set apart from each other, with narrow corridors between them, brick built to chest height, then with iron bars up to the roof. Thénardier had been in solitary confinement in one of these cells since the night of the 3rd of February. No one was ever able to discover how, and with whose complicity, he managed to procure and hide a bottle of that wine said to have been invented by Desrues, which has a narcotic added to it and was made famous by the sleep inducers gang. There are in many prisons treacherous employees, part-time jailers, part-time thieves, who are involved in escapes, who sell their disloyal services to the police, pocketing their dishonestly gotten gains. So on the very same night that young Gavroche picked up the two stray children, Pigeon and Guillaume, knowing that Babet, who had escaped that morning, was waiting for them in the street together with Montparnasse, quietly got up and, with the nail that Pigeon had found, began to make a hole in the chimney by the end of their beds. The detritus fell on Pigeon's bed, so could not be heard. The wet thundery squalls shook the doors on their hinges, creating a terrible and useful din inside the prison. Those prisoners who woke up pretended to go back to sleep, letting Guillaume and Pigeon get on with it. Pigeon was deft, Guillaume was strong. Before any sound reached the guard, who was bedded down behind the bars of the cell from which the dormitory was kept under surveillance, the hole in the wall had been made, the chimney climbed, the iron grating over the top of the chimney flue forced open, and the two dangerous criminals were on the roof. The wind and rain intensified, the roof was slippery. Quel bon sort pour un cramp. Said Pigeon. A chasm 6 feet broad and 80 feet deep separated them from the perimeter walkway. At the bottom of this chasm they could see a sentry's musket gleaming in the dark. They fastened one end of the rope that Pigeon had woven in his dungeon to the stumps of those iron bars over the chimney that they had just bent back, threw the other end over the perimeter walkway, in one bound leapt across the chasm, clung to the coping on the wall, straddled it, slid one after the other down the rope onto a little roof adjoining the bathhouse, pulled the rope after them, jumped down into the bathhouse courtyard, crossed it, then pushed open the porter's hatch next to which hung the door-pull, used the door-pull to open the carriage entrance, and found themselves out in the street. It was not 3/4 of an hour since they had got out of bed in the dark, nail in hand, scheme in mind. A few moments later they had joined Babet and Montparnasse, who were lurking nearby. In pulling their rope down after them, they had broken it, and a bit was left attached to the chimney on the roof. That apart, they had suffered no other loss or injury except having almost entirely chafed the skin off their hands. That night Thénardier had been tipped off, nobody could explain how, and was not asleep. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, it being a very dark night, he saw on the roof, in the wind and rain, two shadows pass in front of the dormer window opposite his cage. One stopped at the window long enough to take a look inside. It was Pigeon. Thénardier recognized him, and understood. He did not need to be told any more. Thénardier, identified as a cutthroat and detained on charges of organizing a nighttime ambush with threat of violence, was kept under armed surveillance. A sentry, relieved every 2 hours, was posted in front of his cage with a loaded musket. Bel Air was lit by a wall lamp. The prisoner had on his feet a pair of fetters weighing 50 pounds. Every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon a guard escorted by 2 mastiffs, this was still the practice at that time, entered his cage, left beside his bed a 2-pound loaf of black bread, a jug of water, a bowlful of Finnish gruel with a few beans swimming in it, inspected his fetters and tapped the bars. This man with his mastiffs came back twice during the night. Thénardier had obtained permission to keep a kind of iron spike that he used to nail his bread to a crack in the wall, to save it from the rats, he said. As Thénardier was kept under watch, this spike was not thought to present any risk. However, it was later remembered that one of the jailers had said, it would be better to let him have just a wooden spike. At 2 o'clock in the morning there was a change of guard, and the sentry, who was an old soldier, was replaced by a conscript. A few moments later the man with the dogs paid his visit, then went away without having noticed anything except perhaps how very young the soldier boy was, and what a country bumpkin he looked. 2 hours afterwards, at 4 o'clock, when the relief guard came along, the conscript was found asleep next to Thénardier's cage where he had fallen to the ground in a heap. As for Thénardier, he was no longer there. His broken fetters lay on the floor. There was a hole in the ceiling of his cage and another hole in the roof above. A wooden plank had been torn off his bed and probably carried away, for it was never found. A half-empty bottle containing the remains of the drug-laced wine that had put the soldier to sleep was also seized from the cell. The soldier's bayonet had disappeared. When this discovery was made, it was assumed that Thénardier was completely out of range. The truth is, he was no longer in the new building, but he was still in grave danger. He had not yet made his getaway. On reaching the roof of the new building, Thénardier had found the remains of Brujin's rope hanging from the bars of the grating that had closed off the chimney flue, but as this piece of rope was much too short, he was not able to escape over the perimeter walkway, as Brujin and Guillemer had done. When you turn off Rue de Balais into Rue du Roi de Sicile, you come almost at once to a squalid gap. In the last century there was a house here, of which all that remains is the back wall, the wall of a real barn of a place, rising between the adjoining buildings to third-floor level. This ruin is recognizable by the two large square windows still to be seen in it. The one in the middle, nearest the right end gable, is barred with a worm-eaten beam, set strutwise inside it. Through these windows you used to be able to see a grim high wall that was a section of La Force's perimeter wall. The space the demolished house has left on the street is half filled with a fence of rotten planks, shored up by 5 stone posts. Hidden inside the enclosure is a small shack built up against the ruin left standing. The fence has a gate in it that a few years ago closed only on a latch. It was on top of this ruin that Thénardier ended up a little after 3 in the morning. How had he got there? That is what no one has ever been able to explain or understand. The lightning must have been both a help and a hindrance to him. Had he made use of the roofer's ladders and scaffolding to get from roof to roof, enclosure to enclosure, section to section, to the Cour Charlemagne buildings, then on to the Cour St-Louis buildings, the perimeter wall, and from there to the ruin on Rue du Roi de Sicile? But that route posed problems that would have seemed to make it impossible. Did he use the wooden plank from his bed as a bridge from the Bel Air roof to the perimeter walkway, and crawl flat on his stomach along the coping of the outer wall all around the prison to the ruined building? But the perimeter wall of La Force formed a crenellated and irregular line. It rose and fell, it went down by the firemen's barracks, then it went up by the bathhouse, intermediary structures cut across it. It was not the same height above Hotel Lemoyne as above Rue Pavie, there were sheer drops and right-angled corners everywhere. And besides, the sentries would have seen the fugitive's dark silhouette. So this way too, how Thénardier managed it remains more or less inexplicable. Impossible to escape either way. Inspired by that tremendous thirst for liberty that turns precipices into ditches, iron bars into willow hurdles, a sluggard into an athlete, a gouty cripple into a bird, stupidity into instinct, instinct into intelligence and intelligence into genius, had Thénardier come up with a third way? No one has ever found out. You cannot always make sense of the miracles of escape. The man making his bid for freedom, let us say it again, is a man inspired. There is something of the shooting star and the streak of lightning in the mysterious shimmer of escape. The striving for deliverance is no less amazing than that winging towards the sublime. And it is said of an escaped thief, how did he manage to scale that wall, just as it is said of Corneille, how did he come by that he should have died? Asterisk. However that may be, dripping with perspiration, drenched with rain, his clothes in shreds, his hands raw, elbows bleeding, knees grazed, Thénardier had reached what in the concrete imagery of their language children called the knife edge of the ruin's wall, had stretched out full length on it, and there his strength had failed him. A sheer drop 3 stories high separated him from the pavement. The rope he had was too short. There he waited, pale, exhausted, all hope that he had now gone, still cloaked in darkness but telling himself that it was about to get light. Terror-stricken at the thought of hearing within a few moments the neighboring clock of Estepol strike 4, the time when there would be a change of guard and the sentry would be found asleep under the roof with a hole in it. Staring blankly at the glimmer of the street lamps, at the dark wet pavement appallingly far below, beckoning and terrible, the paving net was both death and freedom. He wondered whether his 3 fellow escapees had succeeded, whether they had waited for him and would come to his aid. He listened. Apart from one patrol, no one had passed in the street since he had been there. Nearly all the market gardeners going to market, from Montreal, Chiron, Vincennes, Bercy, come down Rue St-Antoine. 4 o'clock struck. Thénardier shuddered. A few moments later, from the prison came that frantic and confused clamor that follows the discovery of an escape. He could hear the sound of doors opening and shutting, the squeal of gates on their hinges, the commotion in the guardhouse, the raucous shouts of the turnkeys, the clatter of gun butts on the yard flagstones. Lights went upstairs and downstairs at the barred windows of the dormitories, a torch ran along the roof ridge of the new building, the firemen from the barracks next door had been called in. Their helmets, caught by torchlight in the rain, passed to and fro along the rooftops. At the same time Thénardier saw in the direction of the Bastille a pale tinge ominously bleaching the lower part of the sky. He was on top of a wall 10 inches wide, stretched out under the downpour, an abyss to right and left, incapable of moving, overcome by vertigo at the possibility of falling and by horror at the certainty of being arrested, and his mind, like the pendulum of a clock, swung from one of these thoughts to the other, dead if I fall, caught if I stay. With the street still in complete darkness, in his anguish he suddenly saw a man slinking along close to the walls and coming from the direction of Rue Pavie. The man stopped at the gap above which Thénardier was, as it were, suspended. This man was joined by a second, walking just as warily, then by a third, then by a fourth. When these individuals were assembled, one of them lifted the latch of the gate in the fence, and all 4 of them entered the enclosure with the shack in it. They were standing directly below Thénardier. These men had obviously chosen this recess so that they could talk without being seen by passers-by or by the sentry guarding the La Force wicket gate a few steps away. It must be said that the rain kept this sentry confined to his cabin. Unable to distinguish their faces, Thénardier listened to what they were saying with the desperate attention of a poor wretch who feels himself doomed. Thénardier saw something resembling hope pass before his eyes. These men were talking in slang.
The first said in a low but distinct voice, des carons. Qu'est-ce que nous maquillons ici go? Astérisque. The second replied, il lansquine à éteindre le riff du rabouin. Et puis les coqueurs vont passer, il y a là un grivier qui porte gaffe, nous allons nous faire emballer ici caille.
These 2 words, Isago and Isacale, which both mean here, the first belonging to the argot used by the toll gates, the second to the argot of the Temple district, were rays of light to Thénardier. From Isago he recognized Pigeon, who was a prowler at the gates, and from Isacale Babet, who, among all his other jobs, had been a second-hand dealer at the Temple. The old-fashioned slang of the Golden Age is no longer spoken except in the Temple district, and Babet was actually the only person to speak it in a really pure form. Had it not been for that Isacale, Thénardier would not have recognized him, for he had completely disguised his voice. In the meantime, the third man had chipped in. There's no hurry yet, let's wait a bit. How do we know he doesn't need us? From this, in ordinary French, Thénardier recognized Montparnasse, who distinguished himself by understanding all kinds of slang and speaking none. As for the fourth, he remained silent, but his huge shoulders gave him away. Thénardier was in no doubt. It was Goulemer.
Brujon replied almost impetuously, but-il in a low voice, qu'est-ce que tu nous bonnis là? Le tapissier n'aura pas pu tirer sa crampe. Il ne sait pas le truc, quoi. Bouliner sa limace et fauchère ses empaffes pour maquiller une tortouse, caler des boulins aux lourdes, braser des fafes, maquiller des caroubles, faucher les durs, balancer sa tortouse dehors, se planquer, se camoufler, il faut être mariole. Le vieux n'aura pas pu, il ne sait pas goupiner. Astérisque.
Babet added, still in that classic, restrained slang that Polalar and
Cartouche spoke, and which is to the brazen, new, raffiche, ribald slang used by Brujon. What the language of Racine is to the language of André Chénier, ton orgue tapissier aura été fait marron dans l'escalier. Il faut être arcasien. C'est un galifard. Il se sera laissé jouer l'arnache par un roussin, peut-être même par un roussi, qui lui aura battu comtois. Prête loche, Montparnasse, entendus-tu ces criblements dans le collège? Tu as vu toutes ces camoufles. Il est tombé, va. Il en sera quitte pour tirer ses 20 longes. Je n'ai pas taf, je ne suis pas un taffeur, c'est Colombé, mais il n'y a plus qu'à faire les lézards, ou autrement on nous la fera gambiller. Ne renaude pas, viens avec nous Ziergue, allons piqueter une rouillarde en cible. Astérisque.
You don't desert your friends when they're in trouble, grumbled Montparnasse.
Je te bonis qu'il est malade, retortait Brujon. À l'heure qui toque, le tapissier ne vaut pas une braque. Nous n'y pouvons rien. Décarons. Je crois à tout moment qu'un conne me saint-trempogne.
Montparnasse was holding out only feebly now. The fact was, with that honor among thieves of never abandoning each other, these 4 men had been lurking around La Force all night long, regardless of the danger, in the hope of seeing Thénardier appear on the top of some wall. But with the night turning out to be only too dreadful, it was a downpour to empty the streets, with the cold creeping up on them, their rain-drenched clothes, their leaking shoes, the alarming hue and cry that had just broken out in the prison, the hours gone by, the patrols on the streets, hope fading, fear returning, everything urged them to retreat. Montparnasse himself, who was perhaps something of a son-in-law to Thénardier, was giving up. Another moment, and they would be gone. Thénardier was panting on his wall like the shipwrecked survivors of the Medusa on their raft, watching the vessel they had sighted disappear over the horizon. He dared not call out to them, a cry overheard might ruin everything. He had an idea, one last idea, one glimmer of an idea. He drew from his pocket Brujon's bit of rope that he had untied from the chimney of the new building, and threw it down inside the fenced area. This rope fell at their feet. Un vuval asterisk, said Babet. Ma tortoise, said Brujon. It's the innkeeper, said Montparnasse. They looked up. Thénardier poked his head out a little. Quick, said Montparnasse. Have you got the other bit of rope, Brujon? Yes. Not the 2 bits together, we'll throw him the rope, he can fix it to the wall, he'll have enough to let himself down. Thénardier ventured to raise his voice. I'm frozen stiff. We'll get you warmed up. I can't move. Slide down, we'll catch you. My hands are numb. Just tie the rope to the wall. I can't. One of us must climb up, said Montparnasse. 3 stories, exclaimed Brujon. An old flue built of plaster, which had once served a stove that used to be lit in the shack, snaked up the wall almost to where they could see Thénardier. This flue, full of cracks and very shaky in those days, has since fallen down, but traces are still visible. It was very narrow. Someone could climb up through that, said Montparnasse. Through that pipe, exclaimed Babet. On Orgue, never. It'd have to be on Mayan section. It'd have to be on Mom asterisk, said Brujon. Where can we find a nipper, said Gueulemer. Wait, said Montparnasse. I've got the answer. Cautiously, he opened the gate in the fence a fraction, made sure no one was coming along the street, stepped out warily, shut the gate behind him, and made off towards the Bastille. 7 or 8 minutes went by, 8,000 centuries to Thénardier. Babet, Brujon and Gueulemer did not break the silence. The gate opened again at last and Montparnasse appeared, breathless, and he had Gavroche with him. The rain continued to keep the street totally deserted. Little Gavroche entered the enclosure and gazed calmly at these villainous characters. Water dripped from his hair. Guillaume spoke to him. "Are you a man, lad?" Gavroche shrugged and replied, "Un môme comme mezagest d'un orgue, iti diorgis cum busail sant de mômes." "Come lumayan jo du crackwire," cried Babet. Le môme pantanois n'est pas maquille de fertile lansquini, section added Pigeon. "What do you want me to do?" asked Gavroche. Montparnasse answered, "Climb up that pipe." "With this view paragraph," said Babet.
End ligoter la tortouse astérisque virgule continue de Brujon. Au monté du montant où en ton Babet.
Au pied de la lanterne, added Pigeon. "And then," said Gavroche. "That's it," said Guillaume. The gamin examined the rope, the flue, the wall, the windows, and made that sound with his lips, scornful beyond words. "That means is that all?" "There's a man up there you'll be rescuing," said Montparnasse. "You'll do it," said Pigeon. "Thickhead," replied the child as if he thought this was an absurd question. And he took off his shoes. Guillaume picked up Gavroche by one arm, put him on the roof of the shack, whose worm-eaten planks sagged beneath the child's weight, and handed him the rope that Pigeon had knotted together again during Montparnasse's absence. The gamin made his way over to the flue, where thanks to a wide crack reaching up to the roof he could easily get inside. Just as he was about to climb up, Thénardier, who saw salvation and survival approaching, leaned over the edge of the wall. The first glimmerings of daylight blanched his forehead, streaming with sweat, his ashen cheekbones, his sharp feral nose, his bristling gray beard, and Gavroche recognized him. "Fancy that! It's my father." "Oh, not that it makes any difference." And taking the rope in his teeth, he resolutely began his ascent. He reached the top of that standing ruin, straddled the old wall as if it were a horse, and knotted the rope firmly to the window's upper crossbar. A moment later Thénardier was down in the street. As soon as he touched the pavement, as soon as he felt out of danger, he was no longer tired, or cold, or trembling. The terrible things he had been through vanished like smoke, all that strange and ferocious intelligence reawakened, found itself free, up and ready to go. The first thing this man said was, "Now, who are we going to eat?" There is no need to explain the meaning of this horribly transparent word, whose connotations are to kill, murder and rob. To eat, in its true sense, to devour. "Let's lie low," said Pigeon. "We can settle this quickly and part company at once." There was a promising-looking job in Rue Plumet, deserted street, isolated house, garden gate falling to pieces, women on their own. "Well, why not?" asked Thénardier. "Taffé *Eponine went to look it over," replied Babet. "And she brought Magnin a biscuit," added Guillaume. "Rain à maquiller la." "The girl's not loth *, said Thénardier. "Still, we'll have to see." Yes, said Pigeon, "we'll have to see." None of these men seemed any longer aware of Gavroche's presence. During this discussion he had sat down on one of the boundary posts by the fence. He waited for a few moments, perhaps his father might turn to him, then he put on his shoes again and said, "Is that all? You men don't need me any more? You're out of trouble now. I'm off. I've got to go and get my kids up." And off he went. The 5 men emerged from behind the fence one after the other. When Gavroche had disappeared round the corner of Rue de Balais, Babet took Thénardier aside. "Did you notice that nipper?" he asked. "What nipper?" "The nipper that climbed up the wall and brought you the rope." "Not particularly." "Well, I don't know, but it looked like your son." "Bah," said Thénardier. "You think so?" And off he went. Book 7 Slang. I. Origins. Pigritia asterisk is a terrible word. It breeds a world, la pigre, for which read thieving, and a hell, la pigren, for which read hunger. Idleness is mother, then, to a son, theft, and a daughter, hunger. What are we talking about here? Slang. What is slang? It is both a nation and its linguistic expression. It is thieving in its two guises, people and language. When 34 years ago the narrator of this weighty and somber tale introduced, in the middle of a work written with the same purpose as this one, a thief talking slang, there was amazement and uproar. What? Why? Slang? But slang is dreadful. It's the language of the chain gangs, the prison hulks, jails, of everything that's most abhorrent in society. And so on and forth. We have never understood objections of this kind. Later, two influential novelists, one a profound observer of the human heart, the other an intrepid friend of the people, Balzac and Eugene Sue, like the author of The Last Day of a Condemned Man in 1828, allowed their villains to speak in the language that comes naturally to them, and the same protests were made. Again people said, why do authors want to force this outrageous patois on us? Slang is awful. Slang makes you shudder. Who is denying it? Of course it does. Since when has it been wrong to delve too deep when probing a wound? To go too far in sounding the depths of an abyss or of a society? We have always thought it was sometimes an act of courage, at the very least a useful and simple deed deserving the sympathy and respect that a duty undertaken and fulfilled merits. Why not explore everything? Why not study everything? Why stop along the way? It is the lead on the sounding line that is supposed to stop, not the person taking the sounding. Certainly, it is neither an attractive nor an easy task to go trawling through the lower depths of the social order, where terra firma ends and the ooze begins, to go delving into that viscous ocean, to chase after, catch and land that abject idiom, all aquiver and running with slime in the light of day, that pustular vocabulary whose every word is like a foul coil of some monster of the mire and murk. Nothing is more dismal than to contemplate the seething horror of slang exposed like this to the light of the intellect. It does indeed resemble some dread beast destined for darkness that has just been dragged out of its bog. It seems like some ghastly, living, bristling undergrowth that shivers, stirs, shakes, craves a return to the gloom, threatens and glares. This word is like a claw, another like a dull and bleeding eye. This phrase seems to move like a crab's pincer. All, alive with that hideous vitality of things that have ordered themselves in disorder. Now, since when has horror ruled out research? Since when has disease driven away the doctor? Can you imagine a naturalist refusing to study the viper, the bat, the scorpion, the centipede, the tarantula, and throwing them back into the darkness whence they came, saying, ugh! How ugly! The thinker who recoiled from slang would be like a surgeon recoiling from an ulcer or a wart, like a philologist reluctant to examine some feature of language, like a philosopher reluctant to investigate a fact of humanity. For, it must be said for the benefit of those who do not know, slang is both a literary phenomenon and a social consequence. What is slang in its true sense? Slang is the language of wretchedness. You might stop us at this point. You might generalize its usage, which is one way of lessening its significance. You might say to us that every trade, every profession, you could almost add, every level in the social hierarchy and every area of knowledge, has its own slang. The merchant who says Montpellier in stock, fine quality Marseille, the broker who says bring forward, premium, on maturity, the gambler who says tiers et tout and a flush of spades, the bailiff of the Channel Islands who says, the thief for distraining his estate cannot claim the fruits of that estate while the defaulter holds the property by hereditary entitlement, the playwright who says his play was given the goose asterisk, the actor who says, I was roasted, the philosopher who says phenomenal triplicity, the huntsman who uses the expressions breaking cover and going to ground, the phrenologist who says amativity, combativity, secretivity, the foot soldier who talks of column, line and square, the cavalryman who talks of cuirassiers, dragoons, hussars and Ulan, the fencing master who says tierce, quart, retreat, the printer who says bold, Roman and italic, all of them, printer, fencing master, cavalryman, foot soldier, phrenologist, huntsman, philosopher, actor, playwright, bailiff, gambler, broker and merchant, are talking slang. Asterisk the painter, the notary, the hairdresser and the cobbler, in using their own special words for apprentice, are all talking slang. Strictly speaking, and to stretch a point, all the different ways of saying left and right, the sailor's port and starboard, the scene shifter's prompt side and opposite prompt, the verger's epistle side and gospel side, are slang. There is the slang of affectation today just as there was the slang of affectation in the salons of the 17th century. The Hotel Rambouillet was not so far removed from the Cours des Miracles. There is a duchess's slang, evidenced by this sentence contained in a love letter from a very grand lady, and a very attractive woman she was too, of the Restoration period. Vous trouverez dans ces potins la infailtitude de raisons pour que j'aime libertés. Diplomatic codes are slang. When the papal chancery uses 26 to mean Rome, Verksnzile for dispatch, and Absustgrenogrxutuxi for Duke of Medina, it is using slang. The physicians of the Middle Ages who for carrot, radish and turnips et apopanax, per froscinum, reptitalmus, Dracatholicum angelorum, post megarum were talking slang. The sugar producer who says vergeoise, clayed, clarified, plug, broken, refined, bastard, sucrose, caramelized, loaf, this honest manufacturer is talking slang. A certain school of criticism of 20 years ago that said that half of Shakespeare is wordplay and puns was also talking slang. The poet and artist who in their considered judgment would describe Monsieur de Montmorency as bourgeois if he knew nothing about poetry and statues are talking slang, asterisk the classicist academician who calls flowers flora, fruits pomona, the sea Neptune, love the fiery passions, beauty alluring charms, a horse a steed, the white or tricolor cockade the rose of Bologna, the tricorn hat Mars triangle, that academician is talking slang. Algebra, medicine, botany all have their own slang. The language spoken on board ship, a language so comprehensive and so picturesque that merges with the whistling in the rigging, the sound of loudhailers, the thud of poleaxes, the rolling of the vessel, the gusting wind, the cannon, that wonderful language of the sea spoken by Jean Bart. Duquesne, Suffren and Dupère, this whole vibrant and heroic slang is to the uncouth slang of thievery what the lion is to the jackal. Doubtless. But whatever anyone might say, this understanding of the word slang is an extension of its meaning that not everyone will accept. We ourselves keep to the old, specific, distinct and determinate sense of the word, and restrict slang to slang. True slang, pure slang, if those two words can be used together, that age-old slang that was a world unto itself, we say again, is nothing other than the ugly, shifty, artful, treacherous, virulent, cruel, devious, vile, deep, inevitable language of destitution. Beyond the utmost degradation and the utmost adversity there is an ultimate destitution that rebels and decides to wage war against all that belongs to the world of prosperity and prevailing interests, a dreadful war in which, now cunning, now violent, at once pernicious and ferocious, it attacks the social order with pinpricks through vice and with cudgel blows through crime. For the requirements of this war, destitution has invented a language of combat, which is slang. To preserve and save from oblivion, from the abyss, if only a fragment of any language that man has spoken and that would otherwise be lost, that is to say, one of the elements, good or bad, contributing to the composition and the complexity of civilization, is to broaden the terms of social observation, to serve civilization itself. As Plautus served it, intentionally or not, by making 2 Carthaginian soldiers speak Phoenician. As Molière served it, by making so many of his characters speak the Levantine language and all sorts of dialects. At this point objections are raised yet again. Phoenician, excellent. Levantine, hurrah. Even dialect, fair enough. These are languages that have been associated with nations or provinces. But slang. What is the good of preserving slang? What is the good of keeping slang alive? To this we have only one thing to say. Surely, if the language that a nation or a province has spoken is worthy of interest, something even more worthy of attention and study is the language spoken by misery. It is the language spoken in France, for instance, for more than 4 centuries, not only by a particular kind of misery, but misery in general, all possible human misery. Furthermore, and we must emphasize this, studying social disorders and afflictions, and drawing attention to them in order to remedy them, is not a task that admits of any choice. The historian of manners and ideas has a mission no less demanding than the historian of events. The latter has to deal with the surface of civilization, conflicts between crowned heads, the births of princes, the marriages of kings, battles, parliaments, great public figures, open revolution, all that is external. The other historian has to deal with the internal, the underside, the people who toil, suffer and wait, the oppressed woman, the child in distress, the covert war between man and man, the unknown aggressions, the prejudices, the iniquities condoned, the undeclared repercussions of the law, the secret developments of souls, the indistinct tremors of multitudes, the starving, the barefoot, the bare-armed, the disinherited, the orphans, the wretched and the depraved, all those spectral life forms lurking in the shadows. With a heart full of both charity and severity, as brother and as judge, he must go down into those impenetrable vaults where skulking in a heap together are those who bleed and those who strike, those who weep and those who curse, those who go hungry and those who devour, those who endure evil and those who inflict it. Do these historians of hearts and souls have lesser responsibilities than historians of external facts? Does anyone think that Alighieri has less to say than Machiavelli? Is the underside of civilization any less important than the upper side, for being deeper and darker? Do we really know the mountain when we do not know the cavern? And incidentally, it needs to be said, from a few words above, a clear-cut distinction between the two categories of historian might be inferred that does not exist in our mind. There is no good historian of the evident, the manifest and the remarkable, of the public life of nations, who is not also to some extent the historian of their underlying and hidden life. And there is no good historian of the nation from within who does not understand, when necessary, how to be the historian of the nation from without. The history of manners and ideas permeates the history of events, and vice versa. They are phenomena of two different orders, which complement each other, which are always interrelated, and often follow from each other. All the features that Providence draws on the surface of a nation have their dark but distinct parallels below, and all convulsions below produce upheavals above. True history being implicated in everything, everything is the business of the true historian. Man is not a circle with a single center. He is an ellipse with two focal points, one actions, the other ideas. Slang is nothing but a dressing room where language, having to perform some wicked deed, disguises itself. There, it clothes itself in word masks, in metaphor rags. So it becomes horrendous. It is scarcely recognizable. Is that really French, the great human language? There it is, ready to come on stage and share the scene with crime, all set to play any part in evil's repertory. It no longer walks, it hobbles. It limps on a crutch from the Cours des Miracles, a crutch that can be turned into a cudgel. It is called fraudulence. Its face has been painted by every hideous spectre serving as its dresser. It slithers along and gathers itself up, a reptilian duplicity of movement. It is now fit for all roles, to be made two-faced by the faker, verdigreased by the poisoner, blackened by the arsonist's soot. And the murderer lends his rouge. When you listen from respectable folks' side of society's door, you overhear the exchanges of those on the outside. You distinguish questions and answers. Without understanding it, you discern a hideous murmur, almost with a human ring to it but closer to yelping than to speech. It is slang. The words are distorted and characterized by an indescribable, fantastic bestiality. It sounds like hydras talking. This unintelligibility in the shadows, grating and whispering, adds mystery to the darkness. It is dark in adversity, it is darker still in crime. These two darknesses combined constitute slang. Obscurity in the atmosphere, obscurity in deeds, obscurity in voices. Terrible and toad-like, language that comes and goes, hops, crawls, slavers, and moves about monstrously in that vast grey fog created by rain, gloom, hunger, vice, mendacity, injustice, nakedness, suffocation and winter, broad daylight to the wretched. Pity those who are punished. Alas! Who are we, after all? Who am I who speak to you now? Who are you, listening to me? Where do we come from? And is it quite certain we did nothing before we were born? The earth is not without some resemblance to a jail. Who knows whether man is not a previous offender against divine justice? Take a close look at life. It is so organized that everywhere there is a sense of punishment. Are you what is called a happy man? Well, you are sad every day. Every day has its great sorrow or petty anxiety. Yesterday you were trembling for the health of someone dear to you, today you fear for your own, tomorrow it will be financial worries, the next day some backbiter's slander, the day after that a friend's misfortune. Then the weather, then something broken or lost, then a pleasure that your conscience and your backbone begrudge you. Another time, what is going on in the world? Not to mention heartache. And so on and so forth. One cloud clears, another forms. Hardly one day in 100 that is entirely joyous, entirely sunny. And you are one of that small number who are happy. As for the rest of mankind, stagnant night is upon them. Reflective minds rarely use those terms, the happy and the unhappy. In this world, the antechamber to another, of course, no one is happy. The real human division is this, the enlightened and the benighted. To reduce the numbers of the benighted, to increase the numbers of the enlightened, that is the object. That is why we cry, education. Science. To teach someone to read is to light a fire. Every spelled out syllable sparkles. And he who says light does not necessarily say joy. People suffer in the light. An excess of it burns. The flame is enemy to the wing. To burn without ceasing to fly, that is the marvel of genius. Even if you have knowledge and even if you have love, you will still suffer. Each day begins with tears. The enlightened weep, if only for the benighted. 2. Roots. Slang is the language of the benighted. Confronted with this enigmatic dialect, a rebel dialect and one that is also stigmatized, the intellect is stirred in its darkest depths, social philosophy is spurred to its most painful reflections. Here is punishment made manifest. Every syllable gives the impression of having been branded. The words of the spoken language seem, as it were, wrinkled and shriveled by the brander's red-hot iron. Some appear still to be smoking. A certain phrase has the same effect on you as a thief's shoulder with the fleur-de-lis burned into it, suddenly exposed to view. The mind almost resists expression in such recalcitrant terms. The metaphors are sometimes so shameless that you sense they are no stranger to the iron collar. Yet despite all this and because of all this strange patois is entitled to its own pigeonhole in that great impartial records office called literature, where there is room for the tarnished quarter so as well as for the gold coin. Like it or not, slang has its own syntax and its own poetry. It is a language. While from certain verbal distortions we can tell it was gabbled by Mandarin, we sense from some magnificent turns of phrase that Villon spoke it. Maison sans les neige d'antan, fat line, so exquisite and so celebrated, is a line of slang. Antan, from antianum, is a Thun slang word meaning the past year, and by extension times past. 35 years ago, when the great chain gang of 1827 set off, you could still read this maxim, scratched with a nail on the wall of one of the cells at Bicester by a Thun's king condemned to the prison hulks, les dabs d'antan trimaen siempre pour la pierre du coesser. This means, the kings in times past always had themselves anointed. In the mind of that king, anointment meant being condemned to the prison hulks. The word décourade, which describes the departure of a heavy vehicle at a gallop, is attributed to Villon, and is worthy of him. This word strikes sparks, summing up entirely with masterly onomatopoeia La Fontaine's admirable line, 6 strong horses were pulling a coach. From a purely literary point of view, few studies would prove more intriguing and more fruitful than the study of slang. It is a whole language within a language, a kind of morbid excrescence, a malign graft that has produced growth, a parasite that has its roots in the old Gallic stem and whose pernicious foliage creeps all over one side of the language. This is what we might call the first impression, the crude impression of slang. But for those who study the language as it should be studied, that is to say as geologists study the earth, slang is like a veritable alluvium. Depending on how far you delve into slang, beneath demotic Old French you find Provençal, Spanish, Italian, the Levantine language of the Mediterranean ports, English and German, 3 varieties of Romance languages, Gallo-Romance, Italo-Romance and Romanian, Latin, and finally Basque and Celtic. A bizarre formation that goes deep down, a subterranean edifice constructed by all the wretched, collectively. Every outcast race has added its stratum, every individual suffering has left its stone, every heart has invested its pebble. A host of wicked, lowly, or angry souls who went through life and have vanished into eternity are here, almost intact and in some way still visible in the form of some monstrous word. You want Spanish? Old Gothic slang was rife with it. There is beaufet, a smack in the face, which comes from Bofton, Vantane, window, later Vanterne, which comes from Vantana, gat, cat, which comes from gatto, a sight, oil, which comes from a seat. You want Italian? Here is spade, sword, which comes from spada, carvel, boat, which comes from caravella. You want English? Here is Bichot, from bishop, rail, spy, which comes from rascal, rascal lion, pilch, case, which comes from pilcher, scabbard. You want German? Here is Keller, waiter, from Kellner, Herz, master, from Herzog, duke. You want Latin? Here is Franger, to break, from frangir, a furor, to steal, from fur, cadene, chain, from catena. There is one word that with a kind of mysterious power and authority crops up in every language of the continent. It is the word Magnus. Scotland turns it into that country's Mac, which denotes the chief of the clan, Macfarlane, Macallamore, the great Farlane, the great Callamore *. Slang turns it into Mech and later Meg, that is to say, God. You want Basque? Here is Gahisto, devil, which comes from Bestoa, evil, Sorgabon, good night, which comes from Gabon, good evening. You want Celtic? Here is Blavan, handkerchief, which comes from blavet, gushing water, maness, woman, as a pejorative, which comes from Manek, full of stones, barant, brook, from baranton, fountain, diaffer, locksmith, from goth, blacksmith, gadoz, death, which comes from gendu, white-black. Finally, you want history? Slang calls an ECU a Maltese, a reminder of the currency used on the Maltese galleys. Apart from the philological origins that have just been noted, slang has other, even more natural roots, ones that grow, so to speak, straight out of the mind of man. Firstly, the sheer invention of words. Herein lies the mystery of language. Painting with words that, who knows how or why, convey images. This is the primitive foundation of all human languages, what may be called their granite. Words of this kind proliferate in slang, instant words, entirely invented, impossible to say where or by whom, with no etymologies, no analogies, no derivatives, isolated, barbarous, sometimes hideous words, which have a remarkable expressiveness and vitality. The executioner, l'étal, the forest, le sabri, fear or flight, tf, the lackey, le larbin, general, prefect or minister, ferus, the devil, le rabouin. There is nothing more strange than these words that both mask and reveal. Some, le rabouin, for example, are at once grotesque and dreadful, and put you in mind of a cyclopean grimace. Secondly, metaphor. It is characteristic of a language that wants to say all and to conceal all to be rich in imagery. Metaphor is a riddle in which the thief plotting an attack, the prisoner planning an escape, takes refuge. No language is more metaphorical than slang. Divisor le coco asterisk, to wring someone's neck, tortiller, to eat, etre gerbe, to be condemned, unrat section, a bread thief, a lansquin, it is raining, a striking antiquated image that carries its date of origin within it, assimilating the long oblique shafts of rain with the thick slanting pikes of the lansquenets, and which reduces to a single verb the imagery contained in the popular expression, it's raining halberds paragraph. Sometimes, as slang moves from the first era to the second, primitive and barbaric words give way to the use of metaphor. The devil ceases to be Lou Rabouin and becomes the baker, the man feeding the oven. This is witty but less grand, a bit like Racine after Corneille, like Euripides after Aeschylus. Certain slang phrases that belong to both eras and have a barbaric and at the same time metaphorical cast are phantasmagorical. Les Surgeurs vont salir de gales à la lune, the prowlers go stealing horses by night. This presents itself to the mind as so many specters. You do not know what you are seeing. Thirdly, expediency. Slang lives off the language. It does what it likes with it, it draws on it at random and, where need arises, it is often content to alter it in a crude and summary fashion. Occasionally, with ordinary words distorted in this way and the addition of words of pure slang, picturesque phrases are created in which you can sense the mixture of the two elements just mentioned, sheer invention and metaphor. Le cab jaspin, J. Moran que la roulotte de pantin trime dans le sabri, the dog is barking, I suspect that the coach for Paris is passing through the woods. Le dab est sinve, la debut gest merlicier, la fée est bative, the bourgeois gent is stupid, his bourgeois wife is sly, their daughter is pretty. More often than not, so as to baffle anyone listening, slang merely adds indiscriminately to every word of the language a sort of ignominious tale, an ending in ale, ordu, yerg or uche. Thus, Vausierg trouvaille benorg ce giget mush? Is this leg of mutton to your liking? Which is what Cartouche said to a turnkey in order to find out whether the sum offered for his escape was satisfactory. The mar ending is a fairly recent addition. Being the language of corruption, slang itself is soon corrupted. Moreover, since it is always trying to dissimulate, as soon as it gets the feeling it can be understood, it changes. Unlike any other vegetation, contact with a ray of light kills it. So slang goes on endlessly decomposing and recomposing itself, an obscure and rapid process that never stops. It covers more ground in 10 years than the standard language in 10 centuries. Thus le lartin asterisk becomes le lardif, le gale becomes le gay, la fertante becomes la fertile, le mamignard becomes luma max section, les six paragraph, les frusks, la chique asterisk asterisk, le grigeoir, le calabra, le colas. The devil is first of all Gahisto, then le rabouin, then the baker, the priest is le radicon, then the boar, the dagger is the 22, then le surin, then le linger. The police are railless, then Roussans, then Rouses, then Choulet sellers, then Coqueurs, then Cones, the executioner is Litol, then Charlot, then Elatiger, then Lebiquillard. In the 17th century, to fight was esse donner du tabac, in the 19th it is esse cheeker la gold. Section. There have been 20 different phrases between these two at either end. To Lacenaire, Cartouche would have been talking double Dutch. Like the men who utter them, all the words in this language are perpetually on the run. Yet from time to time, and because of this very mobility, ancient slang reappears and renews itself. It has its bastions where it holds its own. The Temple preserved the slang of the 17th century. By Cedar, when it was a prison, preserved the slang of Thunes. There you could hear the ancha ending of the old-time Thuners. Boy inches too? Are you drinking? Il croyant. He believes. But perpetual motion remains the rule. If the philosopher manages for a moment to pin down this infinitely volatile language so as to observe it, he becomes immersed in sad if profitable reflections. No study is more effective and more fruitful in its instructiveness. There is not one metaphor in slang, not one etymology, that does not contain a lesson. Among these people, to beat means to feign. And in that sense you beat an illness. Ruse is their strength. For them, the idea of man is inseparable from the idea of darkness. Night is called la sorgue, man, elordu. Man is a derivative of night. They have developed the habit of regarding society as an atmosphere that kills them, like some lethal force, and they speak of their freedom as you would speak of your health. A man under arrest is a sick man, a convict is a dead man. What is most terrible for the prisoner entombed within those 4 stone walls is a kind of glacial chastity. He calls the dungeon the castus. In that dismal place life outside always appears in the most cheerful light. The prisoner has irons on his feet. You may think that what is in his mind is that feet are for walking? No, what is in his mind is that feet are for dancing. So when he manages to saw through his fetters, his first thought is that now he can dance, and he calls the saw unbestring a dance hall. A name is uncenter, a center, a deep association of ideas. The villain has 2 heads, one that rules his actions and guides him all his life, and the other that he has on his shoulders the day he dies. He calls the head that counsels crime la Sorbonne, the brain box, and the head that expiates it la tranche. The block. When a man no longer has anything but rags on his body and vice in his heart, when he has reached that state of dual degradation, moral and material, that characterizes the twofold meaning of the word go. Wretch, he is ripe for crime. He is like a well-sharpened knife. He has 2 cutting edges, his indigence and his wickedness. So slang does not say un go, it says un reguise, one who has been resharpened. What are the prison hulks? Damnation's furnace, a hell. The convict calls himself un faggot, a bundle of firewood. And finally, what name do offenders give to prison? The college. A whole penitentiary system can be built on that word. The robber too has his cannon fodder, the right for robbing, you, me, any passerby, the pantray. Pan meaning all dot. You want to know where most of the songs of the prison hulks originate, those ballads that in the specialist vocabulary are called l'enfant asterisk? Listen to this. At the Châtelet in Paris there was a big long cellar. This cellar was 8 feet below the level of the Seine. It had neither windows nor air vents, the only opening was the door. Men could enter, air could not. This cellar had a stone vault for a ceiling and 10 inches of mud for a floor. It had been flagged, but under the seeping water the flagstones had crumbled and cracked. 8 feet above the ground a long massive beam ran right across this basement. From this beam at regular intervals hung chains 3 feet long, and at the end of these chains were iron collars. Men who had been condemned to the prison hulks were put in this cellar until the day of departure for Toulon. They were shoved under this beam, where each had waiting for him, swinging in the dark, his restraints. The chains, those dangling arms, and the iron collars, those open hands, caught these wretches by the throat. They were shackled, and left there. As the chains were too short, they could not lie down. They stood motionless in that cellar, in that darkness, below that beam, virtually hanged, having to make unbelievable efforts to reach their bread or their jug, with the vault overhead, mud halfway up their legs, their own excrement running down the backs of their legs, racked with exhaustion, sagging at the hips and at the knees, clinging to the chains with their hands in order to rest, only able to sleep standing up, and woken at every moment by the strangling collar. Some did not wake. To eat, using their heels they nudged up their shins to within reach of their hands the bread that was thrown to them in the mud. How long did they remain like this? 1 month, 2 months, sometimes 6. One was there a year. It was the antechamber to the prison hulks. People were put there for a hair stolen from the king. What did they do in this hellish tomb? What can be done in a tomb? They suffered agonies, and what can be done in hell? They sang. For where there is no further hope, there is still singing. In the waters off Malta, when a galley was approaching, the singing could be heard before the sound of the oars. Poor Sir Vincent the poacher, who had been through the Châtelet prison cellar, used to say, it was the rhymes that kept me going. The futility of poetry. What good is rhyme? It was this cellar that gave birth to nearly all the songs in argot. From this dungeon in Paris's Grand Châtelet came that melancholy refrain of Montgomery's galley, Timolumacene, Timolamacen. Most of these songs are lugubrious. Some are cheerful. One is tender. Here is the theater of the little dart thrower, asterisk. No matter what you do, you will never destroy that everlasting vestige of man's heart, love. In this world of dark deeds you give nothing away. Secrecy is common to all. In the eyes of these poor wretches, it is the one thing on which unity is founded. To violate this secrecy is to rip out of each member of that ferocious community some part of his being. In the forceful language of slang, the expression for being an informer is manger le morceau, to take the bite. As if the informer took for himself a little of everyone's substance and fed on a morsel of everyone's flesh. What is a smack in the face? Commonplace metaphor replies, savoir 36 chandelles. Here slang intervenes and makes its contribution, substituting camoufle for chandelle. At which point the conventional language gives camouflet as a synonym for a smack in the face. So by a kind of bottom-up infiltration, with the help of metaphor whose trajectory defies computation, slang climbs from the thieves' den up to the academy, and Palailers saying, I like my camoufled prompts. Voltaire to write, Langleviel la Beaumelle deserves 100 camouflets. To conduct an investigation into slang is to make a discovery each step of the way. Examination and study of this strange language lead to the mysterious point of intersection between conventional society and the society of the damned. Slang is the word made felon. That the intellectual element in man could be brought so low, that it should be dragged down and pinioned there by the obscure tyrannies of fate, that it should be bound by who knows what shackles in that abyss, is cause for dismay. Oh, the poor minds of the wretched! Alas! Will no one come to the aid of the human soul in that darkness? Is its destiny to await forever the spirit, the liberator, the great rider of Pegasion steeds and of griffins, the combatant who in the hues of dawn shall descend from the azure carried on 2 wings, the radiant night of the future? Shall it ever in vain call to its rescue ideality's lance of light? Is it condemned to hear the dreadful coming of evil through the thick of the abyss and to catch ever closer glimpses, beneath the hideous water, of that dragon's head, that froth-spewing maw, that serpentine undulation of claws and coils and bulges? Must it remain there, without a glimmer, without hope, abandoned to that terrible oncoming, vaguely sniffed out by the monster, shuddering, disheveled, arms twisting, forever chained to the rock of night, a forlorn Andromeda, white and naked in the shadows? 3. Weeping slang and laughing slang. As we see, slang as a whole, the slang of 400 years ago like the slang of today, is permeated with that dark symbolic spirit that gives all words at times a doleful tone, at times a suggestion of menace. You sense in them the old, fierce sadness of those vagrants in the Cour des Miracles who played card games with their own special playing cards, a few of which have been preserved. The 8 of clubs, for instance, was represented as a huge tree with 8 enormous trefoil leaves, like some fantastic representation of a forest. At the foot of this tree you see a lighted fire at which 3 hares are roasting a huntsman on a spit, and behind that, over another fire, hangs a steaming pot with a dog's head emerging from it. Nothing could be more lugubrious than these painted reprisals on a pack of playing cards for smugglers burned at the stake and counterfeiters boiled in cauldrons. All the various forms that thought took in the realm of slang, even songs, even jokes, even threats, had this impotent, defeated quality. The songs, and the tunes of some have been collected, were all pathetically meek and pitiful. The thief is always the poor thief, le pauvre pigre, and he is always the hare in hiding, the mouse running for its life, the bird flying away. He barely complains, he merely sighs. What of his laments has come down to us? En entrave que le dale comment mac, ludarin diorgis, put adager essius moms etiasius momignards etiles locker cribblin sans etre adage louis mean, asterisk whenever he has time to think, the poor wretch cowers before the law and grovels before society. He lies flat on his stomach, he begs, he appeals for pity. You sense that he recognizes his wrongdoing. Towards the middle of the last century a change occurred. Prison songs and thieves' ditties took on an insolent and jovial expression, as it were. The plaintive malure was replaced by the larifla dot in the 18th century. In nearly all the galley, prison and chain gang songs, you find a baffling and diabolical merriment. You hear this strident and skipping refrain that seems to glow with a phosphorescent brightness and to ring out in the forest like the piping of a will-o'-the-wisp. Merle Bobby sur le babo merleton ribon ribet. Sur le Bobby merle babo. Merleton ribbon ribo. This was sung while cutting a man's throat in a cellar or in some out-of-the-way spot. Of serious significance. In the 18th century the age-old melancholy of these dismal classes disappears. They begin to laugh. They mock the Grand Meg and the Grand Dab, the governor and the boss. Under Louis XV, they call the King of France the Marquis de Pantin. And now they are almost gay. A kind of tenuous light emanates from these wretches, as if their consciences no longer weighed on them. These deplorable tribes of darkness no longer possess merely a desperate audacity of action, but a reckless audacity of mind too. A sign that they are losing the sense of their own criminality and that they feel they have support of a kind, even among intellectuals and thinkers, who are not themselves aware of lending any such support. A sign that theft and pillage are beginning to find their way into doctrines and sophisms in such a way as to lose a little of their ugliness, while passing on a great deal of it to those sophisms and doctrines. A sign, in fact, if nothing arises to divert it, of some extraordinary and imminent fruition. Now, just a moment. Who is it that we are accusing here? Is it the 18th century? Its philosophy? Certainly not. The work of the 18th century is good and sound. The encyclopedists led by Diderot, the physiocrats led by Turgot, the freethinkers led by Voltaire, the utopians led by Rousseau, these are four sacred legions. The great advance towards the light that humanity has made is due to them. They are the four vanguards of the human race, directed towards the four cardinal points of progress. Diderot towards beauty, Turgot towards usefulness, Voltaire towards truth, Rousseau towards justice. But alongside and below the philosophes came the sophists, poisonous vegetation mixed in with the healthy growth, hemlock in the virgin forest. While the century's great books of deliverance were burned by the authorities on the main steps of the law court, now forgotten writers were publishing under royal license who knows what strangely subversive texts, eagerly read by the wretched. Some of these publications, bizarrely enough sponsored by a prince, are to be found in the secret library. These underlying but unknown facts escaped notice on the surface. It is sometimes in the very obscurity of a fact that its danger lies. It is obscure because it is underground. Of all these writers, the one who was perhaps the most dangerous in his undermining among the masses was Restif de la Bretonne. This kind of work, going on all over Europe, wreaked more havoc in Germany than anywhere else. During a certain period in Germany, evoked by Schiller in his famous drama The Robbers, theft and pillage rose up in protest against property and labor, embracing certain rudimentary ideas, erroneous and specious, apparently true but actually absurd. They cloaked themselves in these ideas, disappeared under them, as it were, assumed an abstract name, acquired the status of a theory, and in that way circulated among the honest, suffering, laboring masses, without even the knowledge of the foolhardy chemists who had prepared the mixture, without even the knowledge of the masses who accepted it. Whenever this kind of thing happens, it is a serious matter. Suffering breeds anger, and while the prosperous classes blind themselves or fall asleep, either way closing their eyes to it, the hatred of the poorer classes lights its torch at some overlooked and embittered or ill-natured mind and sets about examining society. Hatred's examination is a terrible thing. Hence, if worse comes to worst, those terrifying disturbances that used to be called jackeries, compared to which purely political unrest is child's play, and which are not just the struggle of the oppressed against the oppressor but the revolt of hardship against well-being. Then everything collapses. Jackeries are the people in seismic ferment. It was this peril, which might well have been imminent in Europe towards the close of the 18th century, that the French Revolution, that immense act of integrity, forestalled. The French Revolution, which is none other than the ideal armed with the sword, took a stand, and by the same decisive move closed the door on wickedness and opened the door to good. It clarified the issue, promoted the truth, dispelled the miasma, restored the century to health, crowned the people. It could be said that the French Revolution created man a second time, by giving him a second soul, his rights. The 19th century has inherited and profited by its work, and today the social catastrophe we alluded to above is simply impossible. Blind is the person who denounces it. Foolish the person who fears it. Revolution is the vaccine against jackery. Thanks to the revolution, social conditions have changed. Feudal and monarchical diseases are no longer in our blood. There is nothing of the Middle Ages left in our constitution. We no longer live in the days when terrifying inward seethings would erupt, when you would hear the passage of a dull rumbling beneath your feet, when molehills of a sort appeared on the surface of civilization, when cracks opened up in the ground, when the roofs of caverns fissured and when suddenly you might see monstrous heads rise up out of the earth. Revolutionary awareness is moral awareness. The sense of right, once developed, develops the sense of duty. The universal law is liberty, which ends where the liberty of others begins, according to Robespierre's admirable definition. Since '89, the entire people has flourished in the sublimated individual. There is not a pauper who, given his rights, has not his ray of sunshine. The starving man senses within himself the integrity of France. The dignity of the citizen is an interior armor. Whoever is free is scrupulous. Whoever votes, rules. From that follows incorruptibility. From that follows the aborting of unhealthy feelings of envy. From that follows eyes heroically lowered in the face of temptation. Revolutionary recovery is such that on a day of deliverance, a 14th of July, a 10th of August, there is no longer any rabble. The first cry of the growing throngs of the enlightened is death to thieves. Progress is an honest man. Neither the ideal nor the absolute steal pocket handkerchiefs. By whom were the wagons containing the riches of the Tuileries escorted in 1848? By the rag pickers of Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Tatters stood guard over treasure. This ragged crew were made magnificent by virtue. In those wagons, in those barely closed chests, some even half open, among countless dazzling caskets was that ancient crown of France encrusted with diamonds, surmounted by that royal gemstone, the Regent diamond, worth 30 million francs. Barefoot, they guarded that crown. So no more jackery. To the calculating, a regrettable blow. That was an old fear that has had its day and can no longer be exploited in politics. The great red specter has lost its momentum. Everyone knows it now. The scarecrow no longer scares. The birds show no respect for it, dung beetles settle on it, the bourgeoisie laugh at it. 4. The two duties, to watch and to hope. That being the case, has all social danger evaporated? Of course not. No jackery. Society may rest assured on that score, the blood will not go to its head anymore. But it should be careful how it breathes. Apoplexy is no longer to be feared, but consumption is a danger. Social consumption is called misery. You can die from wasting away as well as from being struck down. Let us never tire of repeating this. Think above all of the woeful, disinherited multitudes, comfort them, bring air and light to them, love them, broaden their horizons magnificently, lavish on them all manner of education, give them the example of toil, never the example of idleness, lessen the weight of the individual burden by promoting the notion of the common objective, restrict poverty without restricting wealth, create vast areas of public activity for the people, have, like Briareus, a hundred hands to reach out in all directions to the weak and the oppressed, direct the collective power towards that great obligation to open workshops for all hands, schools for all aptitudes, laboratories for all intellects, raise wages, reduce hardship, balance the account between debit and credit. In other words, match enjoyment to effort and satisfaction to need, in short, see to it that the social mechanism provides, for the benefit of those who suffer and of those who are in darkness, more light and more well-being. This, let sympathetic souls not forget it, is the primary fraternal obligation. This, selfish hearts should know, is the primary political necessity. And it needs to be said, even all that is only a start. The real issue is this: work cannot prevail as law without being a right. We will not dwell on this is not the place. If nature is called providence, society ought to be called prudence. Intellectual and moral growth are no less indispensable than material betterment. Knowledge is a viaticum. Thought is essential. Truth, like wheat, is sustenance. Reason, starved of learning and wisdom, is debilitated. Let us pity both minds and stomachs that do not eat. If there is anything more heartbreaking than a body starving for want of bread, it is a hungry soul dying for want of enlightenment. Progress as a whole is tending towards the solution. One day we shall be amazed. As the human race moves upward, the lower strata will quite naturally emerge from the distress zone. Poverty will disappear through a simple rise in the standard of living. This solution would be a blessing, and it would be wrong to have any doubts about it. At the moment, it is true, the past is very strong. It is reviving. This rejuvenation of a corpse is astounding. Back on its feet again, here it comes. It looks victorious. This defunct is a conqueror. It arrives with its legion, superstitions, with its sword, despotism, with its banner, ignorance. Recently, it has won a dozen battles. It is advancing, threatening, laughing, it is at our gates. For our part, let us not despair. Let us sell the field on which Hannibal is encamped. What have we, who believe, to fear? Ideas are no more able to retreat than rivers to reverse their flow. But let those set against the future think about it. By saying no to progress, it is not the future they are condemning, but themselves. They are giving themselves a serious illness. They are infecting themselves with the past. There is only one way of rejecting tomorrow, which is to die. Now, what we want is no death, that of the body, as late as possible, that of the soul, never. Yes, the enigma will surrender its key, the Sphinx will speak, the problem will be resolved. Yes, the people, the 18th century's work in progress, will be completed by the 19th. Anyone who would doubt this is a fool. Future fulfillment, imminent fulfillment of universal well-being, is a phenomenon of divine fate. Tremendous collective impetuses direct human affairs and bring them all within a given time to the logical state, that is to say, equilibrium, that is to say, equity. A force of heaven and earth combined, deriving from humanity, governs it. This force is a worker of miracles, for which marvelous outcomes are no harder to achieve than extraordinary adventures. Assisted by science, which is the work of man, and by events, the work of another, this force is not greatly alarmed by these contradictions in the posing of problems, which to the ordinary person seem impossibilities. It is no less able to create a solution from the reconciliation of ideas than to learn a lesson from the reconciliation of facts. And anything can be expected of that mysterious power of progress that one fine day brings East and West face to face in a tomb and has imams conversing with Bonaparte inside the Great Pyramid. In the meantime, no halt, no hesitation, no pause in the great onward march of minds. Social philosophy is essentially the science of peace. Its object is, and its result must be, to dispel anger by the study of antagonism. It examines, scrutinizes, analyses, then it reconstructs. It proceeds by a process of reduction, excising all hatred. A society destroyed by the winds raging against mankind is something that has been seen more than once before. History is full of nations and empires that have foundered. Customs, laws, religions, some fine day that something unknown, the hurricane, passes over and sweeps them all away. The civilizations of India, Chaldea, Persia, Assyria, Egypt, have disappeared one after the other. Why? We do not know. What are the causes of these disasters? We do not know. Could these societies have been saved? Are they to blame? Did they persist in some fatal depravity that was their undoing? How great is the element of suicide in these terrible deaths of nations and races? Questions without answers. Obscurity shrouds these doomed civilizations. They must have been shipping water, for they sank. There is nothing more we can say. And it is with a kind of terror that far across that ocean we call the past, in the wake of those colossal waves that are the centuries, we watch those immense vessels go down, Babylon, Nineveh, Tarsus, Thebes, Rome, under the fearful blast blowing from every gaping mouth of darkness. But darkness there, light here. We know nothing of the maladies of those ancient civilizations, we know only the complaints of our own. Over all of it we have the right to shine a light, we contemplate its beauties, we expose its deformities. Where there is pain, we probe. And the sickness once diagnosed, study of the cause leads to discovery of the remedy. Our civilization, the work of 20 centuries, is both monster and marvel. It is worth saving. Saved it will be. Bringing comfort to it is already a great deal. Bringing enlightenment is a great deal more. All the work undertaken by modern social philosophy must concentrate on that goal. Today's thinker has a great duty, to apply the stethoscope to civilization. We repeat, this use of the stethoscope is encouraging. And it is with this insistence on encouragement that we want to conclude these few pages, a serious interlude in a heart-rending drama. Beneath social mortality we sense human imperishability. Just because it has the odd wound in the form of craters, and the odd skin eruption in the form of fumaroles, just because a volcano comes to a head and ejects its pus, the globe does not die. Disease in the population does not kill mankind. And yet anyone who does the ward rounds of society shakes his head at times. The strongest, the most tender-hearted, the most logical, have their moments of weakness. Will there be a future? We feel we might almost ask ourselves this question when we see so much terrible darkness. Grim confrontation between the selfish and the wretched. In the selfish, prejudices, the ignorance of a superior education, appetite fed by overindulgence, the insensitivity of an indurating prosperity, fear of suffering that in some extends to an aversion to those who suffer, relentless complacency, an ego so inflated it denies access to the soul. In the wretched, greed, envy, a hatred of seeing others enjoying themselves, the convulsions of the human beast within them seeking satisfaction, hearts befogged, sadness, need, fatalism, ignorance impure and simple. Must we continue to raise our eyes to heaven? Is the pinpoint of light we glimpse there the kind that fades away? It is dreadful to see the ideal thus lost in the depths, small, isolated, almost imperceptible, twinkling, but surrounded by those great menacing darknesses monstrously banked up around it, yet no more in danger than a star swallowed up by cloud. Book 8 Enchantment and Despair. I. All is light. It must be clear to the reader that Eponine, having recognized through the railing the girl who was living at that address on Rue Plumet where Magnan had sent her, had firstly warded off the villains from Rue Plumet and then taken Marius there, and after several days' ecstasy in front of that railing, impelled by that force that draws the ion to the magnet and a lover towards the stones of which his beloved's house is built, Marius had finally entered Cosette's garden as Romeo entered Juliet's garden. This was even easier for him than for Romeo. Romeo had to scale a wall, Marius had just slightly to force one of the rickety railings that wobbled in its rusty socket the way old people's teeth do. Marius was slim, and slipped through easily. As the street was always deserted, and in any case as Marius only went into the garden at night, he was in no danger of being seen. From that blessed and sacred moment when a kiss pledged these two souls to each other, Marius came here every evening. If at this point in her life Cosette had fallen in love with a dissolute and not very scrupulous man, it would have been her ruin, for there are generous natures that surrender themselves, and Cosette was one of them. One of the generosities of women is to yield. Love so great that it is absolute involves some sort of divine blindness to propriety. But what dangers you run, O noble souls! Often you give your heart, we take your body. You are left with your heart, and there in the shadows you gaze on it, quaking. There is no halfway with love. It means either ruin or salvation. This is the dilemma of all human existence. And no fate poses this dilemma, ruin or salvation, more inexorably than love. Love means life unless it means death. Cradle, and also coffin. The same emotion says yes and no in the human heart. Of all things God has made, the human heart is the one that sheds the most light and, alas, the most darkness. God willed that the love Cosette encountered was a love that saves. Every night throughout the month of May in that year of 1832, there in that poor neglected garden, behind that shrubbery that grew every day denser and more fragrant, were to be found two creatures embodying every kind of purity and innocence, brimming over with all the joys of heaven, closer to archangels than to human beings, chaste, honest, elated, radiant and resplendent to each other in the shadows. It seemed to Cosette that Marius wore a crown, and to Marius that Cosette had a halo. They sat close to each other, gazed at each other, held hands, clung to each other, but there was a distance that they preserved. Not that they respected it, they were unaware of it. Marius sensed a barrier, Cosette's purity, and Cosette sensed a stay, Marius's integrity. The first kiss had also been the last. Marius had not since ventured beyond brushing with his lips Cosette's hand, or her shawl, or a lock of her hair. Cosette was to him a perfume, not a woman. She was the air he breathed. She refused nothing, and he asked for nothing. Cosette was happy and Marius was satisfied. They lived in that state of rapture that might be termed the dazzling of one soul by another. It was that ineffable first embrace between two virginities in the realm of the ideal. Two swans meeting on the Jungfrau. At that stage of love, a stage when sensuality is totally silenced by the all-powerfulness of ecstasy, Marius, pure and seraphic Marius, would have been more capable of visiting a common prostitute than of lifting Cosette's dress ankle-high. Once, in the moonlight, Cosette stooped to pick something up from the ground, her bodice gaped slightly, revealing a glimpse of the rise of her bosom. Marius averted his eyes. What took place between these two individuals? Nothing. They adored each other. When they were there at night, that garden seemed a living and sacred place. All the flowers opened around them and wafted their incense over them, while they in turn, amid the flowers, opened their hearts in profuse outpourings. In sap-filled delirium the voluptuous and vigorous vegetation quivered around these two innocents, and they uttered words of love that set the trees rustling. What words were these? Whispers. Nothing more. These whispers were enough to stir and thrill all this nature. A magic power, and one hard to understand if you were to read in a book those sweet nothings meant to be carried away like smoke and dispersed by the breeze beneath the leaves. From these murmurings of two lovers, take away that melody emanating from the soul and accompanying them like a lyre, and what is left is just a shadow. Is that all, you say? Well, yes. Childish prattle, repetitions, laughter over nothing, frivolities, inanities, the most utterly sublime and profound things imaginable. The only things worth saying and the only things worth listening to. The man who has never heard these inanities, these banalities, the man who has never uttered them, is a sorry fool. Cosette said to Marius, you know, in all this, and despite that heavenly modesty, and without either of them being able to say how it came about, they were true to each other, you know, my name is Euphrasie. Euphrasie? But your name is Cosette. Oh. Cosette is a rather ugly name that was given to me when I was little. But my real name is Euphrasie. Don't you like that name, Euphrasie? Yes. But Cosette isn't ugly. Do you like it better than Euphrasie? Well, yes. Then I like it better too. It's true, it's pretty, Cosette. Call me Cosette. And the smile she added transformed this conversation into an idyll worthy of some celestial grove. On another occasion, gazing intently at him, she exclaimed, Monsieur, you're handsome, you're charming, you're witty, you're far from stupid, you're much more learned than I am, but I challenge you with this, I love you. And to Marius, in very heaven, this sounded like poetry sung by a star. Or she would give him a gentle tap because he was coughing and say, Don't cough, monsieur. I won't have anyone coughing here without my permission. It's very naughty to cough and worry me. I want you to be well because in the first place if you weren't well I'd be very unhappy. What else would you expect? And this was quite simply divine. Once Marius said to Cosette, just imagine, for a while I thought your name was Ursule. This made them laugh all evening. During another of their conversations he happened to burst out, oh, one day in the Luxembourg Gardens I felt like finishing off a disabled veteran. But he stopped short, and went no further. He would have had to talk to Cosette about her garter, and that was impossible. It touched on the unknown, the flesh, before which that great innocent love recoiled with a kind of sacred terror. Marius imagined life with Cosette just like this, without anything more, coming every evening to Rue Plumet, moving aside the obliging old railing in the judge's gate, sitting close to each other on this bench, gazing through the trees at the twinkling of oncoming night, accommodating his trouser knee to the fullness of Cosette's gown, caressing her thumbnail, calling her too, taking turns to smell the scent of the same flower, forever, without end. Meanwhile, the clouds passed above their heads. Every time the wind blows it carries away more human dreams than clouds in the sky. Nor was this chaste, almost shy, love totally without courtship. To pay compliments to the woman you love is the first stage in caressing her, a tentative half-daring. A compliment is something like a kiss through a veil. There is, albeit concealed, a sweet element of sensual delight to it. The heart shrinks from sensual delight only to love the more. Marius's endearments, steeped in fancy, were azure-tinted, so to speak. The birds when they fly up towards the angels must hear such words. Yet they also contained life, humanity, all the reality of which Marius was capable. It was what is said in the arbor, a prelude to what will be said in the bedchamber, a lyrical effusion, strophe and sonnet intermingled, the pretty exaggerations of wooing, all the little subtleties of adoration arranged in a bouquet and exuding a heavenly, delicate, subtle fragrance, an ineffable heart-to-heart billing and cooing. Oh, murmured Marius, how beautiful you are. I daren't look at you. Which is why I'm contemplating you. You're a gift from God. I don't know what's wrong with me. The hem of your gown, when the tip of your shoe peeps out from under it, throws me into confusion. And then, what a captivating brilliance when your mind reveals even a fraction of itself. There's astonishing wisdom in what you say. At times I think you're a dream. Say something, I'm listening, I'm lost in wonder. Oh, Cosette! How strange and delightful this is, I'm truly beside myself. You're wonderful, mademoiselle. I study your feet with a microscope and your soul with a telescope. And Cosette replied, after all the time that's gone by since this morning I love you a little more than before. Questions and answers ranged as far they could in this dialogue, always settling on love, like those self-writing elderwood tumbler dolls on their weighted bases. Cosette was all simplicity, ingenuousness, transparency, whiteness, candor, radiance. You might have said of Cosette that she was brightness. She gave to everyone who saw her a sense of April and of daybreak. There was a dew in her eyes. Cosette was the dawnlight condensed into the form of a woman. It was quite natural that Marius should wonder at her, adoring her as he did. But the truth is, this little schoolgirl fresh from the convent spoke with remarkable insight and at times said all kinds of true and discerning things. Her chatter was conversation. She was never wrong about anything, and her views were sound. A woman feels and speaks with the infallibility of a heart's tender instinct. No one knows better than a woman how to say things that are both sweet and profound. Sweetness and profundity, that is the essence of woman, that is the essence of heaven. In this state of complete happiness tears kept coming to their eyes. A crushed ladybird, a feather fallen from a nest, a broken hawthorn branch, stirred their pity, and their rapture, sweetly imbued with melancholy, seemed to ask nothing better than to weep. The supreme symptom of love is a tenderness at times almost unbearable. And alongside this, all these contradictions are love's lightning display. They were quick to laugh with delightful abandon, and so comfortable with each other they sometimes seemed almost like two boys. Giddily chaste hearts may be unaware of it, but nature, unforgettable, is always there. She is there with her brutish and sublime objective, and whatever the innocence of souls, in even the most discreet tête-à-tête you sense that marvelous and mysterious nuance that distinguishes a couple in love from two close friends. They idolized each other. The constant and the immutable are abiding. You are sweethearts, you smile at each other, laugh together, purse your lips at each other, intertwine your fingers, call each other too, and it makes no difference to eternity. Two lovers seclude themselves in the evening, in the twilight, where they cannot be seen, with the birds and the roses, they bewitch each other in the darkness, their hearts and their eyes, they murmur, they whisper, while the vast movements of stars fill the infinite. 2. In a daze of perfect happiness. They lived in a daze, bewildered with happiness. They did not notice the cholera taking its toll on Paris during that very same month. They confided in each other as much as they could, but this had gone scarcely beyond giving their names. Marius told Cosette he was an orphan, that his name was Marius Pontmercy, that he was a lawyer, that he lived by writing things for booksellers, that his father had been a colonel, and that the man was a hero, that he, Marius, had fallen out with his grandfather, who was wealthy. He also said something about being a baron, but this made no impression on Cosette. Marius, a baron? She did not understand. She did not know what that word meant. Marius was Marius. For her part, she told him that she had been brought up at the Petit Picpus convent, that her mother, like his, was dead, that her father was called Monsieur Fauchelevent, that he was a very good man, that he was very generous to the poor but was himself poor, and that he denied himself everything while denying her nothing. Strange to say, within the harmony, as it were, that Marius inhabited since he had been seeing Cosette, the past, even the very recent past, had become so distant and confused that what Cosette told him satisfied him completely. It did not even occur to him to mention to her what had happened that night at the Gorbeau place, the Thénardiers, that burn, her father's strange behavior and his peculiar disappearance. Marius had for the time being forgotten all this. He did not even know by the time evening came what he had done that morning, or he had eaten or who had spoken to him. He had a singing in his ears that made him deaf to any other thought. He existed only during the time he was seeing Cosette. Then, since he was in heaven, it was quite natural he should forget about earth. Both were languid with the indefinable weight of intangible delights. Such is life for those sleepwalkers we call lovers. Alas! Who has not experienced all these things? Why does there come a time when you emerge from this heavenly bliss, and why does life go on afterwards? Loving almost replaces thinking. Love is an ardent forgetfulness of everything else. So, expecting passion to be logical is pointless. There is no more an absolute logic in the human heart than there is a perfect geometrical figure in celestial mechanics. For Cosette and Marius nothing else existed except Marius and Cosette. The universe around them had fallen away. They lived in a golden moment. There was nothing before, nothing after. Marius barely remembered Cosette had a father. There was in his mind a blotting out and a bedazzlement. So what did they talk about, these lovers? As we have seen, about flowers, swallows, the setting sun, the rising moon, all the important things. They told each other all, bar all. Lovers all is nothing. But about her father, the actual facts, that squalid den, those villains, that episode, what was the good of talking about them? And was he quite sure that nightmare had been real? There were the two of them, they adored each other, that was all. Nothing else existed. This fading away of hell behind us is probably inherent in reaching paradise. Have we seen demons? Are there any? Have we trembled? Have we suffered? We are sure of nothing anymore. A rose tint overlies everything. And such was life for these two individuals, in very heaven, with all the semblance of unreality that exists in nature. Neither at the nadir nor at the zenith, between man and the seraphim, above the mire, below the ether, up in the clouds. Scarcely flesh and blood, soul and ecstasy from head to foot. Already too purified to walk the earth, still too instilled with humanity to disappear into the blue, suspended like atoms before precipitation. Seemingly removed from destiny. Knowing nothing of this rut that is yesterday, today, tomorrow. Wonderstruck, rapturous, walking on air. At times weightless enough to take off into infinity, almost primed for eternal flight. So beguiled, they lived in a waking sleep. Oh, splendid trance of ideal-stricken reality. Sometimes, beautiful as Cosette was, Marius closed his eyes to her. The best way to look at the soul is with closed eyes. Marius and Cosette were not wondering where this would lead, they felt they had arrived. It is a strange presumption of men to expect love to lead somewhere. 3. An incipient shadow. Jean Valjean was completely unsuspecting. A little less dreamy than Marius, Cosette was cheerful, and this was enough to make Jean Valjean happy. The thoughts Cosette had, her tender concerns, the image of Marius that filled her heart, detracted nothing from the matchless purity of her chaste and smiling lovely face. At her age, the Virgin carries her love as the angel carries its lily. Jean Valjean was, therefore, untroubled. And besides, when two lovers understand each other, it always works out very well for them. Any third party who might disturb their love is kept in total darkness by means of a few precautionary measures, ever the same for all lovers. So no opposition to Jean Valjean from Cosette. He wanted to go for a walk? Yes, father dearest. He wanted to stay at home? Of course. He wanted to spend the evening with Cosette? She was delighted. As he always retired at 10 o'clock, Marius did not come into the garden on those occasions until after that time, when from the street he heard Cosette open the French window onto the terrace. It goes without saying, Marius was never to be encountered by day. Jean Valjean did not even remember that Marius existed. There was just one occasion when he said to Cosette one morning, why, your back's all covered with white." Overcome with feeling the night before, Marius had pressed Cosette against the wall. Once her work was done, old Toussaint, who went to bed early, thought only of sleeping, and like Jean Valjean she was completely unaware of what was going on. Marius never set foot in the house. When he was with Cosette they hid in a recess by the steps so they could not be seen or heard from the street, and there they sat, for sole conversation, often contenting themselves with squeezing each other's hand 20 times a minute while gazing at the branches of the trees. At such moments a thunderbolt might have struck 30 paces away and they would not have noticed it, so deeply was the reverie of one engrossed and immersed in the reverie of the other. Limpid purities. Hours of sheer whiteness, almost completely identical. This kind of love is a collection of lily petals and dove's feathers. The whole garden lay between them and the street. Every time Marius came in or out, he carefully realigned the railing and the gate so there was no sign of anything out of place. He usually left at about midnight and went back to Courfeyrac's place. Courfeyrac said to Bahorel, "Would you believe it? Marius is now coming home at 1 o'clock in the morning." Bahorel replied, "What do you expect? Inside every seminarian there's a firecracker." Sometimes Courfeyrac would fold his arms, adopt a serious look and say to Marius, "You're getting into bad habits, my boy." A practical man, Courfeyrac did not take kindly to this reflection in Marius of an invisible paradise. He was little given to any out-of-the-ordinary passion. It exasperated him, and there were times when he would issue Marius with summonses to return to reality. One morning he delivered this rebuke, "My dear fellow, you give me the impression right now of being on the moon, in the realm of dreams, in a state of delusion, whose capital is Soap Bubble City. Now, be a good chap, what's her name?" But nothing could induce Marius to talk. He would sooner have had his fingernails torn out than let either of the two sacred syllables constituting that ineffable name Cosette be prized out of him. True love is as luminous as the dawn and as silent as the tomb. And Courfeyrac saw this change in Marius. He was now radiantly taciturn. During that lovely month of May, Marius and Cosette experienced immense pleasures, that of arguing and of addressing each other as vous solely for the greater pleasure of using tu again afterwards, of talking at great length in the most minute detail about people in whom they had not the slightest interest. Further proof that in that delightful opera called Love the libretto counts for almost nothing. For Marius, the joy of listening to Cosette talk about clothes, for Cosette, of listening to Marius talk about politics, the joy of hearing the carriages on Rue de Babylone pass by as they sat with their knees touching, of gazing at the same planet in space or the same glowworm in the grass, of remaining silent together, a yet greater pleasure than talking. And so on. Meanwhile, various complications were looming. One evening Marius was making his way to his assignation along Boulevard des Invalides. He usually walked with his head down. As he was about to turn the corner of Rue Plumet he heard someone say very close by, "Good evening, Monsieur Marius." He looked up, and recognized Eponine. This had a peculiar effect on him. He had not once thought of that girl since the day she had taken him to Rue Plumet. He had not seen her again, and she had gone out of his mind completely. He had cause only for gratitude towards her, he owed her his present happiness, and yet it was galling to him to meet her. It is a mistake to think that, when pure and happy, passion leads a man to a state of perfection. We have noted already, it simply leads him into a state of oblivion. A man in this condition forgets to be bad, but he also forgets to be good. Gratitude, duty, unwelcome memories of fundamental importance, are forgotten. At any other time Marius would have behaved quite differently towards Eponine. Completely taken up with Cosette, he had not even fully realized that this Eponine was called Eponine Thénardier and bore a name written in his father's will, that name for which only a few months ago he would have so zealously sacrificed himself. We present Marius as he was. In the splendor of his love, even his father was fading somewhat from his heart. In some confusion, he replied, "Ah, is that you, Eponine? Why address me as vous? Have I offended you?" "No," he replied. Certainly, he had nothing against her. Far from it. Only, now that he said tu to Cosette, he felt he could not do otherwise than say vous to Eponine. As he remained silent, she exclaimed, "Tell me now." Then she stopped. It seemed this creature who had been so jaunty and so bold in the past was at a loss for words. She tried to smile and could not. "Well," she said. Then she fell silent again and remained with her eyes downcast. "Good evening, Monsieur Marius," she said briskly all of a sudden, and off she went. 4. A cab drives in English and barks in slang. The next day was the 3rd of June, the 3rd of June 1832, a date that needs to be mentioned because of the grave events that at the time hung like storm clouds on the Paris horizon. At nightfall, Marius was going the same way as the day before with the same thoughts of rapture in his heart when he caught sight of Eponine through the trees on the boulevard. 2 days in succession was too much. He abruptly changed direction, turned off the boulevard, took a different route and made his way to Rue Plumet via Rue Monsieur. Consequently, Eponine followed him to Rue Plumet, something she had not done before. Until then she had contented herself with watching him pass along the boulevard without ever seeking to make contact with him. Only the previous evening had she tried to speak to him. So without his being aware of it, Eponine followed him. She saw him shift the railing and slip into the garden. "Fancy that," she said. "He's going into the house." She went up to the gate, tested the railings one by one, and easily identified the railing Marius had displaced. In a gloomy voice she murmured under her breath, "Now, none of that, Lisette." Asterisk. She sat at the foot of the gatepost, right next to the railing, as if she were guarding it. It was just where the gate met the adjoining wall. Here was a dark nook where Eponine could disappear completely. Thus she remained for more than an hour, without moving an inch or uttering a sound, consumed by her thoughts. Around 10 o'clock in the evening one of the 2 or 3 passers-by on Rue Plumet, an elderly gent, hurrying home late through this deserted and ill-reputed part of town, was passing by the garden gate when on reaching the corner where the gate met the wall he heard a low, threatening voice saying, "I wouldn't be surprised if he came here every evening." The passerby glanced round, saw no one, dared not peer into that dark corner, and felt very fearful. He quickened his pace. This individual rightly hurried, for just a few moments later 6 men, walking separately and at some distance from each other, hugging the walls, and who might have been mistaken for a night patrol, entered Rue Plumet. The first to arrive at the garden gate halted, and waited for the others. A moment later all 6 were assembled. These men began to talk in subdued voices. "This is the place," said one of them, Icicale. "Is there a cab asterisk in the garden?" asked another. "I don't know. In any case, I brought a meatball, we can give it to eat. You got some putty to break the window with section?" "Yes." "It's an old gate," said a fifth, who had a voice like a ventriloquist's. "So much the better," said the one who had spoken second. "It won't squeal paragraphs so much under the bass string asterisk asterisk, and it won't be so hard to cut through." The sixth, who had not yet opened his mouth, now began to inspect the gate just as Eponine had done an hour earlier, grasping each railing in turn and carefully shaking it. In due course he came to Marius's loose railing. As he was about to seize hold of it, a hand shot out of the dark and clamped down on his arm. He felt himself being catapulted backwards by a shove to the chest, and a hoarse, restrained voice said, "There's a cab." At the same time he saw the pale figure of a girl standing in front of him. The man experienced that shock the unexpected always delivers. He bristled horribly. There is no more formidable sight than that of a wild beast disturbed. Its fear is fearsome. He recoiled and stammered out, "Who is this baggage?" "Your daughter." Eponine it was, speaking to Thénardier. At Eponine's appearance the other five, that is to say, Claquous, Gueulemer, Babet, Montparnasse and Pigeon, had approached noiselessly, unhurriedly, without a word, with that sinister stealth characteristic of these men of the night. Discernible in their hands were horrific-looking tools of some kind. Gueulemer held one of those curved crowbars that prowlers call fanchons. "What the hell are you doing here? What do you want with us? Are you crazy?" Thénardier cried out, in so far as anyone can cry out when speaking in a low voice. "YVE to come get in the way when we're working?" Eponine burst out laughing and threw her arms around his neck. "I'm here, my dear Pa, because I'm here. Isn't sitting on the ground allowed these days? You're the one that oughtn't to be here. YVE you come, seeing as this place is a biscuit? I told Magnan that. It's no good for you. But give me a hug, my dear Pa. It's such a long time since I last saw you. So you're out now?" Thénardier tried to free himself from Eponine's arms, grumbling, "All right. You've hugged me. Yes, I'm out. I'm not inside. Now, clear off." But Eponine did not let go, and redoubled her displays of affection. "But how did you manage that, Pa dear? You must be very clever to have got yourself out of there. Tell me all about it. And Ma? Where's Ma? Now give me news of Ma." Thénardier replied, "She's fine, I don't know, let me alone, clear off, I tell you." "I don't want to clear off just yet," said Eponine, pouting like a spoiled child. "You're turning me away when I haven't seen you for 4 months and I've hardly had time to give you a hug." And she caught her father around the neck again. "Now this is stupid," said Babet. "Let's get on with it," said Gueulemer. "The bloodhounds may come by." The ventriloquist's voice recited these lines. "New Year's Day is the right time for hugging Ma and Pa, not now." Eponine turned to the 5 villains. "Why, it's Monsieur Pigeon. Hello, Monsieur Babet. Hello, Monsieur Claquous. Don't you recognize me, Monsieur Gueulemer? How are you, Montparnasse?" "Yes, everybody recognizes you," said Thénardier. "Hello, goodbye, now get along with you. Leave us alone." "This is the time of day for foxes, not birds," said Montparnasse. "You can see we've got a job to do here asterisk," added Babet. Eponine took Montparnasse's hand. "Careful," he said. "You'll cut yourself, I've got an unsheathed linger." "My dear Montparnasse," Eponine replied very softly, "you should trust people. I'm my father's daughter, after all. Monsieur Babet, Monsieur Gueulemer, I'm the one who was given this job to look into." It is remarkable that Eponine was not using slang. Since meeting Marius she had become incapable of speaking that dreadful language. She squeezed Gueulemer's rough, fat fingers in her skeletally weak and bony little hand, and went on, "As you well know, I'm no fool. Usually I'm taken at my word. I've been useful to you before. Well, I asked around. You'll be taking an unnecessary risk, you see. There's nothing for you in this house, I swear." "There are women on their own here," said Gueulemer. "No. Those people have moved out." "Well, the candles haven't," said Babet. And through the treetops he pointed out to Eponine a light moving about in the villa's mansard roof. It was Toussaint, who had stayed up late hanging some washing to dry. Eponine made a last-ditch effort. "Well," she said, "they're very poor people, there's nothing to steal here." "Go to hell," cried Thénardier. When we've turned the place upside down and put the cellar where the attic belongs and the attic in place of the cellar, we'll tell you what there is inside and whether it's de balls, de rons ou de brocs. And he pushed her aside. My dear friend Monsieur Montparnasse, said Eponine, you're a decent lad, I beg you not to go in there. You be careful, you're going to cut yourself, replied Montparnasse. Thénardier said in that authoritative tone of voice he had, make yourself scarce, my girl, and let the men get on with their business. Eponine released Montparnasse's hand which she had seized again, and said, so you mean to go into that house? You bet, sniggered the ventriloquist. Then she backed up against the gate, confronting the 6 villains who were armed to the teeth and looking like demons in the dark, and she said in a low, steady voice, well, I won't let you. They stopped in their tracks, astounded. The ventriloquist did stop sniggering, however. She went on, friends. Now, listen carefully. It's not going to happen. Now I'm doing the talking. For a start, if you go into that garden, if you touch this gate, I'll scream, I'll go banging on doors, I'll wake up the neighborhood, I'll have all 6 of you rounded up, I'll call the police. She would, too, Thénardier said quietly to Pigeon and the ventriloquist. She tossed her head and added, starting with my father. Thénardier came nearer. Not so close, old man, she said. He stepped back, muttering under his breath, now, what's got into her? And he added, bitch. She began to laugh in a dreadful way. Please yourself, you won't get in. I can't be the daughter of a dog seeing as I'm the daughter of a wolf. There are 6 of you. What's that to me? You're men. Well, I'm a woman. You don't frighten me, that's for sure. I'm telling you, you won't get inside this house because I don't want you to. If you come any nearer I'll bark. I told you, I'm the cab. I couldn't care less about you. Now be on your way, I've had enough of you. Go anywhere you like, but don't come here, I won't let you. You use your knives, I'll use my feet, it's all the same to me. So come on, then. She took a step towards the villains, she was terrifying. She started laughing again. Good God! I'm not scared. This summer I'll be hungry, this winter I'll be cold. Daft, these jokers are, thinking they're going to be able to frighten a girl. Frightened? Of what? Oh yeah, ever so frightened. Just because you've got pathetic fancy women who hide under the bed when you raise your voice. Well, I'm not scared of anything. She fastened her steady gaze on Thénardier and said, not even of you. Then, letting her blazing eyes wander over the villains, this spectre went on, what do I care if I'm picked up off the pavement of Rue Plumet tomorrow morning, knifed to death by my father, or found a year from now in the nets at Estacloud or on the Isle de Cygnes among rotten old cork floats and drowned dogs. Seized by a dry cough, she was forced to break off, her weak, narrow chest wheezing as she breathed. She resumed. I just have to shout and there'll be folk here in no time. There's 6 of you, but I've got everybody with me. Thénardier made a move towards her. Get back, she cried. He halted, and said to her softly, all right. I won't come any nearer, but you keep your voice down. You want to stop us working, then, my girl? But we've got to earn our living. Don't you feel kindly towards your father anymore? I've got no time for you, said Eponine. But we've got to live, we've got to eat drop dead. That said, she sat at the foot of the gatepost, singing to herself. Those bygone days. Of my youthful charms and my winning ways. With her elbow on her knee and her chin in her hand, she swung her foot with an air of indifference. Her thin shoulder blades showed through her tattered dress. The nearby street lamp lit up her face, and the attitude she struck. You would never expect to see anything more resolute, or more surprising. Dumbfounded and dejected at being thwarted by a girl, the 6 cutthroats went and stood in the shadow cast by the lantern to confer, their deliberations accompanied by shrugs of fury and humiliation. In the meantime she watched them with an air that was both calm and wild. "Something's got into her," said Babet. "For some reason. Is she in love with the cab? It's a pity, though, to miss out on this one. 2 women, an old man living in a backyard. Those are quite good curtains on the windows. The old boy must be a guinal star. I think we're on to a good thing here." "Well, you lot go on in there," cried Montparnasse, "and get on with the job. I'll stay here with the girl, and if she gives me any trouble." He revealed the unsheathed knife he had up his sleeve, making it glint in the light of the street lamp. Thénardier said not a word and seemed willing to go along with anything. Pigeon, who was something of an oracle and who, as we know, had set the job up, had not yet spoken. He seemed thoughtful. He had the reputation of stopping at nothing, and he was known to have one day burgled a police station out of sheer bravado. He also made up verses and songs, which gave him great authority. Babet questioned him. "Nothing to say, Pigeon?" Pigeon remained silent a moment longer, tossed his head this way and that, then finally made up his mind to speak. "The thing is, this morning I came across 2 sparrows fighting, this evening I bump into an argumentative woman. That's bad. Let's be off." And off they went. As they were going, Montparnasse muttered, "All the same, if you'd wanted, I'd finished her off." Babet replied, "Not me. I don't raise my hand against a woman." At the corner of the street they stopped, and in an undertone held this enigmatic conversation. "Where are we going to sleep tonight?" "Under Pantin star. Got the key to the gate with you, Thénardier?" "Of course." Éponine, who did not take her eyes off them, saw them go back the way they had come. She stood up and began to creep after them, keeping close to the walls and the houses. She followed them like this as far as the boulevard. There they parted, and she saw those 6 men plunge into the darkness, where they seemed to melt away. Things of the night. After the villains had gone, Rue Plumet resumed its quiet nighttime appearance. What had just taken place in this street would have been no surprise in a forest. Stands of trees, underwoods, thickets, rampant and tangled branches, overgrown weeds, are inherently sinister. There, the teeming wilderness glimpses the sudden apparitions of the invisible. What lies beneath man perceives through the mist what lies beyond him. And things unknown to us in our lifetime confront each other in the dark. Bristling and farouche, nature takes fright at the approach of certain things in which it believes it detects the supernatural. The forces of darkness are familiar with each other, and there are between them mysterious counterbalances. Tooth and claw fear the ungraspable. Bloodthirsty bestiality, ravenous, voracious appetites in search of prey, instincts armed with talons and jaws, beginning and ending only in the belly, watch and anxiously scent the shrouded spectral form on the prowl, standing impassively in the vagueness of its quivering robe and seemingly, to them, animated by a ghastly, deathly life force. These brute beasts of mere matter are obscurely afraid of dealing with the great unknown condensed into some strange being. A black figure barring the way stops the creature of the wild in its tracks. What emerges from the graveyard intimidates and confounds what emerges from the den. The ferocious is afraid of the sinister. Wolves back away from any encounter with a ghoul. 6. In a return to reality, Marius gives Cosette his address. While this she-dog in human form kept guard at the gate, and the 6 villains were being seen off by a girl, Marius was at Cosette's side. Never had the sky been starrier or more spellbinding, the trees more tremulous, the plant smells more pervasive. Never had the birds fallen asleep among the leaves with a sweeter sound. Never had all the harmonies of cosmic serenity better answered the inward music of love. Never had Marius been happier, more smitten, more enraptured. But he had found Cosette sad. Cosette had been weeping. Her eyes were red. This was the first cloud in that wonderful dream. Marius's first words had been, "What is it?" And she had replied, "I'll tell you." Then she sat on the bench by the steps, and while, all a-tremble, he took his place beside her, she went on, "My father told me this morning to make preparations, he has some business to attend to, and we might be going away." Marius shuddered from head to foot. When you are at the end of your life, dying means going away. When you are at the beginning of it, going away means dying. Every day for the last 6 weeks, little by little, slowly, by degrees, Marius had taken possession of Cosette. Complete possession, but in a totally abstract sense. As we have already explained, with first love, the soul is taken long before the body. Later the body is taken long before the soul, sometimes the soul is not taken at all. The Fables and the Proudhons would add, because there isn't one. But happily, that piece of sarcasm is a blasphemy. Marius's possession of Cosette, then, was a spiritual possession, but he enveloped her with his entire soul and jealously laid claim to her with incredible conviction. He possessed her smile, her breath, her perfume, the deep radiance of her blue eyes, the softness of her skin when he touched her hand, the charming birthmark she had on her neck, all her thoughts. They had agreed never to sleep without dreaming of each other, and they had kept their word. So he possessed all of Cosette's dreams. He stared incessantly at the fine hairs on the back of her neck, lightly touching them with his breath and assuring himself there was not one of those little hairs that did not belong to him, Marius. He contemplated and adored the things she wore, her ribbon bow, her gloves, her cuffs, her ankle boots, as sacred objects of which he was master. He dreamed he was lord of those pretty tortoiseshell combs she wore in her hair and, passion declaring itself in suppressed and confused stutterings, he even told himself that there was not one lacing in her gown, not one stitch in her stockings, not one pleat in her bodice, that was not his. At Cosette's sight he felt close to his own property, his chattel, his despotic ruler and his slave. It was as if so fused were their souls that had they wished to reclaim them it would have been impossible to tell them apart. "This one is mine." "No, it's mine." "I assure you, you're mistaken." "That's undoubtedly me." "What you mistake for yourself is me." Marius was something that formed part of Cosette, and Cosette was something that formed part of Marius. Marius felt Cosette living within him. To have Cosette, to possess Cosette, this to him was inseparable from breathing. It was in the context of this belief, this delirium, this virginal possession of an absolute and extraordinary nature, this supremacy, that those words "were going away" were sprung on him and the blunt voice of reality screamed, "Cosette doesn't belong to you." Marius woke up. As we have said, for 6 weeks he had been leading a life divorced from reality. Those words, "going away," brought him back to reality with a vengeance. He was lost for words. Cosette felt only that his hand was very cold. It was her turn to say to him, "What is it?" He replied, his voice so low that Cosette barely heard him, "I don't understand what you said." She explained, "This morning my father told me to pack all my things and be ready to leave, that he would give me his linen to put in a trunk, that he had to make a trip, that we were going away, that we would need a large trunk for me and a small one for him, and to have all this ready within a week from now, and that we might be going to England." "But that's outrageous," exclaimed Marius. It is certain that in Marius's mind at that moment, no abuse of power, no violence, no abomination by the worst of tyrants, no deed of Busiris, Tiberius, or Henry VIII could have equaled in ferocity this, Monsieur Fauchelevent taking his daughter off to England because he had business there. He asked in a faint voice, "And when will you leave?" He didn't say when. And when will you return? He didn't say when. Marius rose and said coldly, Cosette, will you go? Cosette turned to him, her lovely eyes filled with anguish, and replied in a kind of bewilderment, Where? To England. Will you go? Why are you saying vous to me? I'm asking you whether you will go. What do you expect me to do? She said, clasping her hands together. Then you will go? Well, if my father's going? Then you will go? Cosette clutched Marius's hand and squeezed without replying. Very well, said Marius. Then I'll go elsewhere. Cosette sensed rather than understood the meaning of these words. She turned so pale that her face showed white in the darkness. She stammered out, What do you mean? Marius stared at her, then slowly raised his eyes to heaven, and replied, Nothing. When he lowered his gaze, he saw Cosette smiling at him. The smile of a woman you love has a radiance that can be seen in the dark. How silly we are. Marius, I have an idea. What is it? You'll come too if we go away. I'll tell you where. Come and join me wherever I am. Marius was now a man fully awake. He had returned to reality. He cried out to Cosette, Go away with you. Are you mad? But that costs money and I haven't any. Go to England? But I don't know more than 10 Louis de Courfeyrac, a friend of mine that you don't know. But I have an old hat that's not worth 3 francs, I've a coat that has buttons missing down the front, my shirt's all torn, I've holes at my elbows, my boots let in water. For the last 6 weeks I haven't thought about it and I haven't told you. Cosette, I'm an impoverished wretch. You see me only at night and you give me your love. If you saw me in daylight you'd give me a sou. Go to England. Ha! I haven't enough to pay for a passport. He threw himself against a nearby tree and on the point of collapse, with both arms above his head, his forehead against the bark, feeling neither the wood grazing his skin nor the fever throbbing at his temples, he stood there motionless, the statue of despair. He remained like that for a long time. You could spend eternity in such depths of misery. At last he turned round. He heard behind him a soft, sad, stifled little sound. It was Cosette sobbing. She had been weeping at Marius's side for more than 2 hours while he was wrapped in thought. He turned to her, fell on his knees, and slowly prostrating himself took the tip of her foot peeping out from under her gown and kissed it. She let him do so in silence. There are moments when, like a mournful goddess, a woman accepts with resignation the religion of love. Don't cry, he said. She murmured, When I may be going away and you can't come. He went on, Do you love me? I adore you, she sobbed, those words of paradise that never sound more enchanting than when said through tears. He continued in a tone that was an inexpressible caress, Don't cry. Now will you do that for me, will you not cry? Do you love me? She said. He took her hand. Cosette, I've never given my word of honor to anyone because my word of honor frightens me. I sense that my father is very close by. Well, I give you my most sacred word of honor that if you go away I shall die. There was in the way he spoke these words such a solemn, quiet melancholy that Cosette trembled. She felt that chill you get at the passing by of something somber and real. Seized with dread, she stopped weeping. Now, listen, he said, don't expect me tomorrow. Why not? Don't expect me until the day after tomorrow. Oh? Why not? You'll see. A day without seeing you. But that's impossible. Let's sacrifice one day for the sake of perhaps spending the rest of our lives together. And Marius added under his breath, as if to himself, he's a man rigid in his habits and he only ever receives visitors in the evening." "Which man are you talking about?" asked Cosette. "Me? I didn't say anything." "So what is it you're hoping for?" "Wait until the day after tomorrow." "That's what you want?" "Yes, Cosette." She took his head in her hands, standing on tiptoe to raise herself to his height and searching his gaze, looking for hope in his eyes. Marius said, "Now that I think of it, you ought to know my address. Things can happen, you never know. I'm living with that friend called Courfeyrac, Rue de la Verrerie, number 16. He rummaged in his pocket, pulled out a penknife, and with the blade he wrote in the plaster on the wall 16 Rue de la Verrerie. Meanwhile, Cosette had been looking into his eyes again. "Tell me what you have in mind." "Marius, you do have something in mind." "Tell me what it is." "Oh. Tell me, so that I don't have a sleepless night." "What I have in mind is this, that God can't possibly want to part us." "Expect me the day after tomorrow." "What will I do until then?" said Cosette. "You're out and about, you come and go. Men are so lucky. I'm going to be left all on my own. Oh, how miserable I'm going to be. Tell me, what is it you'll be doing tomorrow evening?" "I'll be trying for something." "Then I'll be thinking of you from now until then and praying to God that you succeed. I won't ask any more questions, since you don't want me to. You're my master. I'll spend tomorrow evening singing that music from you Orianthe that you love, that you came and heard one night from behind my shutters. But the day after tomorrow you must come early. I'll be expecting you after dark, at 9 o'clock sharp, I'm warning you. Oh dear God! How sad it is when the days are long. Have you got that? On the stroke of 9 I'll be in the garden. And so will I." And with not another word between them, prompted by the same thought, impelled by those electric currents that put two lovers in constant communication with each other, both reveling in the delight even of their sorrow, they fell into each other's arms without noticing that their lips met, while their raised eyes, filled with tears and brimming with ecstasy, contemplated the stars. When Marius left, the street was deserted. This was just when Eponine was following the villains to the boulevard. While Marius was brooding, his head pressed against the tree, an idea had crossed his mind, an idea, alas, that he himself considered far-fetched and impossible. He had made a desperate resolve. 7. Interaction between an old heart and a young one. Old Gillenormand by this time had already turned 91. He still lived with Mademoiselle Gillenormand in Rue de Filles du Calvaire, number 6, in the old house that belonged to him. He was, remember, one of those antiquated old men who await death straight-backed, burdened by age but unbowed, whom even sorrow cannot bend. Yet for some time his daughter had been saying, "My father is in decline." He no longer railed against the maids, he no longer struck the staircase landing so vigorously with his cane when Basque was slow to open the door for him. The July Revolution had barely incensed him for 6 months now. He had read in Le Moniteur almost with equanimity that combination of words, Monsieur Humbled Conti, peer of France. The fact is, the old man was filled with despondency. He did not buckle, he did not capitulate, it was no more in his physical nature than in his moral nature to do so. But he felt himself inwardly weakening. For 4 years he had been waiting for Marius, steadfastly, that is the right word, convinced that the cheeky young scamp would ring at his door sooner or later. Now he was reduced at certain bleak moments to telling himself that if Marius were to keep him waiting much longer, it was not death he could not bear, it was the idea that perhaps he would never see Marius again. Never to see Marius again, until that day, not for a moment had this even entered his mind. Now this idea was beginning to dawn on him, and it chilled him. As is always true of genuine and natural feelings, absence had only increased his grandfatherly love for the ungrateful child who had gone off like that. It is during December nights, when the temperature drops below zero, that you most think of the sun. Monsieur Gillenormand was above all incapable, or so he thought, of taking a single step, he, the grandfather, towards his grandson. "I'd sooner die," he said. He considered himself completely blameless, but could not think of Marius without deep affection and the unspoken despair of an old man on the threshold of darkness. He was beginning to lose his teeth, which added to his misery. Though he would not admit it to himself, for it would have made him furious and ashamed, Monsieur Gillenormand had never loved a mistress as he loved Marius. He had arranged for an old portrait of his other daughter, the one who had died, Madame Pontmercy, a portrait painted when she was 18, to be placed in his room, facing his bed, as the first thing he wanted to see when he woke up. He was constantly looking at that portrait. One day as he was studying it he happened to say, "I think it captures a likeness." "Of my sister?" Mademoiselle Gillenormand responded. "Yes, of course." The old man added, "And of him too." Once, as he sat with his knees pressed together and his eyes almost closed in an attitude of dejection, his daughter ventured to say to him, "Father, are you still as angry as ever?" She paused, not daring to go any further. "With whom?" he asked. "With poor Marius." He raised his aged head, laid his wrinkled, wasted hand on the table, and exclaimed in his angriest and most ringing tone of voice, "Poor Marius, you say? That gentleman is a rascal, a scoundrel, a heartless, soulless, ungrateful little egotist, a conceited and disagreeable wretch." And he turned away so that his daughter would not see the tear he had in his eye. 3 days later he broke a silence that had lasted 4 hours to say bluntly to his daughter, "I made a point of asking Mademoiselle Gillenormand never to speak of him to me." Aunt Gillenormand gave up any further attempt at reconciliation and made this profound diagnosis: "My father was never very fond of my sister after that foolishness of hers. It's clear he detests Marius." After that foolishness of hers meant after she married the colonel. However, as anyone might have surmised, Mademoiselle Gillenormand had failed in her ploy to substitute her favorite, the officer of the Lancers, for Marius. The replacement, Theodule, had not been a success. Monsieur Gillenormand had not accepted the exchange of one for the other. A hole in the heart is not mended with a stopgap. Theodule, for his part, while scenting the prospect of inheriting, balked at the chore of currying favor. The old gent bored the Lancer and the Lancer offended the old gent. Lieutenant Theodule was lively, I dare say, but a chatterbox, frivolous but vulgar, enjoying the pleasures of life but keeping bad company. He had mistresses, it is true, and he had a great deal to say about them, that is also true, but he spoke badly of them. All his good qualities had some shortcoming. Monsieur Gillenormand lost patience with the tales of his undistinguished amorous adventures around the barracks in Rue de Babylone. And then, Lieutenant Gillenormand sometimes came in uniform, wearing the tricolor cockade. This rendered him quite simply unacceptable. Old Gillenormand eventually said to his daughter, "I've had enough of Theodule. You can see him if you like. I don't much care for warriors in peacetime. I'm not sure I don't prefer a saber slasher to a saber sporter. The clash of blades in battle is less dismal, after all, than the clatter of scabbards on the pavement. And besides, swaggering around like a swashbuckler and primping like a woman, wearing a corset under your cuirass, is doubly ridiculous. If you're a real man, you keep an equal distance from blustering and from mincing. Neither bully boy nor pretty boy. You can keep that Theodule of yours for yourself." It was no use his daughter saying to him, "But he's your great-nephew, after all," as it turned out that Monsieur Gillenormand, a grandfather to his very fingertips, was not in the least a great-uncle. Since he was discriminating and made comparisons, essentially Theodule had served only to make him regret Marius all the more. One evening, it was the 4th of June, which did not prevent old Gillenormand from having a very good fire going in his fireplace. He had dispatched his daughter with her sewing to the next room. He was alone in his own room with its pastoral decor, his feet on the fire dogs, half surrounded by his huge 9-paneled Coromandel screen, elbows resting on the table where 2 lighted candles burned under a green shade, sunk into his tapestry-upholstered armchair, with a book in his hand but not reading. He was dressed in his usual style, as a post-revolutionary dandy, and looking like an old portrait of Garrett. This would have had people running after him in the street, but whenever he went out his daughter bundled him up in a great quilted overcoat of the kind bishops wear, which concealed his clothes. Except for getting up and going to bed, he never wore a dressing gown when he was at home. "It gives the impression of being old," he said. Old Gillenormand was thinking of Marius fondly and bitterly, and as usual the bitterness was dominant. This soured tenderness always ended up by boiling over and turning into indignation. He had reached that point when you try to come to terms with the situation and to accept what is tearing you apart. He was in the process of explaining to himself that there was no longer any reason why Marius should return, that if he was ever going to return he would have already done so, that all hope of it was to be abandoned. He was trying to get used to the idea that it was all over, and that he would die without having seen that gentleman again. But his whole nature rebelled. His old fatherliness could not consent to it. How could he not come back, he said. This was his doleful refrain. His bald head had dropped down onto his chest and he was staring vaguely at the ashes in his hearth with an angry and mournful gaze. When he was most deeply absorbed in these thoughts, his old servant Basque came in and asked, "Is Monsieur able to receive Monsieur Marius?" The old man sat bolt upright, drained of color like a corpse galvanized by an electric shock. All the blood had flowed to his heart. He stammered, "Monsieur Marius who?" "I don't know," replied Basque, intimidated and disconcerted by his master's manner. "I didn't see him. It was Nicolette who just came and told me. There's a young man here, say it's Monsieur Marius." Old Gillenormand muttered in a low voice, "Show him in." And he remained in the same attitude, his head shaking, his eyes riveted on the door. It opened again. A young man entered. It was Marius. Marius stopped in the doorway as if waiting to be told to come in. His near-wretched attire was not noticeable in the gloom created by the lampshade. All that could be made out clearly was his calm, grave but strangely sad face. Several moments went by before old Gillenormand, dazed with astonishment and joy, could see anything but a brilliance of the kind that accompanies the presence of an apparition. He was close to fainting. He saw Marius through a dazzling light. It was Marius, it really was Marius. At last. After 4 years. He captured him, as it were, whole, in a single glance. He found him handsome, noble, distinguished, matured, a grown man, decent-looking, charming in manner. He felt like opening his arms to him, calling his name, rushing towards him, his heart melted in rapture, affectionate words swelled his breast to bursting. Finally all his tenderness came to the surface and reached his lips and, by virtue of a contrariness that was the very essence of his nature, what came out was harshness. He said abruptly, "What are you doing here?" Marius replied in confusion, "Monsieur." Monsieur Gillenormand wished Marius had thrown himself into his arms. He was angry with Marius and with himself. He sensed that he was being abrupt and that Marius was being cold. It was vexing and unbearably disquieting for the old man to feel so loving and tearful on the inside and to be capable only of harshness on the outside. His bitterness returned. He interrupted Marius in a curmudgeonly tone, "So why are you here?" "That's so meant, if you don't come and hug me." Marius looked at his grandfather, whose pallor gave him a face of marble. "Monsieur, have you come to ask my forgiveness? Have you realized you were in the wrong?" He thought he was encouraging Marius in the right direction and that the child was going to relent. Marius shuddered. It was the disowning of his father that was being asked of him. He lowered his eyes and replied, "No, monsieur." "Well then," exclaimed the old man impetuously, with a sorrow keenly felt and full of anger, "what do you want of me?" Marius put his hands together, took a step forward, and said in a weak and trembling voice, "Monsieur, have pity on me." These words stirred Monsieur Gillenormand. Delivered sooner, they would have softened him, but they came too late. The grandfather rose. He rested on his cane with both hands, his lips were white, his head unsteady, but his tall figure reared above Marius, bowed before him. "Pity on you, monsieur?" The young stripling asks the old man of 91 for pity. "You're starting out in life, I'm departing it. You go to the theater, to dances, to the cafe, to the billiard hall, you're clever, women like you, you're a handsome fellow. Whereas I'm huddled by the fire at the height of summer. You're rich with the only riches there are, I have all the poverties of old age, infirmity, isolation. You have your 32 teeth, a good stomach, keen eyes, strength, appetite, health, mirth, a thick crop of black hair. I don't even have white hair anymore, I've lost my teeth, my legs are going and I'm losing my memory. There are 3 street names I constantly get muddled up, Rue Charlot, Rue du Chaume and Rue Saint-Claude. That's what I've come to. You have the whole future, full of sunshine, ahead of you. I'm beginning not to be able to see beyond the end of my nose, so far into the darkness am I. You're in love, that goes without saying, not a soul loves me, and you ask me for pity. Damn it, Molière didn't think of that. If that's the kind of joke you gentlemen lawyers crack at the law courts, I sincerely congratulate you. You're very amusing. And the octogenarian asterisk repeated in a low-pitched, angry voice, "So what do you want of me?" "Monsieur," said Marius, "I know that my presence is objectionable to you, but I've come only to ask one thing of you, and then I'll go away at once." "You're an idiot," said the old man. "Who's telling you to go away?" This was the translation of those fond words he had deep down inside him. "Now, come along, ask my forgiveness. Come along, throw your arms round my neck." Monsieur Gillenormand sensed that in a few minutes Marius was going to leave him, that his unpleasant welcome was discouraging Marius, that his harshness was driving him away. He told himself all this, adding to his grief, but as his grief turned instantly to anger, his harshness intensified. He wished that Marius understood this, and Marius did not understand, which infuriated the old man. He resumed, "What? You treated me, your grandfather, with disrespect, you left my house to go who knows where, you broke your aunt's heart, you went off, as anyone would guess. It's more agreeable to lead a bachelor life, to sow your wild oats, to come home at all hours, to amuse yourself. You've given me no sign of life, you've been incurring debts without even telling me to settle them for you, you've become a roisterer and a hell-raiser, and you come to see me after 4 years and that's all you have to say to me." This brutal way of forcing a grandson to be affectionate resulted only in Marius's silence. Monsieur Gillenormand folded his arms, a gesture that was particularly imperious in him, and bitterly berated Marius. "Let's get this over with. You've come to ask me for something, you say? Well, what? What is it? Speak up." "Monsieur," said Marius, with the look of a man who senses he is about to plunge into a precipice, "I've come to ask your permission to marry." Monsieur Gillenormand rang the bell. Basque opened the door. "Send for my daughter." A second later the door reopened. Mademoiselle Gillenormand did not come in but made herself visible. Marius stood silent, his arms dangling, looking like a criminal. Monsieur Gillenormand paced the room, back and forth. He turned to his daughter and said, "Nothing important. It's Monsieur Marius. Say good day to him. Monsieur wants to get married. That's all." You can go. The rough, curt sound of the old man's voice revealed a strange intensity of emotion. The aunt stared at Marius with a frightened expression, seemed hardly to recognize him, let not a gesture nor a syllable escape her, and disappeared at her father's behest quicker than a straw before the hurricane. Meanwhile, old Gillenormand had returned to lean back against the mantelpiece. To marry. At the age of 21. You've got it all planned. There's just the small matter of asking permission. A formality. Sit down, monsieur. Well now, you've had a revolution since I last had the honor of seeing you. The Jacobins got the upper hand. You must have been delighted. Are you not a Republican now that you've become a baron? You can reconcile that. The Republic comes with the barony. Did you win any July distinctions? Did you have any part in the attack on the Louvre, monsieur? Quite near here, in Rue St-Antoine, opposite Rue des Nonnains d'Hyères, there's a cannonball embedded in the wall on the third floor of a house with this inscription on it, July 28, 1830. Go and take a look. It's an impressive sight. Ah! They do some fine things, those friends of yours. By the way, aren't they putting a fountain in place of the monument to Monsieur le Duc de Berry? So you want to get married? To whom? Without being indiscreet, may one ask to whom? He paused, and before Marius had time to answer he added aggressively, Come now, you have a situation? Your fortune's made? How much do you earn practicing as a lawyer? Nothing, said Marius with an almost fierce determination and firmness. Nothing? All you have to live on is the 1,200 francs allowance. I give you? Marius did not reply. Monsieur Gillenormand went on, Ah, I see, the girl is rich, then? As rich as I am. What? No dowry? No. Expectations? I believe not. Completely unprovided for. And what does the father do? I don't know. And what's her name? Mademoiselle Fauchelevent. Fauche what? Fauchelevent. Bah, the old man snorted. Monsieur, cried Marius. Monsieur Gillenormand interrupted him in the tone of a man talking to himself, just as I thought, 21 years old, no situation, 1,200 francs a year, and Madame la Baronne Pontmercy will be going out to buy a couple of sous worth of parsley from the greengrocer. Monsieur, Marius repeated in the frenzy of seeing his last hope disappear, I beg you. I implore you in the name of heaven, with my hands together, monsieur, I throw myself at your feet, allow me to marry her. The old man gave a burst of strident, doleful laughter, coughing and speaking through it. Ha ha ha. You said to yourself, by God, I'm going to visit that old duffer, that silly old fool. What a pity I'm not yet 25. Then I'd have simply sent him notification of my marriage. I wouldn't have bothered with him. Never mind, I'll say to him, you old relic, you're exceedingly happy to see me, I want to get married, I want to marry some mamselle nobody, daughter of some monsieur who knows what, I've no shoes, she hasn't a stitch of clothing, that's fine, I want to throw away my career, my future, my youth, my life, I want to plunge into misery with a woman around my neck, it's what I want, and you must agree to it. And the old fossil will agree. Of course, my lad, whatever you want, tie yourself to your millstone, marry your puss-elevant, your coop-elevant. Never, monsieur, never. Father. Never. At the tone in which that never was uttered, Marius lost all hope. He slowly crossed the room, his head bowed, reeling, more like someone dying than someone taking his leave. Monsieur Gillenormand followed him with his eyes, and just when the door opened and Marius was about to leave the room, he darted forward with that sprightliness of domineering and spoiled old men, grabbed Marius by the collar, dragged him back into the room, threw him into an armchair and said to him, tell me all about it." It was that single word "father," blurted out by Marius, that had brought about this revolution. Marius stared at him in bewilderment. Monsieur Gillenormand's changing face now expressed nothing but plain, unutterable goodwill. The patriarch had given way to the grandfather. "Come along, now, speak, tell me about your amorous escapades, chatter away, I want to know everything." Heavens above! Young men are so idiotic. "Father," Marius resumed. The old man's whole face lit up with an indescribable radiance. "Yes, that's right, call me father, and you'll see." There was now something so kind, so gentle, so open and so paternal in this bluffness that in his sudden transition from despair to hope Marius was as if stunned and elated by it. He was sitting by the table, the candlelight revealing the shabbiness of his clothes, which old Gillenormand now observed with amazement. "Well, father," said Marius. "Now then," interrupted Monsieur Gillenormand. "You really haven't a sou? You're dressed like a thief." He rummaged in a drawer, took out a purse and laid it on the table. "There you are, that's 250 francs, buy yourself a hat." "Father," Marius continued, "my dear father, if you only knew. I love her. You can't imagine, the first time I saw her was at the Luxembourg Gardens, she used to go there. At first I didn't take much notice of her and then, I don't know how it came about, I fell in love with her. Oh! How unhappy that made me. Well, now I see her every day, at her home, her father doesn't know, and would you believe it, they're going away, we see each other in the evenings, in the garden, her father intends to take her to England, so I said to myself, I'll go and see my grandfather and talk to him about it. I'd go mad first, I'd die, I'd fall ill, I'd throw myself in the river. I simply must marry her, since I'd go mad otherwise. Well, that's the whole truth, I don't think I've left anything out. She lives where there's a garden behind a gate on Rue Plumet. It's over towards Les Invalides." Old Gillenormand had sat down beside Marius, beaming. While listening to him and savoring the sound of his voice, he savored at the same time a long-drawn pinch of snuff. At the words Rue Plumet he stopped inhaling and let the remainder of the snuff fall on his knees. "Rue Plumet. You said Rue Plumet? Now let's see. Isn't there a barracks near there?" "Of course, that's it. Your cousin Theodule mentioned it to me." "The Lancer, the officer." "A young filly, my dear fellow, a young filly." "Yes, by God, Rue Plumet. It used to be called Rue Blomet. It all comes back to me now. I've heard talk of that girl behind the railings in Rue Plumet. In a garden. A Pamela. Not a bad choice. She's very well turned out, I'm told. Between ourselves, I think that booby of a Lancer courted her a little. I don't know how far it went. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Besides, he's not to be believed. He's a braggart, Marius. I think it's very acceptable that a young man like you should be in love. It's natural at your age. I like you better for being in love than for being a Jacobin. I like you better for running after a woman, good heavens, 20 women, than for being enamored of Monsieur de Robespierre. For my part, I give myself credit for the fact that the only sans-culottes I ever liked were women, * pretty girls or pretty girls, damn it. There's no denying that. As for your sweetheart, she's seeing you in secret, keeping her father in the dark. That's the way these things are done. I had affairs like that too. More than one. You know how to deal with it? You don't take it too seriously. You don't go making a tragedy of it. You don't decide to get wed with Monsieur le Maire in his sash presiding. You just stick to being a clever lad. You're sensible. So, lightly touch and quickly go and no getting married. You come and look up your grandfather, who's a good fellow at heart and always has a few rolls of gold coins in some old drawer. You say to him, "Grandfather, it's like this." And your grandfather says, "It's only natural. The young must live and the old must die. I've been young, and you'll be old. Now, my boy, you pass that on to your grandson. Here's 2,000 francs. Enjoy yourself, by God. Best thing you can do." That's the way to deal with it. There's no reason to get married. You understand? Paralyzed and incapable of uttering a syllable, Marius shook his head. The old man burst out laughing, winked an aged eye, gave him a slap on the knee, squarely met his gaze in a mysterious and gleeful manner, and said to him with the most indulgent of shrugs, "Make her your mistress, silly boy." Marius blenched. He had understood nothing of what his grandfather had just said. All that harping on about Rue Blomet, Pamela, the barracks, the Lancer, had passed Marius by like some phantasmagoria. None of that could have anything to do with Cosette, who was pure as a lily. The old man was raving. But his ravings had concluded with words that Marius had understood, and which were a deadly insult to Cosette. Those words, "Make her your mistress," ran through the austere young man's heart like a sword. He rose, picked his hat up from the floor and strode resolutely towards the door. There he turned, bowed deeply to his grandfather, straightened up, head held high, and said, "5 years ago you insulted my father. Today you insult my wife. I won't ask for you for anything ever again, monsieur. Farewell." Dumbfounded, old Gillenormand opened his mouth, reached out his arms, tried to get to his feet, and before he could utter a word the door had closed and Marius was gone. For several moments the old man remained motionless and as though thunderstruck, unable to speak or to breathe, as though a hand were tightening around his throat. At last he tore himself from his armchair, ran to the door, in so far as a 91-year-old is capable of running, opened it and cried, "Help! Help!" His daughter appeared, then the servants. In a pitifully rasping voice he said, "Run after him. Bring him back." What did I do? He's mad. He's gone. Oh my God. Oh my God. This time he'll never come back again. He went to the window overlooking the street, threw it open with his trembling old hands, leaned as far out as he could while Basque and Nicolette held him from behind, and shouted, "Marius! Marius! Marius! Marius!" But already Marius was out of earshot and at that very moment was turning the corner of Rue St-Louis. 2 or 3 times the octogenarian raised both hands to his temples with an expression of anguish, staggered backwards and collapsed into an armchair, pulseless, voiceless, tearless, shaking his head and moving his lips with an air of stupidity, his eyes and his heart now empty but for something deep and mournful that resembled night. Book 9. Where are they going? Jean Valjean. That same day, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jean Valjean was sitting alone on one of the most deserted slopes of the earthworks around the Champ de Mars. Whether it was out of prudence or a desire for some time to himself, or quite simply owing to one of those barely perceptible changes in habit that gradually make their way into any life, he now rarely went out with Cosette. He wore his workman's jacket and coarse grey cotton trousers, and his long peaked cap concealed his face. He was now calm and happy with regard to Cosette. What had for a while frightened and disturbed him had been dispelled. But for the last week or two, anxieties of a different kind had arisen. One day, while walking along the boulevard, he had caught sight of Thénardier. Thanks to his disguise, Thénardier had not recognized him, but since then Jean Valjean had seen him several times and he was now convinced that Thénardier was prowling around the neighborhood. This was enough to bring him to a major decision. There was every danger in having Thénardier around. Furthermore, Paris was unsettled. Political unrest had this drawback for anyone who had something in his life to hide, namely, that the police had become extremely uneasy and extremely suspicious, and that while trying to track down a man like Pepin or Maury they might very well detect a man like Jean Valjean. From all these points of view he was anxious. Finally, something inexplicable that had just come to his attention and by which he was still thoroughly shaken had added to his alarm. Up before the rest of the household the morning of that same day, and strolling in the garden before Cosette's shutters were open, he had suddenly noticed these words scratched on the wall, probably with a nail: 16 Rue de la Verrerie. It was very recent, the grooves in the old black mortar were white, a tuft of nettles at the foot of the wall was covered with a dusting of fresh plaster. It had probably been written during the night. What was it? An address? A signal for others? A warning to him? In any event, it was obvious that the garden had been broken into and strangers had been there. He recalled these bizarre incidents that had already upset the household. From these elements his mind tried to build up a picture. He carefully refrained from telling Cosette about what was written on the wall with a nail, for fear of frightening her. Having weighed up all these considerations, Jean Valjean had decided to leave Paris, and even France, and to go to England. He had let Cosette know. He wanted to be gone within a week. He had sat down on that slope at the Champ de Mars, turning over in his mind all sorts of ideas: Thénardier, the police, that strange line written on the wall, this journey, and the difficulty of getting a passport. In the midst of these ruminations he noticed from a shadow cast by the sun that someone had just come to a halt on the crest of the slope immediately behind him. He was about to turn round when a piece of paper folded in four fell on his knees as if some hand above his head had dropped it. He took the piece of paper, unfolded it and read these words penciled in capital letters: Move house. Jean Valjean leapt up. There was no one on the slope now. He looked around and noticed a person of some sort, bigger than a child but smaller than a man, in a grey shirt and velveteen trousers the color of dust, climbing over the parapet and slipping into the trench around the Champ de Mars. Jean Valjean went home straight away, with much on his mind. 2. Marius. Marius had left Monsieur Gillenormand's house feeling devastated. He had gone there with very little hope. He came away in immense despair. And yet, those who have observed the first stirrings of the human heart will understand this. The officer, the lancer, the booby, cousin Theodule, had cast no shadow on his mind. Not the slightest. It might seem that the poet-dramatist could hope for a few complications resulting from this revelation sprung on the grandson by the grandfather. But what would be gained in drama would be lost in truth. Marius was at the age when you believe nothing bad about a person. Later comes the age when you believe everything. Suspicions are nothing but wrinkles. The first blush of youth has none. What devastates Othello glances off Candide. Suspect Cosette? There are countless crimes Marius would more readily have committed. He began to wander the streets, something to which those who suffer are prone. He thought of nothing he could later remember. At 2 o'clock in the morning he went home to Courfeyrac's place and threw himself fully dressed on his mattress. The sun was shining when he fell into that dreadful leaden sleep that allows your thoughts to keep going round inside your head. When he woke up he saw Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Feuilly and Combeferre standing in the room with their hats on, all ready to go out and in a great hurry. Courfeyrac said to him, "Are you coming to General Lamarque's funeral?" It was as if Courfeyrac were speaking to him in Chinese. He went out some time after them. He put in his pocket the pistols Javert had given him at the time of the 3rd of February affair and that remained in his possession. These pistols were still loaded. It would be difficult to say what obscure notion he had in mind when he took them with him. All day long he roamed about aimlessly. It rained on and off, he did not notice. For his midday meal he bought a roll for 1 sou at a baker's, put it in his pocket and forgot about it. Apparently, he bathed in the Seine without being aware of it. There are times when you feel as if you have a conflagration inside your head. It was one of those times for Marius. There was nothing he any longer hoped for, nothing he feared. This was an overnight development. He looked forward to the evening with feverish impatience. He had only one clear idea, that at 9 o'clock he would see Cosette. This ultimate happiness was now his whole future, followed by darkness. Now and again, as he walked along the most deserted boulevards of Paris, he seemed to hear strange noises. Raising his head, he would emerge from his reverie and say, "Are people fighting?" At nightfall, at 9 o'clock sharp, as he had promised Cosette, he was in Rue Plumet. Approaching the gate, he forgot about everything else. He had not seen Cosette for 48 hours. He was about to see her again. Every other thought faded and he felt only an incredible, intense joy. Those minutes that last centuries always have at the time that superlative and wonderful quality of completely filling the heart. Marius shifted the railing and hurried into the garden. Cosette was not where she usually waited for him. He made his way through the bushes and went to the alcove by the flight of steps. "She's waiting for me there," he said. Cosette was not there. He looked up and saw that the shutters of the house were closed. He walked around the garden was deserted. Then he came back to the house and, crazed with love, delirious, terror-stricken, in a frenzy of grief and anxiety, like a master who returns home at a late hour, he banged on the shutters. He banged and banged again, at the risk of seeing the window open and her father's grim face appear and ask him, "What do you want?" That was nothing compared with what he now envisaged. He had finished banging, he raised his voice and called Cosette. "Cosette," he shouted. "Cosette," he repeated urgently. There was no reply. It was all over. No one in the garden. No one in the house. Marius fixed his desperate eyes on that dismal house, as dark and silent as a tomb and even emptier. He gazed at the stone bench where he had spent so many precious hours beside Cosette. Then he sat on the steps, his heart filled with tenderness and determination. He blessed his love in the depths of mind and said to himself that since Cosette was gone there was nothing left for him but to die. Suddenly he heard a voice that seemed to come from the street, calling through the trees. "Monsieur Marius." He got to his feet. "Ha? Monsieur Marius, are you there?" "Yes." "Monsieur Marius," the voice continued, "your friends are expecting you at the barricade on Rue de la Chanvrerie." This voice was not wholly unfamiliar to him. It sounded like Eponine's, rough and husky. Marius ran to the gate, pushed the loose railing aside, stuck his head through and saw someone who looked to him like a young man, running off and disappearing into the twilight. 3. Monsieur Mabeuf. Jean Valjean's purse did Monsieur Mabeuf no good. In his venerable, childlike austerity, Monsieur Mabeuf had not accepted the gift from the night sky. He could not admit that gold coins might be minted out of stars. He had not guessed that what had fallen from the sky came from Gavroche. He had taken the purse to the local police station as a lost article placed by the finder at the disposal of possible claimants. The purse was indeed lost. It goes without saying that no one claimed it, and it did not help Monsieur Mabeuf. And Monsieur Mabeuf had continued to decline. His experiments with indigo had been no more successful in the Jardin des Plantes than in his garden at Austerlitz. The year before he had owed his housekeeper her wages. Now, as we have seen, he owed a year's rent. After 13 months had gone by, the pawnshop had sold the plates of his Flora. Some coppersmith had made cooking pots out of them. Once his copper plates were gone, and now unable even to complete the incomplete copies of the Flora still in his possession, he had sold for a pittance to a second-hand dealer the printed plates and text, as oddments. Nothing remained to him of his life's work. He began to eat up the money from those copies. When he saw that this meager resource was running out, he gave up his garden and let it grow wild. Before this, a long time before, he had given up the 2 eggs and the morsel of beef he ate from time to time. He dined on bread and potatoes. He had sold the last of his furniture, then any spare bedding, clothing, blankets, then his herbariums and his prints. But he still had his most precious books, among them several of great rarity, including a 1560 edition of Les Quatrains historiques de la Bible, a concordance de Bibles compiled by Pierre de Besse, Jean de la Haye's Les Marguerites de la Marguerite with a dedication to the Queen of Navarre, Sieur de Villiers Hotmans de la Charité Dignite de l'Ambassadeur, a Florilegium Rabbinicum of 1644, a Tabulus of 1567 with this splendid inscription, Venetius, in Oedibus Minucianis asterisk, and lastly a Diogenes Laertius printed in Lyon in 1644 containing the famous variants of Vatican manuscript 411, dating from the 13th century, as well as those of the 2 Venice manuscripts 393 and 394 so fruitfully examined by Henri Estienne, and all the passages in Doric dialect that are only to be found in the celebrated 12th century manuscript belonging to the Library of Naples. Monsieur Mabeuf never lit a fire in his room and went to bed at sundown so as not to burn any candles. It was as if he no longer had any neighbors, they avoided him when he went out, this he was aware of. The wretchedness of a child is of concern to a mother, the wretchedness of a young man of concern to a young girl, the wretchedness of an old man is of concern to no one. It is of all distresses the coldest. Still, Père Mabeuf had not entirely lost his childlike serenity. His eyes brightened slightly when they rested on his books, and he smiled when he viewed the Diogenes Laertius, which was a unique copy. His glass-doored bookcase was the only piece of furniture beyond the absolutely essential that he had kept. One day Mère Plutarque said to him, "I've no money to buy dinner." What she called dinner was a loaf of bread and 4 or 5 potatoes. "On credit," suggested Monsieur Mabeuf. "You know very well I won't be given any." Monsieur Mabeuf opened his bookcase, gazed at all his books one after another for a long time, as a father forced to sacrifice one of his children would gaze on them before making a choice, then abruptly seized one, put it under his arm and went out. He came back 2 hours later, now with nothing under his arm, laid 30 sous on the table and said, "Get something for dinner." That was when Mère Plutarque saw a dark veil that was never to lift again come down over the old man's guileless face. The next day, the day after, every day, it had to be done again and again. Monsieur Mabeuf went out with a book and returned with a coin. As the book dealers could see he was obliged to sell, they bought from him for 20 sous what he had paid 20 francs for. Sometimes at the very same bookshop. Volume by volume, the whole library went the same way. He said at times, "After all I'm 80, as if he had some secret hope of reaching the end of his days before reaching the end of his books. His sadness increased. Yet one day he had something to be happy about. He had gone out with a Robert Estienne that he sold for 35 sous on Quai Malaquais, and he returned with an Aldus that he bought for 40 sous in Rue de Grèce. "I owe 5 sous, he said to Mère Plutarque, wreathed in smiles. That day he went without dinner. He belonged to the Horticultural Society. His plight became known there. The president of the society came to see him, promised to talk to the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce about him, and did so. "But of course," exclaimed the minister. "I should think so too. An elderly scholar. A botanist. A harmless old man. Something must be done for him." The next day Monsieur Mabeuf received an invitation to dinner from the minister. Trembling with joy, he showed the letter to Mère Plutarque. "We're saved," he said. On the day appointed, he went to the minister's house. He noticed that his ragged cravat, his big old loose-fitting coat and his shoes polished with egg white astonished the ushers. No one spoke to him, not even the minister. About 10 o'clock in the evening he was still waiting for a word of conversation when he heard the minister's wife, a beautiful woman in a low-cut gown he had not dared approach, asking, "Who is that old gentleman?" He returned home on foot at midnight in the pouring rain. He had sold an Elzevir to pay for a cab to go there. He had adopted the habit of reading a few pages of his Diogenes Laertius every night before he went to bed. He knew enough Greek to enjoy the particularities of the text he owned. He had now no other pleasure. Several weeks went by. Then Mayor Plutarch suddenly fell ill. There is one thing sadder than having no money to buy bread from the baker, and that is having no money to buy drugs from the pharmacy. One evening the doctor prescribed a very expensive potion. Moreover, the illness was worsening, which meant nursing was needed. Monsieur Mabeuf opened his bookcase. There was nothing inside it. The last volume had gone. All he had left was the Diogenes Laertius. He put that unique copy under his arm and went out. It was the 4th of June 1832. He went to Royal's successor at Port Estijac and came home with 100 francs. He put the pile of 5-franc coins on the old serving woman's bedside table and returned to his room without saying a word. The next day at the crack of dawn he sat on the boundary post in his garden and could be seen over the top of the hedge all morning, not moving, his head bowed, his eyes staring vaguely at the withered flower beds. From time to time it rained. The old man seemed not to notice. In the afternoon extraordinary noises erupted in Paris. They sounded like gunshots and the shouting of a multitude. Père Mabeuf looked up. He saw a gardener passing by and asked, "What's going on?" The gardener, carrying his spade on his shoulder, replied, as calm as you please, "They're rioting." "What? Rioting?" "Yes. People are fighting." "What are they fighting about?" "Ah, well, may you ask?" exclaimed the gardener. "Whereabouts?" said Monsieur Mabeuf. "Over by the arsenal." Père Mabeuf went back into the house, took his hat, automatically searched for a book to put under his arm, found none, said "Ah, of course," and set off, looking dazed. Book 10. The 5th of June 1832. I. A superficial analysis. What makes for rioting? Everything and nothing. A gradual build-up of electricity, a sudden spark, an uncontained force, a gust of wind. This gust of wind encounters individuals who think, minds that dream, souls that suffer, passions that burn, wretchedness that howls, and carries them away with it. Where? Wherever it blows. Right through the state, right through any laws, right through the prosperity and insolence of others. Convictions goaded, enthusiasms thwarted, indignation stirred, instincts for war repressed, young hearts inflamed, well-meaning fanaticisms, curiosity, the desire for change, a thirst for the unexpected, the susceptibility that makes us happy to read the poster for a new play and delighted to hear the whistle for a scene change at the theater, vague hatreds, grudges, disappointments, every vanity that feels cheated by destiny, dissatisfactions, futile dreams, unattainable ambitions, whoever sees in social collapse hope of escape, finally, that inflammable substratum, that peep beneath it all, the mob, such are the elements of rioting. To rioting belong what is mightiest and what is lowliest, the totally excluded lurking on the outside waiting for an opportunity, gypsies, vagrants, tramps, those who sleep at night amid a wilderness of houses but with no other roof than the cold clouds of heaven, those who look to chance and not to toil for their daily bread, the nobodies of poverty and obscurity, the ragged and the barefoot. Whoever harbors in his soul a secret rebellion against something the state or life or fate has done to him is close to rioting, and at the first sign of it he starts to quiver, and to feel caught up in the vortex. Rioting is a kind of whirlwind in the social atmosphere that develops suddenly in certain climatic conditions, that whirls, rises, races, thunders, rips, raises, crushes, demolishes, uproots, carrying away with it the great-hearted and the small-minded, the manly and the weak-spirited, the tree-trunk and the wisp of straw. It is an ill wind both to anyone caught up in it and to anyone that obstructs it. It dashes one against the other. It imparts to those seized by it some sort of extraordinary power. It fills whoever happens to come along with the force of events. It turns everything into a projectile. It makes a cannonball of a piece of rubble and a general of a street porter. If certain oracles of political cunning are to be believed, from the viewpoint of those in power, a little rioting is to be desired. Theory, rioting bolsters those governments it does not overthrow. It tests the army, it rallies the bourgeoisie, it flexes the muscles of the police, it ascertains the resilience of the social structure. It is exercise. It is almost healthy. Authority is the better for a riot just as a human being is the better for a rub down. Rioting, 30 years ago, was seen in yet another light. For everything there is a theory that declares itself to be common sense, validity as opposed to Alceste, mediation offered between truth and falsehood, justification, censure, a somewhat lordly extenuation that, because it contains a mixture of blame and excuse, considers itself wisdom and is often just pedantry. A whole school of politics called the happy medium derives from this. Between cold water and hot, this is the party of the lukewarm. In its entirely superficial pseudo-profundity, which analyses the effects without looking at the causes, with its semi-scientific superiority this school condemns public unrest. Judging by what we hear from this school, the riots that attended what happened in 1830 deprived that great event of some of its purity. The July Revolution had been a good, populist squall, quickly followed by blue skies. The riots brought back overcast skies. They caused this revolution, initially so remarkable for its unanimity, to degenerate into disagreement. In the July Revolution, as in all fitful progress, there had been latent cracks, the riots made them perceptible. People might say, this is broken. After the July Revolution a sense of deliverance was all they felt. After the riots it was a sense of catastrophe. All rioting closes shops, brings down stock prices, alarms the stock exchange, interrupts trade, interferes with business, triggers bankruptcies, money dries up, private wealth is unnerved, public credit shaken, industry dismayed, capital funding withdrawn, work underpaid, fear everywhere, repercussions in every town. Hence economic disaster. It has been calculated that the first day of rioting costs France 20 million, the second day 40, the third day 60. A 3-day uprising costs 120 million, that is to say, looking at only the financial consequences, the equivalent of a naval disaster, either from shipwreck or a lost battle, entailing the total destruction of a fleet of 60 men of war. No doubt, historically, riots have a beauty of their own. The street battle is no less grandiose and no less stirring than the guerrilla war in the countryside. In one is the soul of the forest, in the other the essence of cities, one has its Jean Chouin, the other its Jean. The rioting lit up and red, but magnificently, all the most distinctive innate features of the Parisian character, generosity, loyalty, a rowdy cheerfulness, students showing that with intelligence comes bravery, the National Guard steadfast, shopkeepers entrenched, street urchins embattled, a scorn for death and passers-by. School clashed with legion. After all, the only difference between the combatants was one of age. They were of the same stock. They were the same stoical men, dying at 20 for their ideas, at 40 for their families. Always unhappy in civil war, the army countered daring with prudence. While demonstrating a demotic fearlessness, the riots were also the proving ground of bourgeois courage. That's all well and good. But was it worth the bloodshed? And add to the bloodshed a darkened future, progress jeopardized, anxiety among the best of men, honest liberals in despair, foreign absolutism rejoicing in the revolution's self-inflicted wounds, the defeated of 1830 gloating and saying, "We told you so." Add to that, Paris possibly all the greater for it but France most certainly diminished. Add to that, for we must tell the whole story, the massacres that too often disgraced the victory of order turned ferocious over liberty gone mad. When all is said and done, rioting has been disastrous. So speaks that approximation of wisdom which the bourgeoisie, that approximation of the people, is so ready to settle for. For our part, we reject the too broad and consequently too convenient term, rioting. We distinguish between one popular movement and another. We do not ask ourselves whether a riot costs as much as a battle. In the first place, why a battle? Here the question of war arises. Is war less dreadful than the disaster of an uprising? And besides, are all uprisings disasters? And so what if the 14th of July cost 120 million? Securing the throne for Philip V of Spain cost France 2,000 million. Even at the same price, we would prefer the 14th of July. In any case, we reject these figures that seem like reasons but are only words. Given an uprising, we examine it for what it is. In everything it says, the doctrinaire argument set out above deals only with the effect. We are in search of the cause. We shall take a closer look. 2. The root of the matter. There is riot, and there is insurrection. These are two kinds of anger. One is unjustified, the other is justified. In democratic states, which alone are based on justice, it sometimes happens that a minority usurps power. Then the whole community rises up and the necessary vindication of its rights may go as far as the taking up of arms. In all matters that result from collective sovereignty, any war of the community against the minority is insurrection, any attack by the minority against the community is riot. Depending on whether the Tuileries houses a king or the convention, the palace is justly or unjustly attacked. The same cannon aimed at the crowd, on the 10th of August is in the wrong, and on the 14th of Vendémiaire in the right. Apparently similar, fundamentally different, the Swiss defend the illegitimate, Bonaparte defends the legitimate. What universal suffrage has done in its freedom and in its sovereignty cannot be undone by the street. The same holds true in matters of pure civilization. Clear-sighted today, the instinct of the masses may be blurred tomorrow. The same fury is legitimate when directed against Terraille and absurd when directed against Turgot. The smashing of machines, the pillaging of warehouses, the tearing up of rail track, the destroying of docks, the misguidedness of multitudes, the people's refusal to give progress a fair hearing, Ramus assassinated by students, Rousseau driven out of Switzerland by stoning, that is riot. Israel against Moses, Athens against Phocion, Rome against Scipio, that is riot. Paris against the Bastille, that is insurrection. The soldiers against Alexander, the sailors against Christopher Columbus, this is the same reprobate rebellion. Why? Because Alexander does for Asia by the sword what Christopher Columbus does for America with the compass. Alexander, like Columbus, discovers a world. These worlds gifted to civilization bring with them such an increase in light that any resistance, in this case, is reprehensible. Sometimes the people perverts loyalty to itself. The mob is traitor to the people. Is there anything stranger, for example, than that long and bloody protest of the salt smugglers, a justified rebellion of long duration that at the decisive moment, on the day of salvation, at the very hour of demotic victory, allies itself with the throne, turns into the Chuan uprising and switches, from insurrection against, to rioting for? Oh, the dismal achievements of ignorance! The salt smuggler escapes the royal gallows and, with the end of a rope left hanging round his neck, dons the white cockade. Death to the salt tax collectors. Gives birth to Long Live the King. St. Bartholomew killers, September slaughterers, Avignon butchers, Coligny's assassins, Madame Lamballe's assassins, Brun's assassins, Miclets, Verduts, Cadenets, companions of Jehu, knights of the armband, here you have rioting. Lavade is one big Catholic riot. The sound of rightfulness on the move is recognizable, and it does not always emerge from the tremors of the tumultuous masses. There are mad rages, there are cracked bells, not all tocsins ring with the sound of bronze. The impulse of passion and ignorance is different from the impetus of progress. Rise up, certainly, but in order to grow in stature. Show me which way you are going. There is no insurrection that is not forward moving. Any other sort of uprising is bad. Every violent step backwards is rioting. Retreat is an act of violence against the human race. Insurrection is an outburst of truth's rage. The paving stones displaced by insurrection strike the spark of rightfulness. Rioting is left with only the dirt on those stones. Danton against Louis XVI is insurrection. Hébert against Danton is riot. This is why, if insurrection in certain cases can be, as Lafayette says, the most sacred of duties, rioting can be the most deadly offense. There is also some difference in the intensity of heat. Insurrection is often a volcano, riot often just a flash in the pan. Insurgency, as we have said, sometimes takes place within the ranks of those in power. Polignac is a rioter. Camille Desmoulins is a ruler. Sometimes insurrection is resurrection. Given that universal suffrage as the solution to everything is a totally modern development, and that all history predating it was for 4,000 years filled with the violation of rights and the oppression of peoples, each period in history brings with it the protest of which it is capable. Under the Caesars there was no insurrection, but there was juvenile. The facet indignatio replaces the Gracchi asterisk. Under the Caesars there is the Cyene exile, there is also the author of the Annals. Not to mention the great Patmos exile, who also launches a damning protest against the real world in the name of the ideal world, who creates a tremendous satire out of a vision and casts on Rome Nineveh, on Rome Babylon, on Rome Sodom, the blazing reflection of the apocalypse. John on his rock is the Sphinx on its pedestal. We may not understand what he says, he is a Jew, and it is all in Hebrew, but the author of the Annals is a Latin speaker, to be more specific, a Roman. Since the Neros rule by darkness, they must be depicted likewise. A simple etching would be pallid. Into the incisions must be poured a concentrated, biting prose. Despots have their effect on thinkers. Fettered speech is fearsome speech. The virtuosity of a writer's style increases twofold, threefold, when a master imposes silence on the people. Out of this silence comes a certain mysterious plenitude that filters into the mind and sets like bronze. Historical repression produces conciseness in the historian. The granite solidity of some celebrated prose is nothing other than a density created by the tyrant's oppression. Tyranny puts the writer under the constraint of diametric contractions, which create increased strength. Ciceronian rhetoric, barely adequate against Verres, would be ineffectual against Caligula. The less rotund the phrase, the harder it hits. Tacitus thinks with his fists up. The integrity of a great heart, condensed into justice and truth, is devastating. It is worth noting, in passing, that Tacitus does not overlap historically with Caesar. The Tiberiuses were reserved for him. Caesar and Tacitus are two successive phenomena, a meeting between the two mysteriously avoided, it seems, by him who in the staging of the centuries directs the exits and entrances. Caesar is great, Tacitus is great. God spares these two greatnesses by not pitting them against each other. In hitting out against Caesar, the judge might hit too hard and be unjust. That is not God's will. The great wars of Africa and Spain, the pirates of Sicily crushed, civilization brought to Gaul, to Brittany, to Germany, all this glory makes up for the Rubicon. There is here a kind of delicacy on the part of divine justice, hesitating to unleash the formidable historian on the illustrious usurper, sparing Caesar from Tacitus and granting extenuating circumstances to genius. Certainly, despotism remains despotism even under the despot who is a genius. There is corruption under illustrious tyrants, but the moral scourge is ghastlier under infamous tyrants. Under their rule nothing veils their shamefulness, and the critics, whether Tacitus or Juvenal, more usefully denounce to the world at large this indefensible ignominy. Rome smells worse under Vitellius than under Sulla. Under Claudius and Domitian there is a low-class deformity corresponding to the ugliness of the tyrant. The baseness of the slaves derives directly from the despot. Miasmic fumes emanate from those cringing consciences in which the master is reflected. The authorities are depraved, hearts are small, consciences are dull, souls are servile. It is so under Caracalla, it is so under Commodus, it is so under Heliogabalus, while under Caesar the only smell that comes from the Roman Senate is that particular smell of bird droppings that distinguishes the eagle's eyrie. Hence the seemingly late arrival of the Tacituses and the Juvenals. It is when the evidence is there that someone turns up to demonstrate it.
Put Juvenal an Tacitus, like Isaiah in biblical times, like anteinte.
Middle Ages are individuals. Riot and insurrection are the multitude, which is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. In the most common cases riot results from a physical fact, insurrection is always a moral phenomenon. Riot is Masaniello. Insurrection is Spartacus. Insurrection is close to the mind, rioting close to the belly. Gaster gets angry, but Gaster is certainly not always wrong. In cases of famine, riot, as at Buzankais, for instance, has a starting point that is genuine, stirring, and just. Yet it is still riot. Why? Because although right in essence, it took the wrong form. Vicious in its legitimacy, violent in its strength, it hit out at random. It went trampling about like a blind elephant, leaving in its wake the corpses of old men, women, and children. Without knowing why, it spilled the blood of the innocent and the harmless. Feeding the masses is a good objective, massacring them is a bad expedient. All armed protests, even the most legitimate, even the 10th of August, even the 14th of July, begin with the same unrest. Before rightfulness emerges, there is foaming and tumult. At the outset insurrection is riot, just as a river is a mountain torrent. Ordinarily it ends in that ocean called revolution. Having its source in those lofty mountains that rise above the moral horizon, justice, wisdom, reason, rightfulness, and made of the ideal's purest snow, after a long descent from rock to rock, after reflecting the sky in its transparency, swollen by 100 tributaries in a majestic, triumphal progress, insurrection sometimes peters out suddenly in some bourgeois quagmire, as the Rhine ends in marshland. All that belongs to the past, the future is different. What is wonderful about universal suffrage is that it nips riot in the bud and, by giving the vote to insurrection, disarms it. The disappearance of war, war on the streets as well as war on the frontiers, is the inevitable progression. Whatever today might be, tomorrow brings peace. Be that as it may, insurrection, riot, and how the former differs from the latter, the true bourgeois knows nothing of such nuances. In his mind all is sedition, resistance pure and simple, the dog rebelling against its master, an attempt to bite that must be punished with the chain and the kennel, barking, yapping, until the day when the dog's head, suddenly grown bigger, appears dimly out of the shadows as the face of a lion. Then the bourgeois shouts, "Long live the people!" In the light of this explanation, what does the unrest of June 1832 signify for history? Is it a riot? Is it an insurrection? It is an insurrection. It may be that in this presentation of a dreadful event we will sometimes speak of rioting, but merely to describe what was happening on the surface and always maintaining the distinction between form and essence, riot and insurrection. In the sudden outbreak and grim suppression of this 1832 uprising there was so much grandeur that even those who see it as mere riot cannot speak of it without respect. For them it is like a vestige of 1830. Imaginations once stirred, they say, are not calmed in a day. A revolution does not come to an abrupt halt. Inevitably there are always ripples in its aftermath before a return to a state of rest, like a mountain descending to the plain. There are no Alps without their Jura, no Pyrenees without their Cantabrian range. This distressing crisis in contemporary history, which Parisians remember as the time of the riots, is without doubt a moment typical of the stormy days of this century. One last word before we take up the story. The facts that are about to be related belong to that dramatic and vivid reality the historian sometimes neglects for want of time and space. Here, however, we insist, is life, the beating pulse, quivering humanity. The small details, we believe we have already said, are so to speak the foliage of great events and become lost in the remoteness of history. The so-called time of riots abounds in details of this nature. For reasons different from those of history, judicial investigations have not revealed all, and have perhaps not been exhaustive. So we are going to bring to light, add to the known and published particulars, things that were not known, facts overlooked because of the forgetfulness of some, the deaths of others. Most of the actors in these mighty scenes are no more. From the very next day they were silent. But of what we will relate we may say, we saw it. We will alter a few names, for history recounts and does not indict, but we will depict things that are true. In the context of the book we are writing, we will be showing one side only of just a single episode, and surely the least known, from the days of the 5th and 6th of June 1832. But we will do it in such way that the reader may perceive, under the dark veil we are going to lift, the true face of this dreadful civil crisis. 3. A funeral, an opportunity for rebirth. In the spring of 1832, although cholera had for 3 months dampened spirits and quelled their excitement with a sort of bleak calm, for a long while now Paris had been ready to erupt. As we have said, a city is like a cannon. Once it is loaded, a stray spark is all that is needed to set it off. In June 1832 that spark was the death of General Lamarck. Lamarck was a man of renown and a man of action. He had shown in succession, under the Empire and under the Restoration, the two kinds of bravery needed for those two periods, bravery on the battlefield and bravery on the floor of the debating chamber. He was eloquent in the way that he had been valiant, in his words you sensed the sword. Like his predecessor Foy, having distinguished himself as a military commander, he distinguished himself as a champion of liberty. He sat between the left and the extreme left, loved by the people because he welcomed the possibilities of the future, loved by the masses because he had served the emperor well. Along with Counts Gérard and Drouet, he was one of Napoleon's marshals in petto. The treaties of 1815 grieved him like a personal insult. He hated Wellington with a blunt hatred that pleased the crowd. And for 17 years, scarcely attentive to intervening events, he had majestically retained the sadness of Waterloo. At the last, in his dying hour, he clasped to his breast a sword that had been presented to him by the officers of the 100 Days. Napoleon died with the word army on his lips, Lamarck with the word country. His anticipated death was dreaded by the people as a loss and by the government as an occasion. This death was mourned. Like everything bitter, mourning may turn to revolt. That is what happened. On the eve and the morning of the 5th of June, the day set for Lamarck's funeral, Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which the cortège was to pass through, took on an ominous cast. This network of rowdy streets filled with rumors. People armed themselves as best they could. Joiners carried off claw hammers from their workbenches to break down doors. One of them had made himself a dagger out of a slipper-maker's hook by breaking off the hook and sharpening the end of it. Another, in his feverish impatience to attack, had been going to bed fully dressed for the past 3 days. A carpenter named Lombier met a comrade who asked him, "Where are you going?" "Well, I've no weapons." "So?" "I'm going to my workshop to fetch my compass." "What are you going to do with that?" "I don't know," said Lombier. A certain Jacqueline, a man of enterprise, called out to any workman passing by, "Come over here." He treated them to 10 sous worth of wine and said, "Are you employed? No, go to Filspierre, between the Charon tollgate and the Montreal tollgate, you'll find employment there." At Filspierre's they found cartridges and weapons. Certain well-known leaders were doing the rounds, that is to say, running from one house to another to assemble their men. At Barthélemy's near the Tron tollgate, at Capel's Petit Chapeau, the drinkers greeted each other with somber expressions. They were overheard saying, "Where's your pistol?" "Under my smock." "And yours?" "Under my shirt." In Rue Traversier, in front of the Roland workshop, and in Cour de la Maison Brûlée in front of Bernier the toolmaker's workshop, groups whispered together. Noteworthy as the most ardent among them was a certain Mavet, who never lasted more than a week in any workshop, the master craftsman always sacking him because they had to have words with him every day. Mavet was killed the next day on the barricade in Rue Menilmontant. Pretot, who was also to die in the fighting, was Mavet's right-hand man, and to the question, "What's your objective?" he replied, "Insurrection." Workmen met at the corner of Rue de Bercy to wait for a certain Lemerin, revolutionary agent for Faubourg Saint-Marceau. Watchwords were exchanged almost openly. So on the 5th of June, a day of sunshine and rain, General Lamarck's funeral procession passed through Paris, the official military honors somewhat increased as a precaution. 2 battalions, drums draped and arms reversed, 10,000 National Guardsmen with their swords at their sides, escorted the coffin. The hearse was drawn by young men. Veteran officers from Les Invalides followed immediately behind, bearing laurel branches. Then came a strange, excited, countless multitude, local sections of the Friends of the People, the law school, the School of Medicine, refugees of all nationalities, Spanish, Italian, German and Polish flags, horizontal tricolors, every conceivable banner, children waving green branches, stonecutters and carpenters who were on strike at the time, printers recognizable by their paper caps walking 2 by 2, 3 by 3, shouting, nearly all of them brandishing sticks, some of them swords. Unorganized and yet united in spirit, now a tumultuous mob, now a column. Insurgent groups chose leaders for themselves. A man armed with a perfectly visible pair of pistols seemed to be conducting a review of others who were dividing into columns before him. In the side lanes running parallel to the boulevards, in the branches of the trees, on balconies, at windows, on the rooftops was a seething mass of men, women and children. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. An armed throng went by, a frightened throng looked on. As for the government, it watched. It watched with its hand on the hilt of its sword. For squadrons of carabineers, their cartridge pouches filled, their carbines and musketoons loaded, could be seen mounted in place. Louis XV, with bugles at their head, all ready to march. In the Latin Quarter and at the Jardin des Plantes the municipal guard were spread out in echelon formation from street to street. At the Halles aux Vins a squadron of dragoons, at La Grève half the 12th Light Infantry, the other half at the Bastille, the 6th Dragoons at the Celestins, the courtyard of the Louvre full of artillery. The remainder of the troops were standing by in their barracks, not to mention the regiments from the Paris vicinity. The apprehensive authorities held suspended over the menacing multitude 24,000 soldiers in the city and 30,000 in the outskirts. Various rumors circulated in the procession. There was talk of legitimist intrigues, there was talk of the Duc de Reichstadt, whom God had marked out for death at the very moment the crowd were nominating him for the empire. One as yet unidentified individual announced that 2 foremen had been persuaded to throw open to the people at the appointed time the gates of an arms factory. The dominant expression on the uncovered brows of most of those present was excitement mingled with grievance. Also to be seen here and there among that multitude in the grip of such violent but noble feelings were the faces of real criminals and appalling wretches saying, "Let's loot." There are certain disturbances that stir up the beds of marshes and cloud the water with mud. A phenomenon to which police forces who know their business are no strangers. The funeral procession made its way with feverish slowness along the boulevards from the house of the deceased to the Bastille. Now and then it rained. The rain made no difference to this multitude. Several incidents marked the progress of the cortege: the coffin borne round the Vendôme column, stones thrown at the Duc de Fitzjames seen on a balcony wearing his hat, the Gallic cockerel torn off a populist flag and dragged through the mud, a policeman wounded with a sword at the Porte Saint-Martin, an officer of the 12th Light Infantry saying out loud, "I'm a Republican," Polytechnic students who had been gated turning up to shouts of "Long live the Polytechnic! Long live the Republic!" Filing down from Faubourg Saint-Antoine, long columns of dangerous-looking types, drawn by curiosity, joined the procession at the Bastille, and the crowd began to simmer with a terrible kind of ferment. One man was heard to say to another, "You see that fellow with a red beard? He's the one who'll give the word for when to fire." Apparently this red beard was back again later in the same role at another riot, the Knesset affair. The hearse went past the Bastille, followed the canal, crossed the little bridge and reached the esplanade at the Pont d'Austerlitz. There it halted. A bird's-eye view of the crowd at that moment would have looked like a comet, its head at the esplanade and its tail extending along Quai Bourdon, spreading out over the Bastille and reaching down the boulevard to the Porte St. Martin. A circle formed around the hearse. The vast crowd fell silent. Lafayette spoke and bade Lamarck farewell. This was a touching and solemn moment. All heads were uncovered, all hearts felt a pang. Suddenly, in the middle of the group a man on horseback dressed in black appeared with a red flag, others say with a pike and a red liberty cap on top of it. Lafayette turned away. Axelmans left the procession. This red flag raised a storm, and was swallowed up by it. From Boulevard Bourdon to the Pont d'Austerlitz one of those clamors like an ocean swell swept through the multitude. Two tremendous cries went up, Lamarck to the Pantheon, Lafayette to the City Hall. To cheers from the crowd, some young men harnessed themselves and began to draw. Lamarck in the hearse across the Pont d'Austerlitz and Lafayette in a carriage along Quai Morland. Among the crowd that surrounded and cheered Lafayette, people noticed and pointed out to each other a German named Ludwig Snyder, who has since died at the age of over 100 and who took part in the War of 1776, fighting at Trenton under Washington and at Brandywine under Lafayette. Meanwhile, moving off on the left bank, the municipal cavalry proceeded to bar the bridge, and emerging from the Celestins barracks on the right bank the dragoons deployed along Quai Morland. The people drawing. Lafayette suddenly caught sight of them round the bend on the embankment and shouted, "The dragoons! The dragoons!" The dragoons advanced at walking pace, in silence, and with an air of grave expectation, their pistols in their holsters, their swords in their scabbards, their musketoons in their rifle buckets. 200 paces from the little bridge they halted. The carriage carrying Lafayette made its way towards them, their ranks parted, allowed it to pass, and closed up behind it. At that moment the dragoons and the crowd met. The women fled in terror. What took place in that fateful minute? No one can say. It was the dark moment when two clouds merge. Some say that over by the arsenal a bugle giving the signal to charge was heard, others that a child stabbed a dragoon with a dagger. The fact is that suddenly 3 shots were fired. The first killed the leader of the squadron, Cholet, the second killed a deaf old woman who was closing her window on Rue Contrescarpe, the third clipped the shoulder of an officer. A woman screamed, "They're starting too soon!" And at that instant a squadron of dragoons that had remained in the barracks were seen emerging at a gallop with bared swords from Rue Bassompierre and down Boulevard Bourdon, sweeping all before them. The inevitable follows, the storm breaks, stones rain down, rifles are fired, many rush down to the bottom of the embankment to cross that little branch of the Seine that is now filled in. The timber yards of Allouviers, a vast ready-made citadel, are taken over by combatants, posts are pulled up, pistol shots fired, a barricade takes shape. The young men forced back go running across the Pont d'Austerlitz with the hearse and charged the municipal guard, the carabiners come at a rush, the dragoons wield their swords, the crowd scatters in all directions, the rumor of war flies to every part of Paris. The cry to arms goes up, people run, trip over, flee, fight back. Anger spreads rioting the way wind spreads fire. 4. The disturbances of the past. There is nothing more extraordinary than the first paroxysms of a riot. Everything erupts everywhere at the same time. Was it anticipated? Yes. Was it planned? No. Where does it originate? On the street. Where does it strike from? Out of the blue. Here the insurrection is of the nature of a conspiracy, there of an improvisation. Anyone with any initiative seizes control of a current in the crowd and directs it wherever he wants. The outbreak is fraught with terror combined with a kind of ominous gaiety. First of all there is noisy confusion, shops close, vendors' stalls vanish, then come isolated gunshots, people flee, rifle butts strike at carriage gateways, servants are heard laughing in the courtyards of houses and saying, "There's going to be trouble." With not a quarter hour gone by, this is what was taking place almost simultaneously at 20 different points in Paris. In Rue Croix de la Bretonnerie some 20 bearded, long-haired young men went into a wine shop and came out a moment later carrying a horizontal tricolor covered in a mourning veil. They were led by 3 armed men, one with a sword, one with a rifle, the third with a pike. In Rue de Nanines d'Hyères, a well-dressed bourgeois citizen who had a paunch, a deep voice, a bald head, a high forehead, a black beard and one of those unruly mustaches that cannot be tamed, was openly offering cartridges to passers-by. In Rue St. Pierre Montmartre some bare-armed men were carrying a black flag on which these words could be read in white letters, Republic or Death. In Rue de Genours, Rue du Cadran, Rue Montorgueil, Rue Mundar, groups appeared waving flags on which were to be seen in gold letters the word section with a number. One of these flags was red and blue with a barely perceptible white stripe in between. An arms factory on the Boulevard de Saint-Martin was looted, as well as 3 gunsmiths' shops, the first in Rue Beaubourg, the second in Rue Michel Comte, the other in Rue du Temple. Within a few minutes innumerable hands in the crowd seized and carried off 230 rifles, nearly all double-barreled, 64 swords and 83 pistols. So that more people should be armed, one would take the gun, another the bayonet. Opposite Quai de la Grève, young men armed with muskets took up positions inside places occupied by women, to fire their guns. One of them had a flintlock musket. They rang at the door, went in, and started making cartridges. One of these women said later, "I didn't know what cartridges were, it was my husband who told me." One group broke into a curiosity shop in Rue de Vieilles Haudriettes and seized some yataghans and Turkish firearms. The body of a mason who had been shot dead lay in Rue de la Perle. And then on both sides of the river, on the embankments, on the boulevards, in the Latin Quarter, round Les Halles, men panting for breath, workmen, students, section members read proclamations, shouted to arms, smashed street lanterns, unhitched carriages, took up street paving, battered down the doors of houses, uprooted trees, ransacked cellars, rolled out barrels, heaped up cobblestones, rubble, furniture, planks of wood, made barricades. They forced bourgeois citizens to help them in this. They went into women's homes, made them hand over the swords and guns of their absent husbands, and they chalked on the door, "Weapons collected." Some signed in their own names receipts for the guns and swords, and said, "Send someone to fetch them tomorrow from the city hall." On the streets, they disarmed solitary watchmen and National Guardsmen on their way to their local headquarters. Officers had their epaulets torn off. In Rue du Cimetière St. Nicolas, a National Guard officer, pursued by a gang armed with clubs and foils, just managed to take refuge in a house that he was unable to leave until after dark, and then only in disguise. In the Saint-Jacques district, students swarmed out of their lodgings and headed up Rue St. Hyacinthe to Café du Progrès or down to Café de Septembre Billets in Rue de Mathurin. There, young men standing on the corner posts outside the door distributed weapons. The timber yard in Rue Transnonain was plundered to build barricades. At one point only did the residents resist, at the corner of Rue Estiavoy and Rue Simon Lefranc, where they themselves destroyed the barricade. At one point only did the insurgents yield. After firing on a detachment of the National Guard, they abandoned a barricade begun in Rue du Temple and fled down Rue de la Corderie. The detachment found in the barricade a red flag, a packet of cartridges and 300 bullets. The National Guardsmen tore up the flag and carried away the tatters on the tips of their bayonets. Everything we are here recounting slowly and in sequence took place all over the city at once, in the midst of a vast tumult, like myriad flashes of lightning in one clap of thunder. In less than an hour, in the Les Halles district alone, 27 barricades sprang up out of the ground. At the center was that famous house number 50, the fortress of Jean and his 106 companions, flanked on one side by a barricade in Issy-Marie and on the other by a barricade in Rue Maubuée, and which commanded three streets, Rue d'Arcis, Rue Saint-Martin and Rue Aubry-le-Boucher, in front of it. There were two right-angled barricades, one running from Rue Montorgueil and back along Rue de la Grande Truanderie, the other from Rue Geoffroy Langevin and back along Rue Estiavoy. Not to mention countless barricades in 20 other Paris neighborhoods in the Marais, on Monastère Geneviève, one in Rue Ménilmontant where you could see a carriage gate torn off its hinges, another near the Petit Pont by the Hôtel Dieu, constructed with a carriage that had been unharnessed and overturned, 300 yards from the police headquarters. At the Rue du Ménétriers barricade, a respectably dressed man was distributing money among the workers. At the Rue Grenada barricade, a horseman appeared and handed to the person who seemed to be in charge of the barricade what looked like a roll of silver coins. "That's to cover expenses," he said, "wine, etc." A fair-haired young man, without a cravat, went from barricade to barricade delivering passwords. Another, with his sword unsheathed and a blue police cap on his head, positioned sentries. Inside the barricades, wine shops and porters' lodges were converted into guardhouses. In fact, the riot was conducted according to the most skillful military tactics. The narrow, winding, irregular lanes, full of twists and turns, were admirably chosen, the area around Les Halles in particular, a network of streets more intricate than a forest. The Society of Friends of the People, it was said, had taken charge of the insurrection in the Estiavoy district. When searched, a man killed in Rue du Ponceau was found to be carrying a map of Paris. What had actually directed the course of the riot was a kind of strange impetuousness in the air. The insurrection had suddenly built barricades with one hand and with the other seized nearly all the garrison posts. In less than 3 hours, like a trail of powder igniting, the insurgents had stormed and occupied, on the right bank, the Arsenal, the City Hall on Place Royale, the whole of the Marais, the Popincourt Arms Factory, Galiote, Château d'Eau and all the streets near Les Halles, and on the left bank, the Veterans Barracks, Essay Pelage, Place Maubert, the Dumoulins Powder Magazine and all the tollgates. At 5 o'clock in the evening they were in control of the Bastille, Lingerie, Blancs-Manteau. Their scouts had reached Place des Victoires and were threatening the bank, the Petit Paris barracks and the post office. A third of Paris was controlled by the rioters. In every respect the fighting was extraordinarily determined, and with the commandeering of weapons, the house searches, and gunsmiths' shops being quickly overrun, the result was that the conflict that had begun with stone throwing continued with gunfire. About 6 o'clock in the evening Passage du Somme became a battlefield. The rioters were at one end and the troops at the other. They were firing at each other from the gates at either end. An observer, a dreamer, the author of this book, who had gone to see the volcano from close up, found himself in the passage, caught in the crossfire. All he had to protect him from the bullets were the projecting half-columns that separated the shops. He was in this perilous position for almost half an hour. Meanwhile the call to arms was sounded, the National Guardsmen hastily dressed and armed themselves, the legions turned out from their municipal headquarters, the regiments turned out from their barracks. Opposite Passage de l'Ancre, a drummer was stabbed. Another, in Rue du Cygne, was attacked by 30 young men who punctured his drum and took his sword. Another was killed in Rue Grenier-Esti-Lazare. In Rue Michel-Lecomte 3 officers were killed, one after the other. Several municipal guards, wounded in Rue des Lombards, retreated. In front of Cour Badave, a detachment of National Guardsmen found a red flag bearing this inscription, Republican Revolution, number 127. Was this indeed a revolution? The insurrection turned the center of Paris into a sort of stronghold, huge, impenetrable, and labyrinthine. This was the seat of the trouble, this was obviously the key to it all. Everything else was just skirmishes. What proved that this was where everything would be decided was the fact that as yet there was no fighting going on here. In some regiments the soldiers were undecided, which added to the dreadful uncertainty of the crisis. They recalled the popular acclaim that had greeted the neutrality of the 53rd Line Regiment in July 1830. 2 fearless men who had proved themselves in the Great Wars, Marshal Lobau and General Bugeaud, were in command, Bugeaud under Lobau. Huge patrols, composed of line battalions contained within entire companies of National Guardsmen and led by a senior police officer wearing his sash of office, went off to reconnoiter the streets in rebellion. The insurgents, for their part, placed lookouts at crossroads and audaciously sent patrols outside the barricades. Each side was watching the other. The government, with an army at its disposal, hesitated. Darkness was about to fall and St. Mary's bell began to toll. The then Minister of War, Marshal Soult, who had been at Austerlitz, observed this with a somber air. These old hands, accustomed to disciplined action and whose only resource and guide is that battle compass tactics, are completely disoriented in the presence of this vast ferment called public anger. The winds of revolution are not easy to deal with. The National Guards from the outskirts came rushing pell-mell. A battalion of the 12th Light came at the double from Estadenis, the 14th of the line arrived from Courbevoie, the artillery troops from the military school had taken up position at Carousel, cannons were sent from Vincennes. Isolation settled on the Tuileries. Louis Philippe was filled with serenity. Paris's originality. Over the last 2 years, as we have said, Paris had seen more than one insurrection. As a rule, outside the insurgent neighborhoods, nothing is more weirdly calm than the way Paris appears during a riot. Paris very quickly adapts to everything, it is only a riot. And Paris has so much going on that it is not bothered by so small a matter. These colossal cities are alone capable of offering such spectacles. These vast precincts are alone capable of simultaneously containing civil war and an indefinable bizarre tranquility. Ordinarily, when the insurrection begins, when the shopkeeper hears the drum, the call to arms, the alarm, all he says is, "There seems to be a bit of a rumpus in Rue St. Martin." Or, Faubourg St. Antoine. Often he adds carelessly, "somewhere in that direction." Later on, when the rending and ominous racket of rifle shots and volleys of gunfire is heard, the shopkeeper says, "So, it's hotting up, then?" "Yes, it's hotting up." A moment later, if the rioting is coming closer and gaining strength, he hurriedly shuts up his shop and rapidly dons his uniform, that is to say, he makes sure his merchandise is safe and puts his life at risk. There is an exchange of fire in a square, a passage, a blind alley, barricades are taken, lost and retaken, blood flows, the facades of houses are peppered with gunfire, bullets kill people in their beds, bodies are left lying on the pavement. A few streets away the click-clack of billiard balls can be heard in the cafés. Bystanders laugh and chat within a few yards of these war-fraught streets. Theaters open their doors and stage light comedies. Cabs circulate. Passers-by go out to dinner, sometimes in the very neighborhood where the fighting is taking place. In 1831 gunfire was suspended to let a wedding party go by. During the 12th of May insurrection of 1839, in Rue Saint-Martin, a feeble old man pulling a handcart with a tricolor rag attached to it, and carrying carafes filled with some sort of liquid, went to and fro between the barricade and the troops, impartially offering glasses of licorice water, now to government, now to anarchy. Nothing could be stranger. And this is the distinctive characteristic of Paris uprisings, not to be found in any other capital. What is needed for this are two things: the size of Paris and its gaiety. What is needed is the city of Voltaire and of Napoleon. This time, however, when arms were taken up on the 5th of June 1832, the great city sensed something that was perhaps more powerful than itself. It was afraid. Everywhere, in the most distant and most uninvolved neighborhoods, doors, windows and shutters were to be seen closed in the middle of the day. The courageous armed themselves, cowards hid. The unconcerned passer-by going about his business disappeared. Many streets were so deserted, it might have been 4 o'clock in the morning. Alarming details spread abroad, dire news was rife. That they were in control of the bank. That at the St-Marie cloister alone there were 600 of them entrenched and embattled inside the church. That the troops were not to be depended on. That Armand Carrel had been to see Marshal Clausel and the Marshal had said, "Get yourself a regiment first." That Lafayette was ill but had nevertheless told them, "I'm at your disposal. I'll follow you wherever there's room for a chair." That you needed to be on your guard. That at night there would be people looting isolated houses in deserted corners of Paris. Here, you could detect the imagination of the police at work, that and Radcliffe element in the government. That a battery position had been established in Rue Aubry-le-Boucher. That Loba and Bugeaud were conferring and that at midnight or daybreak at the latest, 4 columns would march simultaneously on the center of the uprising, the first coming from the Bastille, the second from Port-Saint-Martin, the third from La Grève, the fourth from Les Halles. That perhaps, too, the troops would evacuate Paris and withdraw to the Champ de Mars. That no one knew what would happen, but this time, for sure, it was serious. Marshal Soult's indecisiveness was giving cause for concern. Why did he not attack at once? Certainly, he was deeply preoccupied. The old lion seemed to scent in this obscurity some unknown monster. Evening came, the theaters did not open. The patrols went round looking nervous. Passers-by were searched. Suspects were arrested. By 9 o'clock there had been more than 800 arrests. The prefecture of police was overcrowded, the conciergerie was overcrowded, La Force was overcrowded. At the conciergerie in particular, that long underground gallery known as Rue de Paris was strewn with bales of straw, and lying on them were a heap of prisoners being valiantly rallied by the man from Lyon, Lagrange. All this straw rustled by all these men produced the sound of a downpour. Elsewhere prisoners lay crammed together in courtyards out in the open. Anxiety was everywhere, and a certain trepidation rather unusual for Paris. People barricaded themselves in their houses, wives and mothers fretted. The constant refrain was, "Oh my God! He's not home yet." Audible in the distance were no more than a few rare carriages rolling by. Out on their doorsteps people listened to the clamor, the shouting, the disturbance, muffled and indistinct sounds, things that prompted them to say, "It's the cavalry," or "That's wagons thundering about," trumpets, drums, volleys of rifle fire and above all the doleful tolling of St. Mary's bell. Everyone was waiting for the first cannon to be fired. Armed men appeared at street corners, then disappeared, shouting, "Get inside!" And people rushed to bolt their doors. They said, "How will it all end?" With every passing moment, as darkness fell, Paris seemed to take on a more lurid hue from the tremendous blaze of the riot. Book 11. The Atom Embraces the Storm. Some light on the sources of Gavroche's poetry, and an academician's influence on it. At that moment during the insurrection, when the people and the troops suddenly came up against each other in front of the arsenal, the forward motion of the multitude following the hearse all the way down the boulevards, pressing, as it were, on the head of the procession, was thrown into reverse, causing a terrifying backward surge. The crowd swayed, broke ranks, everybody ran, bolted, fled, some with cries of attack, others with the pallor of flight. The great river filling the boulevards divided in the blink of an eye, overflowed to right and left and went rushing down 200 streets at once like water pouring from an open sluice gate. At that moment a ragged child, coming down Rue Menilmontant, holding in his hand a branch of laburnum blossom he had just picked on the heights of Belleville, caught sight of an old saddle pistol on display outside a bric-a-brac shop. Throwing his branch of blossom to the ground, he cried, "Mare Thingummy, I'm borrowing this what's it of yours." And off he ran with the pistol. 2 minutes later a stream of terrified bourgeois citizens fleeing down Rue Amelot and Rue Basse ran into the child brandishing his pistol and singing, "It's dark at night. The day is bright, an ensign scrawl written on the wall, has got you all worried. Toodle toot." It was little Gavroche on his way to war. On the boulevard he noticed the pistol had no hammer, asterisk. This verse that he marched along to, and all the other songs he would happily sing, given the opportunity, who were they written by? We do not know. Who can tell? By him, perhaps. In any event, Gavroche knew all the popular tunes in circulation, and he added his own chirpings to them. That impish little urchin created a medley of the voices of nature and the voices of Paris. He combined the repertory of birds with the repertory of workshops. He knew some artists' apprentices, a tribe close to his own. He had apparently been apprenticed for 3 months to a printer. One day he had run an errand for Monsieur Bauer-Lormian, one of the 40. Gavroche was a gamin of letters. Gavroche actually had no idea that on that dreadful rainy night when he had offered 2 little lads the hospitality of his elephant, it was to his own brothers that he had been the agent of Providence. His brothers in the evening, his father the next morning, that is what that night had brought him. After leaving Rue de Balais at daybreak, he had hurried back to the elephant, contrived to get the 2 youngsters out, shared with them whatever breakfast he had concocted and had then gone off, entrusting them to that good mother, the street, who had more or less brought him up. When they parted, he arranged to meet them at the same spot that evening, and left them with these words of farewell: "I'm hooking it, in other words I'm scooting, or as they say at court, I'm off. If you don't find Pa and Ma, kids, come back here this evening. I'll fix you some supper and put you to bed." Picked up by some policeman and put in the cells, or stolen by some traveling showman, or having simply lost their way in that immense Chinese puzzle that is Paris, the 2 children had not returned. The lower depths of today's social world are full of such lost trails. Gavroche had not seen them again. 10 or 12 weeks had gone by since that night. He had happened more than once to scratch his head and say, "Where the devil are my 2 children?" Meanwhile, he had come, pistol in hand, to Rue du Pontet-aux-Choux. He noticed there was only one shop open in this street and, come to think of it, it was a pastry shop. Here was a heaven-sent opportunity to eat another apple turnover before setting off into the unknown. Gavroche stopped, patted down his sides, fumbled in his purse pocket, turned his other pockets inside out, found nothing, not even a sou, and cried out, "Help!" It is hard to miss out on the very last pastry. Gavroche nevertheless continued on his way. 2 minutes later he was in Rue St. Louis. While crossing Rue du Parc Royal he felt the need to be compensated for the unattainable apple turnover, and he gave himself the huge pleasure of ripping down theater posters in broad daylight. A little further on, seeing a group of portly individuals go by, who looked to him like men of property, he shrugged and spat out at random this mouthful of philosophical bile: "These property owners, my, but they're fat. They stuff themselves. They wallow in good dinners. Ask them what they do with their money. They can't tell you. They gobble it up, that's what. It's all fill your belly and gone with the wind. Asterisk. 2. Gavroche on the march. Brandishing a hammerless pistol in the middle of the street is such a public undertaking that Gavroche felt his ardor increase with every step. In between snatches of the Marseillaise he cried out, "Everything's fine. My left hand hurts a lot, my rheumatism's playing up, but I'm happy, citizens. Our respectable citizens will just have to brace themselves, I'm going to hit them with subversive ditties. What's a police spy? A bloodhound. Crikey. Let's have no lack of respect for bloodhounds. What wouldn't I give to have one myself? I've just come from the boulevard, my friends, things are hotting up, coming to the boil, simmering. It's time to skim the pot. Forward, men. May the plowed fields be flooded with impure blood, I'm ready to serve my country, my mistress I shall see no more, hey, ho, hey naughty no. But never mind. Long live joy. Let's fight, blast it. I'm fed up with despotism. A lancer in the National Guard was riding by when at that moment his horse fell under him. Gavroche laid his pistol on the paving, helped the man up, then helped to get the horse back on its feet. After which he picked up his pistol and continued on his way. In Rue de Thorigny all was peace and quiet. This apathy, typical of the Marais, contrasted with the great clamor all around. 4 old crones were gossiping in a doorway. Scotland has its trios of witches, Paris has its quartets of old gossips, and Bonaparte could be hailed in Carrefour Boudoir with a "Thou shalt be king hereafter" quite as direfully as Macbeth on the blasted heath. The croaking voices would be more or less the same. The gossips of Rue de Thorigny were interested only in their own affairs. 3 of them were doorkeepers and the 4th was a rag picker, with her basket and her hooked stick. The 4 of them seemed to be standing at the 4 corners of old age, senility, decrepitude, ruin, and desolation. The rag picker was humble. In this outdoor world the rag picker pays her respects and the doorkeeper offers protection. This is because what is put out on the street is as the doorkeeper dictates, rich pickings or lean, depending on the whim of whoever creates the pile of sweepings. There may be kindness in the broom. This rag picker was a grateful recipient and she smiled, how she smiled! At the 3 doorkeepers. What they said to each other were things like this: "So now, is that cat of yours still vicious? Lord! Cats, as you know, are the natural enemies of dogs. It's the dogs that take on so. People as well. But cats' fleas don't go after people. It's not that, it's that dogs are dangerous. I remember one year there were so many dogs, it had to be reported in the papers. That's when there were those big sheep at the Tuileries that drew the King of Rome's little carriage. Remember the King of Rome? It was the Duc de Bordeaux I liked. I remember Louis XVII, I do. I preferred Louis XVII. Meat's so dear these days, Mère Patagon. You're telling me it is. Butchers' shops are a scandal. A frightful scandal. All they have is awful. Here the rag picker intervened. Mesdames, business is bad. Rubbish heaps are thin pickings. No one throws anything away anymore. Everything gets eaten. There are those worse off than you, Vargalim. Aye, that's true, replied the rag picker deferentially, I've got a trade. There was a pause, and surrendering to that fundamental need in man to show off, the rag picker added, when I get home in the morning I go through what I've collected, I do my salting. She probably meant sorting. I end up with different piles in my room. I put the rags in a basket, peelings in a bucket, linen in my cupboard, woolens in my chest, old papers in the corner by the window, anything good to eat in my bowl, bits of glass in the fireplace, slippers behind the door, and bones under the bed. Just behind them, Gavroche had stopped to listen. "What's this?" "You old girls talking politics," he said. He came under a broadside attack, a fourfold jeering. "Here's another mischief maker. Now what's that he's got in his paw?" "A pistol." "The little brat. I ask you. Can't rest without challenging authority." Gavroche's only retaliation was to thumb his nose disdainfully, spreading his hand wide. The rag picker cried, "Cheeky little gutter snipe." The one who answered to the name of Mame Patagon clapped her hands in indignation. "There's going to be trouble, that's for sure. The errand boy next door who's got a little beard, I used to see him go by every morning with a girl in a pink bonnet on his arm. Today I saw him go by, he had a gun on his arm. Mame Bachuse says there was a revolution last week at where the veal comes from. At Pontoise. And now look at him there with his pistol, horrible little ragamuffin. I've heard the Celestins' barracks is full of guns. How else can the government be expected to deal with scoundrels who've got nothing better to do than think up ways of making trouble, when it was just beginning to settle down a bit after all the terrible things that VE happened? God help us. That poor queen I saw going by in the tumbril. And all this is going to make tobacco even dearer. It's a disgrace. And I'll make sure I'm there to see you guillotined, you rascal." "You're sniveling, old girl," said Gavroche. "Blow your nozzle." And off he went. When he was in Rue Pavie, the rag picker came back into his mind and he soliloquized, "You're wrong to insult revolutionaries. Mere rubbish heap. This pistol is for your own good. So's you'd have more good things to eat in your basket." All of a sudden he heard someone shouting behind him. It was the doorkeeper Patagon, who had followed him and was shaking her fist from a distance, yelling, "A little bastard, that's all you are." "You know, I couldn't care less," said Gavroche. Shortly afterwards he passed by Hotel Lemoyne. There he voiced this cry, "Forward into battle!" And he was seized with a fit of melancholy. He gazed reproachfully at his pistol, as if trying to make it relent. "I go off," he said, "but you don't." One dog may distract attention from another. A very thin poodle happened to pass by. Gavroche felt sorry for it. "Poor doggy," he said, "you must have swallowed a barrel, all the hoops are showing inside you." Then he headed off towards Ormesty Gervais. 3. A hairdresser's righteous indignation. The worthy hairdresser who had chased away the two youngsters Gavroche had welcomed into the elephant's fatherly bowels was at that moment in his shop, shaving an old soldier who had been awarded the Legion of Honor for his service under the Empire. They were chatting. Naturally, the hairdresser had spoken to the veteran about the riot, then about General Lamarck, and Lamarck had led them on to the Emperor. A conversation between barber and soldier that Prudhomme, had he been present, would have embellished with artistic flourishes and entitled Dialogue between the razor and the sword. "Monsieur, how well did the Emperor mount his horse?" said the barber. "Badly. He didn't know how to fall. So he never fell." "Did he have handsome horses?" "He must have had handsome horses. On the day he gave me the cross I noticed his mount. It was a fleet-footed mare of pure white. She had very wide-set ears, a sway back, a fine head with a black star marking, a very long neck, strongly defined knees, prominent ribs, a sloping shoulder and powerful hindquarters. A little over 15 hands. A fine horse," remarked the hairdresser. "It was His Majesty's beast." The hairdresser felt that after that remark a short silence was appropriate, which he observed. He then went on, "The Emperor was wounded only once, is that not so, monsieur?" The old soldier replied with the quiet authority of one who was there, in the heel. "At Ratisbon. I never saw him so well turned out as on that day. Like a newly minted coin. And you, Monsieur le Veteran, you must have been frequently wounded? Me, said the soldier. Oh. Nothing much to speak of. I took 2 saber blows on the back of my neck at Marengo, a bullet in my right arm at Austerlitz, another in my left hip at Jena, a bayonet wound, just there, at Friedland, 7 or 8 lance thrusts here, there and everywhere at Borodino, at Lutzen an exploding shell crushed one of my fingers. Ah! And then at Waterloo, a Biscayan bullet in the thigh. That's all. How splendid, exclaimed the hairdresser, in Pindaric tones, to die on the field of battle. On my word of honor, sooner than die on a sick bed, slowly, day by day, with drugs, poultices, the syringe and the doctor, I'd much sooner take a cannonball in the belly. You're a man after my own heart, said the soldier. He had barely finished speaking when a tremendous crash shook the shop. A front window had suddenly shattered. The barber turned pale. My God, he cried. There's one now. What? A cannonball. Here it is, said the soldier. And he picked up something that rolled on the floor. It was a pebble. The hairdresser rushed over to the broken window and saw Gavroche running off towards the Estigian market as fast as his legs would carry him. With the 2 little lads on his mind, Gavroche could not resist the desire to pay his respects to the hairdresser as he went past his shop and had thrown a stone at his windowpane. You see, shrieked the hairdresser who had turned from white to purple. That's mischief-making for mischief's sake. What harm's anyone ever done to that little gutter snipe? 4. The child is amazed by the old man. In the Estigian market, meanwhile, where the guard post had already been disarmed, Gavroche had just met up with a band led by Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Combeferre and Feuilly. One way or another, they were armed. Bahorel and Jean Prouvaire had caught up with them, adding to their number. Enjolras had a double-barreled hunting rifle, Combeferre a rifle bearing a National Guard Legion number and 2 pistols in his belt that could be seen under his unbuttoned coat, Jean Prouvaire an old cavalry musketoon, Bahorel a carbine, Courfeyrac brandished an unsheathed sword cane, and Feuilly with a naked saber in his hand marched at their head shouting, Long live Poland! They reached Quai Morland, cravatless, hatless, breathless, rain-drenched, with a gleam in their eyes. Gavroche approached them and said, Where are we going? Come along, said Courfeyrac. Marching behind Feuilly, or rather leaping, a fish in the stream of the riot, came Bahorel. He wore a scarlet waistcoat and had a barrage of words at the ready. His waistcoat dismayed a passer-by, who cried out with the utmost alarm, Here come the Reds. The Reds, replied Bahorel. A daft thing to be afraid of, bourgeois. I don't myself tremble in front of a poppy, Little Red Riding Hood inspires no terror in me. Believe me, bourgeois, leave the fear of red to horned beasts. He caught sight of a patch of wall with the most peaceable announcement in the world posted on it, a permission to eat eggs, a Lenten notice addressed by the Archbishop of Paris to his flock. Flock! Bahorel exclaimed. A polite way of saying geese. And he tore the notice off the wall. This won Gavroche over. From that moment on, Gavroche began to study Bahorel. That was a mistake, Bahorel, remarked Enjolras. You should have left that notice alone. That's not what we're here for. You're wasting your anger. Husband your resources. Potshots are no more to be fired from the heart than from the gun. Each to his own, Enjolras, retorted Bahorel. This episcopal prose offends me. I want to eat eggs without being given permission to do so. You're the passionately cold type. I'm enjoying myself. Besides, I'm not squandering anything, I'm getting myself fired up. Perkel, *, if I tore down that notice, it was only to whet my appetite. Gavroche was struck by that word, Hercule. He took every opportunity to educate himself and he felt respect for this tearer down of posters. He asked him, "What does that mean, Hercule?" Baoro replied, "It means God damn it in Latin." Just then Baoro recognized a pale young man with a black beard watching them go by from a window, probably a friend of the ABC. He cried out to him, "Quick, cartridges, para bellum star dot." "Bellum, yes, indeed, a handsome man," said Gavroche, who now understood Latin. They acquired a noisy following: students, artists, young men associated with the Cougourde d'Aix, laborers, dock workers, armed with sticks and bayonets, some like Combeferre with pistols tucked into their trousers. Among this advancing band was an extremely aged-looking man. He carried no weapon, and although apparently lost in thought he was hurrying so as not to be left behind. Gavroche noticed him. "Was it," he said to Courfeyrac, "some old man?" It was Monsieur Mabeuf. The old man. Let us explain what had happened. Enjolras and his friends were on Boulevard Bourdon near the grain stores when the dragoons charged. Enjolras, Courfeyrac and Combeferre were among those who escaped down Rue Bassompierre, shouting, "To the barricades!" They came across an old man making his way along Rue Lestiguières. What attracted their attention was that this fellow was zigzagging as if he were drunk. Furthermore, although it had been raining all morning and was raining quite heavily at that very moment, he had his hat in his hand. Courfeyrac recognized Père Mabeuf. He knew him from the many times he had accompanied Marius to the old man's front door. Familiar with the book-loving old warden's quiet and more than retiring habits, and astonished to see him in the midst of this tumult, a few steps away from the cavalry charges, almost in the thick of a barrage of gunfire, hatless in the rain and wandering about among the bullets, he went up to him, and the 25-year-old rioter and the octogenarian had this exchange. "Monsieur Mabeuf, go home." "Why?" "There's going to be fighting." "That's fine." "Saber cuts and gunfire, Monsieur Mabeuf." "That's fine." "Cannon fire." "That's fine." "Where are you people going?" "We're going to bring the government down." "That's fine." And he began to follow them. After that, he uttered not a word. Suddenly he had become firm of foot. Some workers offered him an arm, he refused with a shake of the head. He advanced almost to the front row of the column, in his movements looking like a man on the march, in his expression like a man asleep. "My!" "But the old boy's enraged," murmured the students. The rumor spread through the ranks that he was a former member of the convention, an old regicide. The crowd turned into Rue de la Verrerie. Little Gavroche marched in front, singing at the top of his voice, which made him into a kind of bugle. This is what he sang. "The moon's now rising in the sky. Shall we go to the woods nearby?" Charlot asked Charlotte. "Two, four cha two. I've only one God, one king, one sew, one shoe. Drinking the early morning dew from thyme leaves, a heady brew. Made two sparrows tipsy. ZZZ for passy. I've only one God, one king, one sew, one shoe." Those poor little chicks were as tight as ticks. Blattening a tiger in its den. Dawn, dawn, dawn for Meudon. I've only one God, one king, one sew, one shoe. One cursed, the other swore. Shall we go to the woods no more? Charlot asked Charlotte. Tin for Pantin. I've only one God, one king, one sew, one shoe. They headed towards Estémery. 6. Recruits. The band kept growing. As they came to Rue de Billettes, a tall man with graying hair joined them. His bold and doughty demeanor was noted by Courfeyrac, Enjolras and Combeferre, but none of them knew him. Gavroche, who was busy singing, whistling, humming, running on ahead and banging on the shutters of shops with the butt of his hammerless pistol, paid no attention to this man. They happened to pass Courfeyrac's front door in Rue de la Verrerie. "That's lucky," said Courfeyrac, "I forgot my purse and I've lost my hat." He left the band and raced upstairs to his lodgings. He grabbed an old hat and his purse. He also grabbed a large square chest the size of a large traveling bag that was concealed in his dirty laundry. As he came rushing back downstairs, the caretaker called out to him, "Monsieur de Courfeyrac." "Caretaker, what's your name?" The caretaker was nonplussed. "Why, you know perfectly well, I'm the concierge. My name's Mère Vauvain." "Well, if you call me Monsieur de Courfeyrac again, I shall call you Mère de Vauvain. So now tell me, what is it?" "There's someone here wanting to speak to you." "Who?" "I don't know." "Where?" "In my lodge." "To hell with them," said Courfeyrac. "But they've been waiting for you more than an hour," said the caretaker. At the same time, a young worker of some kind, small, thin, pale and freckled, wearing a shirt with holes in it and patched fustian trousers, looking more like a girl dressed up as a boy than a man, came out of the lodge and said to Courfeyrac in a voice that, for that matter, sounded not in the least a woman's voice, "Monsieur Marius, if you please?" "He's not here." "Will he be back this evening?" "I've no idea." And Courfeyrac added, "Speaking for myself, I shan't be back." The young man stared at him and said, "Why not?" "Because." "Well, where are you going? What's it to do with you? Do you want me to carry your chest?" "I'm going to man the barricades." "Do you want me to go with you?" "If you like," replied Courfeyrac. "No one's stopping you, the streets belong to everyone." And he ran off to rejoin his friends. When he caught up with them, he gave one of them the chest to carry. It was not until a good quarter of an hour later that he noticed that the young man had indeed followed them. A rabble does not determine precisely where it goes. As we have explained, it is at the mercy of the wind. They went beyond Saint-Merry, and without really knowing how they ended up there, they found themselves in Rue St. Denis. Book 12, Corinth. I. The history of Corinth from its foundation. Nowadays Parisians entering Rue Rambuteau from the direction of Les Halles who notice on their right, opposite Rue Mondétour, a basket weaver's shop that has for its sign a basket in the shape of the Emperor Napoleon the Great with this inscription: "Napoleon is made entirely of willow. Little suspect the terrible scenes that took place on this very spot barely 30 years ago." Here was Rue de la Chanvrerie, written Chanverrerie in ancient title deeds, and here stood the famous tavern called Corinth. Bearing in mind everything that has been said about the barricade erected here, eclipsed though it was by the Saint-Merry barricade, it is on this famous Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade, now fallen into deep obscurity, that we are going to shed a little light. If we may for the sake of clarity be allowed to avail ourselves of the simple device we have already used in connection with Waterloo, those who want to picture to themselves with reasonable accuracy the blocks of houses that stood at that time near Pointe St. Eustache at the northeast corner of Paris's Les Halles, where today Rue Rambuteau begins, have only to imagine a letter N with Rue St. Denis running along the top of it and Les Halles along the base, and the two vertical legs representing Rue de la Grande Truanderie and Rue de la Chanvrerie, with Rue de la Petite Truanderie running obliquely between them. The old Rue Mondétour cut across the three strokes of the N at the most crooked angles. So much so that within an area of some 200 square yards, between Les Halles and Rue St. Denis on the one hand and Rue du Cygne and Rue des Pressures on the other. The labyrinthine crisscrossings of these 4 streets contrived to divide up the houses into 7 oddly shaped islets of different sizes, lying this way and that, as though at random, and barely separated from each other by narrow chinks, like blocks of stone in a quarry. We say narrow chinks, and it would be impossible to give any better idea of those dark, cramped, crooked lanes lined with 8-story tenement buildings. These tenement buildings were so decrepit that in Rue de la Chanvrerie and Rue de la Petite Truanderie the facades were shored up with beams running across from one house to another. The street was narrow and the gutter wide. Anyone on foot walked on paving that was always wet, past cellar-like shops, thick, iron-ringed boundary posts, inordinate piles of rubbish, portals fitted with huge, age-old grills. All this Rue Rambuteau swept away. That name Mondétour wonderfully conjures up the convolutions of this whole warren. A little further on they were even better conveyed by Rue Pirouette, which ran into Rue Mondétour. Anyone coming from Rue Estidenis into Rue de la Chanvrerie saw it gradually narrow ahead of him as if he had entered an elongated funnel. At the end of the street, which was very short, he would find the way barred towards Les Halles by a tall row of houses, and he might have thought he was in a blind alley had he not noticed to right and left 2 dark cuttings by which he could escape. This was Rue Mondétour, leading to Rue des
Prêcheurs on the one side and to Rue du Cygne and Rue de la Petite
Truanderie on the other. At the bottom of this blind alley, as it were, on the corner of the right-hand cutting, a house not so tall as the others was to be observed, forming a kind of promontory onto the street. It was in this house, only 2 stories high, that a celebrated tavern had been happily located for over 300 years. This tavern brought a joyous sound to the very place old Théophile evoked in these 2 lines of verse. There swings the dreadful skeleton of some poor lover who hanged himself. It was in a good position. The business was passed on from father to son. In the days of Mathurin Régnier this tavern was called the Pot aux Roses asterisk, and as rebus puzzles were then in fashion it had for its sign a pillar painted pink. In the last century the worthy Natoire, one of those imaginative masters today scorned by the formal school, having several times made merry in this tavern at the very table where Régnier had caroused, to show his gratitude painted a bunch of Corinth grapes on the pink pillar. In his delight the tavern keeper altered the sign and beneath the bunch of grapes had these words emblazoned in gold, Oraison de Corinth. Hence the name Corinth. Nothing is more natural to drunkards than ellipsis. Ellipsis is the zigzagging of the spoken word. Corinth gradually displaced the Pot aux roses. No longer even knowing about the tradition, the last tavern keeper of the dynasty, Père Hucheloup, had the pillar painted blue. A downstairs room where the bar was, an upstairs room with a billiard table, a wooden spiral staircase going through the ceiling, wine on the tables, smoke on the walls, candles at midday, that was the kind of tavern it was. A staircase under a trapdoor in the room on the ground floor led to the cellar. On the second floor were the Hucheloup family's quarters, reached by a staircase, more ladder than staircase, with only a hidden door in the large first floor room for an entrance. Under the roof, 2 garrets for the serving maids. The kitchen shared the ground floor with the barroom. Père Hucheloup might have been born a chemist, but the fact is he was a cook. You could not only drink in his tavern, you could also eat. Hucheloup had invented a splendid dish not to be had anywhere else. It was stuffed carp, which he called carpes au gras. It was eaten by the light of a tallow candle or a lamp dating from the time of Louis XVI, on tables with oilcloth nailed to them for a tablecloth. People would come a long way for it. One fine morning Hucheloup had seen fit to notify passers-by of his speciality. He had dipped a brush in a pot of black paint, and as he had his own individual spelling as well as his own individual cuisine, he concocted this remarkable inscription on his wall, Carpes au gras star. One winter the downpours and hailstorms had freakishly erased the S on the end of the first word and the G at the beginning of the third, leaving Carpe ho ras. Time and rain assisting, a humble culinary advertisement had become a profound maxim. So it was that, not knowing French, Père Hucheloup displayed a knowledge of Latin, drew philosophy from cooking and, simply wanting to banish Lent, proved himself a match for Horace. And, what was impressive, this wording also meant, "Come into my tavern." None of this exists today. The Mont de Tourmaise was gutted and largely opened up as long ago as 1847, and by now is probably no more. Rue de la Chanvrerie and Corinthe have disappeared beneath the paving stones of Rue Rambuteau. As we said, Corinthe was one of the meeting places, if not assembly points, of Courfeyrac and his friends. It was Grantaire who discovered Corinthe. He went in because of the Carpe Horace and returned because of the Carpes au Gras. You could drink, you could eat, you could shout, for which you paid little, badly, or not at all, you were always welcome. Père Hucheloup was a good man. A good man, as we said. Hucheloup was a mustachioed tavern keeper, the jolly kind. He always looked bad-tempered, seemingly set on intimidating his customers, grumbling at the people who came in, and was apparently more inclined to pick a quarrel with them than to serve them soup. And yet, we abide by what we have already said, everyone was always welcome. This eccentricity attracted custom, bringing in young men who would say to each other, "Come and see Père Hucheloup grouch." He had been a fencing master. All of a sudden he would burst out laughing. Loud-mouthed, easy-going. Comic at heart, and outwardly tragic. He wanted nothing better than to frighten you, rather like those snuff boxes in the shape of a pistol. The explosive sneeze. He had an extremely ugly, bearded wife, Mère Hucheloup. About 1830, Père Hucheloup died. With him went the secret of the stuffed carp. His inconsolable widow kept the tavern going. But standards dropped and the food became atrocious. The wine, which had always been bad, was abominable. Courfeyrac and his friends nevertheless continued going to Corinthe, out of pity, said Bossuet. Widow Hucheloup was short-winded and misshapen, with some rustic memories. These she rescued from banality by her pronunciation. She had her own way of saying things that added piquancy to her reminiscences of village life in the springtime. In the old days, she said, she loved to hear the robber redbreast singing in the orphan bushes. The upstairs room where the restaurant was a big, long room crammed with stools, trestles, benches, chairs and tables and an old lopsided billiard table. It was reached by the spiral staircase that led up to a square hole like a ship's hatchway in a corner of the room. Illuminated by a single narrow window and a lamp that was always lit, this room had an attic-like appearance. Every piece of four-legged furniture behaved as if it had but three. The whitewashed walls had no decoration other than the following verse in tribute to Mame Hucheloup. She's a wonder at 10 paces, frightening at 2. With a wart on her wobbly nose. You're in constant dread that one good blow, and into her mouth it goes. This was scrawled in charcoal on the wall. Looking very like it, Mame Hucheloup passed to and fro in front of this verse from morning till night without turning a hair. 2 serving maids, called Matelote and Gibelotte*, and who had never been known by any other names, helped Mame Hucheloup to set on the tables the jugs of red wine and the various broths served to the hungry in earthenware bowls. Fat, round, red-haired and strident, once the deceased Hucheloup's favorite concubine, Matelote was uglier than any mythological monster. Yet, just as it befits the servant always to give precedence to her mistress, she was less ugly than Mame Hucheloup. Lanky, delicate, lymphatically pale, with rings round her eyes and drooping lids, always drained and exhausted, afflicted with what might be called chronic lassitude, the first to get up and the last to retire, Gibelotte waited on everyone, even the other serving maid, with meekness and in silence, smiling through her fatigue with a vague, sleepy kind of smile. There was a mirror above the bar. Anyone entering the restaurant room would read the following line chalked on the door by Courfeyrac: "Enjoy if you can and eat if you dare." 2. Preliminary Jollities. As we know, L'Aigle de Meaux lived at Joly's more than anywhere else. Home to him was as a branch to a bird. The two friends lived together, ate together, slept together. They shared everything, even musichetta occasionally. They were what among junior monks are called binny. On the morning of the 5th of June they went to eat at Corinth. Joly, with his nose all blocked, had a heavy cold that L'Aigle was beginning to share. L'aigle's coat was threadbare but Joly was smartly dressed. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when they stepped through the door of Corinth. They went up to the first floor. Matelote and Gibelotte welcomed them. "Oysters, cheese and ham," said L'Aigle. And they sat down at a table. The tavern was empty. There were just the two of them. Recognizing Joly and L'Aigle, Gibelotte put a bottle of wine on the table. They were just starting on the oysters when a head appeared through the staircase hatchway and a voice said, "I was passing by. From out in the street I catch a delicious smell of brie. In I come." It was Grantaire. Grantaire took a stool and sat at the table. Seeing Grantaire, Gibelotte put 2 bottles of wine on the table. That made 3. "Are you going to drink those 2 bottles?" L'Aigle asked Grantaire. Grantaire replied, "Everyone here's a genius, it's only you that's ingenuous. No man has ever wondered at 2 bottles." The others had begun by eating, Grantaire began by drinking. Half a bottle was rapidly consumed. "You must have a hole in your belly," said L'Aigle. "You certainly have one at your elbow," said Grantaire. And having emptied his glass, he added, "I have to tell you, L'Aigle of the funeral oration, your coat is old." "I should hope so too," said L'Aigle. "It means we're a happy couple, my coat and I. It has adapted to all my physical quirks, it's not in any way uncomfortable, it has molded itself to my deformities, it allows me complete freedom of movement, I'm aware of it only because it keeps me warm. Old coats are just like old friends." "That's right," cried Joly, joining in the conversation, "an old goat's an old bait. Asterisk. Especially for a man with a blocked nose," said Grantaire. "Grantaire, have you come from the boulevard?" asked L'Aigle. "No. We just saw the head of the funeral procession go by, Joly and I." "It's a marvelous sight," said Joly. "How quiet this street is," cried L'Aigle. "Who would suspect that Paris was in turmoil? It's obvious this part of town used to be all convents. Do Brule and Sauvel list them, Abbé Lebeuf as well. All round here, they were. The place was teeming with the calved, the discalced, the tonsured, the bearded, greys, blacks, whites, Franciscans, minims, Capuchins, Carmelites, little Augustinians, great Augustinians, old Augustinians. They were thick on the ground. "Let's not talk about monks," said Grantaire, interrupting, "it makes you want to scratch yourself." Then he exclaimed, "Ugh! I just swallowed a bad oyster. Now I've another attack of hypochondria coming on. The oysters are off, the servants are ugly. I hate the human race. I came along Rue Richelieu earlier, past the big public library. That pile of oyster shells they call a library puts me off thinking. All that paper. All that ink. All that scribbling. The amount that's been written. Which numbskull was it that said man was a featherless biped? And then I ran into a pretty girl I know, as lovely as springtime, who deserves to be called Flora, and she's delighted, ecstatic, overjoyed, in seventh heaven, poor thing, because yesterday some dreadful banker all pitted with smallpox deigned to take a fancy to her. Alas! Women are susceptible to practicalities no less than to good looks. Cats chase mice as well as birds. Not 2 months ago that young woman was a good girl living in a garret. She fitted little brass rings, or whatever they're called, into the eyelets of corsets. She sewed, she had a trestle bed, she sat at home with a jar of flowers, she was content. Now she's a banker's consort. This transformation took place last night. I met the victim this morning, looking utterly delighted. The awful thing is, the little hussy is as pretty today as she was yesterday. Her patron didn't show on her face. Roses are better or worse off than women in this respect. The traces that pests leave on them are visible. Ah! There's no morality on this earth. I call to witness the myrtle, symbol of love, the laurel, symbol of war, the silly old olive, symbol of peace, the apple tree that almost choked Adam on one of its pips, and the fig tree, grandpapa of petticoats. As for rightfulness, do you want to know what rightfulness is? The Gauls want Clusium, Rome protects Clusium and asks the Gauls what wrong Clusium has done them. Brennus replies, the wrong that Alba did you, the wrong that Fedini did you, the wrong the Equi, the Volsci and the Sabines did you. They were your neighbors. The Clusians are ours. We have the same understanding of what it means to be neighbors as you do. You stole Alba, we're taking Clusium. Rome said, you will not take Clusium. Brennus took Rome. Then he cried, Vi Victus. Asterisk, that's what rightfulness is. Ah! So many predators in this world. So many eagles. So many eagles. It gives me gooseflesh. He held out his glass to Jolie, who refilled it, then he drank and went on, scarcely interrupted by this glass of wine that no one, not even he himself, had noticed. Brennus, who takes Rome, is an eagle. The banker who takes the grisette is an eagle. No more sense of decency here than there. So let's not believe in anything. There's only one reality, drinking. Whatever your opinion, whether you favor the lean cockerel like the canton of Uri, or the fat cockerel like the canton of Glarus, it doesn't matter. Drink. You talk to me about the boulevard, the funeral procession, etc. So now there's going to be another revolution, is there? This paucity of resources on the part of the good Lord amazes me. He has to keep greasing the rails of events. There's a hitch, things aren't going smoothly. Quick, a revolution. The good Lord's hands are always black with that filthy grease. If I were in his place I'd keep things simpler, I wouldn't be tinkering with the works the whole time, I'd deal firmly with the human race, I'd keep things going, knitted together stitch by stitch, without breaking the yarn. I wouldn't have anything special in reserve, I wouldn't have any emergency measures to fall back on. What you people call progress is driven by two motors, men and events. But sad to say, from time to time something out of the ordinary is called for. In terms of events as well as men, the usual players are unsatisfactory. With men, geniuses are needed, with events, revolutions. Great accidents are mandatory. They're indispensable to the order of things. And seeing the appearance of comets, you'd be tempted to think that heaven itself has to recruit actors from outside the company. Just when you least expect it, God placards a meteor on the wall of the firmament. Some weird star turns up, with a huge tail trailing after it. And as a result Caesar dies. Brutus stabs him with a knife and God attacks him with a comet. Suddenly, there you have it. An aurora borealis, a revolution, a great man. 93 writ large, Napoleon given star billing, and the comet of 1811 at the top of the poster. Oh! Such a beautiful blue poster all spangled with unexpected bursts of light. Boom! Boom! An extraordinary spectacle. Look up, you idiots. Everything's unruly, star and drama alike. Good God, this is all too much and not enough. Seemingly magnificent, these resources, for all that they're exceptional, are poor indeed. My friends, providence is reduced to expediency. A revolution proves what? That God has been found wanting. He engineers a coup d'etat because continuity between present and future is thereby resolved, and because God himself has not been able to make the two ends meet. In fact, this confirms me in my conjectures about the state of Jehovah's wealth. And seeing so much distress, up on high as well as down below, so much meanness, grasping avarice, thievery and privation in heaven and on earth, from the bird without a grain of millet to myself without an income of 100,000 a year, seeing the fate of humanity, which is very shabby, and even the fate of royalty, which hangs by a thread, witness the demise of the Prince de Condé, seeing winter, which is nothing but a rent in the celestial heights through which the wind blows, seeing so much raggedness in morning's first flush of crimson on the crest of the hills, seeing those fake pearls, the dewdrops, seeing those paste diamonds, the frost, seeing humanity in tatters and events all patched up, and so many spots on the sun and so many holes in the moon, seeing so much pauperism everywhere. I suspect God isn't rich. He keeps up appearances, it's true, but I sense the strain. He stages a revolution the way a merchant with empty coffers gives a ball. Gods shouldn't be judged on appearances. Beneath the divine gilding I detect an impoverished universe. There's a shortfall in creation. That's why I'm unhappy. Look, it's the 5th of June, it's almost dark. I've been waiting for daylight to come since morning. It hasn't come yet and I bet it won't come before the day is out. That's negligence of a kind you'd expect of an ill-paid shop assistant. Yes, everything's badly organized, nothing's coordinated with anything else, this old world is out of kilter, I'm siding with the opposition. Everything is skewed, the universe is perverse. It's like with children, those who want them haven't any, and those who don't want them have. Result, I'm upset. Besides, this bald-head legal demo is a painful sight to me. It's humiliating to think I'm the same age as this coot. All the same, I criticize but I'm not rude. The universe is what it is. I'm speaking here with no ill intent, and for conscience's sake. Be assured, Eternal Father, of my sincere regard. Ah! By all the saints of Olympus and all the gods of paradise, I wasn't cut out to be a Parisian, that's to say forever to ing and fro ing like a shuttlecock, batted this way and that, between idlers and carousers. I was meant to be a Turk watching Oriental beauties all day long performing those exquisite Egyptian dances as lascivious as a chaste man's dreams, or a peasant from the Bossy, or a Venetian nobleman surrounded by Venetian noble women, or some German princeling providing the German Confederation with half a foot soldier and whiling away the time drying his socks on a hedge, that's to say, his frontier. Those are the destinies for which I was born. Yes, a Turk, I said, and I'll stand by that. I don't understand why Turks are generally looked down on. There's some good in Muhammad. All due respect to the inventor of seraglios with houris and paradises with odalisks. Let's not insult Islam, the only religion graced with a henhouse. At this point, I insist on having a drink. The earth's a great absurdity. And it appears that all these imbeciles are going to fight each other, to get themselves killed, to massacre each other, at the height of summer, in the month of prairial, when they could be going off into the countryside with some creature on their arm to relish the vast aromatic cup of tea that is new mown hay. People really are exceedingly foolish. An old broken lantern I saw in a curiosity shop earlier gives me pause for thought. It might be time to enlighten the human race. Yes, I'm back in the doldrums. That's how it is when an oyster and a revolution go down the wrong way. I become miserable again. Oh! What a dreadful old world, of drudgery and beggary and debauchery and butchery, and we get used to it. And after this fit of eloquence Grantaire had a well-earned fit of coughing. Speaking of revolution, said Joly, apparently Barrius is badly in love. Do we know who with? Asked Legel. Do? No? Do, I said. Marius in love, exclaimed Grantaire. I can just see it. Marius is a haze and he must have found himself a mist. Marius belongs to the poet breed. Whoever says poet, says madman. Timbrius Apollo * Marius and his Marie, or his Maria, or his Mariette or his Marian, they must make quaint lovers. I can tell what it's like. Ecstasies where kissing's forgotten. Chaste on earth but coupling in the infinite. They're sensual souls. They lie together among the stars. Grantaire was about to start on his second bottle and possibly his second harangue when a newcomer emerged from the square staircase opening. It was a boy less than 10 years of age, ragged, very small, sallow-complexioned, with a little pointed face, bright-eyed, very long-haired, rain-soaked, and happy-looking. Unhesitatingly choosing between the three, the child addressed L'Aigle de Meaux. "Are you Monsieur Bossuet?" he asked. "That's my nickname," replied L'Aigle. "What is it you want?" "Well, a tall fair-haired fellow on the boulevard said to me, 'You know Mère Hucheloup?' I said, 'Yes, Rue Chambéry, the old man's widow.' He said, 'Go over there. You'll find Monsieur Bossuet there, and you give him this message from me, ABC.' It's some kind of joke, isn't it?" He gave me 10 sous. "Jolie, lend me 10 sous, said L'Aigle. And turning to Grantaire, "Grantaire, lend me 10 sous. That made 20 sous, which L'Aigle handed to the child. "Thank you, monsieur," said the little boy. "What's your name?" asked L'Aigle. "Navet, Gavroche's friend." "Stay with us," said L'Aigle. "Eat with us," said Grantaire. The child replied, "I can't, I'm in the procession, I'm the one that's shouting down with Polignac." And off he went, dragging his feet, which is the most respectful of all possible salutations. When the child had gone, Grantaire spoke. "That's the gammon pure and simple. There are many varieties of the gammon species. The gammon lawyer is called the errand boy, the gammon cook is called the scullion, the gammon baker is called the baker's assistant, the gammon footman is called the boot boy, the gammon seaman is called the cabin boy, the gammon soldier is called the drummer boy, the gammon artist is called the apprentice, the gammon shopkeeper is called the counter-jumper, the gammon courtier is called the minion, the gammon king is called the dauphin, the gammon god is called the bambino." L'Aigle, meanwhile, was thinking. He said to himself, "ABC, that means Lamarck's funeral." "The tall fair-haired fellow," said Grantaire, "that's Enjolras tipping you off." "Shall we go?" said Bossuet. "It's raining," said Joly. "I've sworn to go under fire, not water. I don't want to catch cold." "I'm staying here," said Grantaire. "I prefer a meal to a hearse." "Conclusion, we stay," said L'Aigle. "Well then, let's drink. Besides, we can miss the funeral without missing the riot." "Ah! Count be in for the riot," cried Joly. L'Aigle rubbed his hands. "So we're going to make adjustments to the 1830 revolution. It's a bit of a tight fit for the people." "I don't really care about your revolution," said Grantaire. "I've no strong feelings against this government. It's the crown moderated by the nightcap. It's a scepter with an umbrella on the end of it. In fact, come to think of it, today, in this weather, Louis Philippe could use his royalty in 2 ways. He could wield the scepter end against the people and open the umbrella end against the skies." The room was dark, any daylight was entirely blotted out by large clouds. There was no one in the tavern or on the street, everyone having gone to see the disturbances. "Is it noon or midnight?" cried Bossuet. "You can't see a thing. Gibelotte, some light." Grantaire was drinking morosely. "Enjolras despises me," he muttered. "Enjolras said, Joly's ill, Grantaire's drunk. He sent Navet to Bossuet. If he'd come to fetch me I'd have followed him. Too bad for Enjolras. I shan't go to his funeral." Once this decision was made, Bossuet, Joly and Grantaire did not stir from the tavern. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon the table they were sitting at was covered with empty bottles. They had 2 candles burning, one in a candle holder of completely green copper, the other in the neck of a cracked carafe. Grantaire had waylaid Joly and Bossuet with wine. Bossuet and Joly had put Grantaire back on the road to cheerfulness. Since noon Grantaire himself had moved on from wine, no great source of dreams. Among serious drinkers wine has only limited success. In the matter of drunkenness, there is white magic and black magic. Wine is only white magic. Grantaire was an adventurous drinker of dreams. As a prospect, the blackness of extreme drunkenness, far from deterring him, attracted him. He had forsaken the bottles and taken to the tankard. The tankard is the abyss. With neither opium nor hashish to hand, and wanting to fill his head with twilight, he had resorted to that dreadful mixture of brandy, stout and absinthe that produces such terrible lethargies. It is of these 3 vapors, beer, brandy and absinthe, that the leadenness of the soul is made. They are 3 darknesses in which the celestial butterfly drowns. And in a vaporous layer vaguely condensed into a bat's wing, 3 silent furies take shape, nightmare, night and death, hovering over sleeping psyche. Grantaire was not yet at that dire stage, far from it. He was extremely merry, and Bossuet and Joly no less so. They clinked glasses. To the eccentric emphasis he laid on words and ideas, Grantaire added a singularity of gesture. With dignity, he rested his left fist on his knee, his arm forming a right angle, and astride his stool, with his cravat untied, his full glass in his right hand, he addressed these solemn words to the fat serving maid Matelote. Let the doors of the palace be thrown open. Let everyone be a member of the French Academy and have the right to embrace Madame Hucheloup. Let's drink. And turning to Mame Hucheloup, he added, ancient woman sanctified by custom, come near, that I may gaze on you. And Joly cried out, Batelote and Gibelotte, don't give Grantaire any more to drink. He's spending Buny like water. Since this morning he's already recklessly squandered 2 francs and 95 centimes. And Grantaire went on, who was it that fetched down the stars without my permission and put them on the table as candles? In his extreme drunkenness Bossuet had retained his composure. He was seated on the sill of the open window, getting his back wet in the falling rain, and observing his 2 friends. Suddenly he heard a commotion behind him, people running, cries of to arms. He turned round and in Rue Estienne, at the end of Rue de la Chanvrerie, he saw Enjolras passing by with a rifle in his hand, and Gavroche with his pistol, Feuilly with his sabre, Courfeyrac with his sword, Jean Prouvaire with his musketoon, Combeferre with his rifle, Bahorel with his carbine, and the whole armed and tumultuous rabble following on behind. Rue de la Chanvrerie was scarcely the length of a carbine's range of fire. Bossuet improvised a loudhailer with his 2 hands around his mouth and yelled, Courfeyrac! Hey, there! Courfeyrac! Courfeyrac heard the shout, saw Bossuet and walked a few paces into Rue de la Chanvrerie, shouting a "What do you want?" while a "Where are you going?" came from the opposite direction. To build a barricade, replied Courfeyrac. Well, this is a good place. Build it here. You're right, Aigle, said Courfeyrac. And at a signal from Courfeyrac the riotous crowd swept down Rue de la Chanvrerie. 3. Darkness starts to descend on Grantaire. It was indeed ideally located, wider at the top of the street and narrowing to a dead end at the bottom, with Corinthe creating a choke point, Rue Mondétour easy to bar to right and to left, no attack possible except from Rue Estienne, that is to say, frontally and exposed. Bossuet and his cups had fasting Hannibal's eye. At the eruption of the mob terror had taken hold of the whole street. Not a passerby that did not make himself scarce. Quick as a flash, down at the bottom, to right, to left, shops, workshops, doors, windows, blinds, skylights, shutters of every size had closed, from ground floor to rooftop. To absorb the gunfire, a terrified old woman had with 2 clothes-drying poles fixed a mattress in front of her window. The tavern alone remained open, and for a very good reason, the rabble had come rushing in. "Oh my God! Oh my God," sighed Mame Hushlup. Bossuet had gone downstairs to meet Courfeyrac. Jolie, who was standing at the window, cried out, "Courfeyrac, you should have brought an umbrella. You'll catch a cold." Meanwhile, within a few minutes, 20 iron bars had been wrenched from the grating in front of the tavern, 40 yards of cobblestones had been ripped up from the street. Gavroche and Boborel seized a passing cart belonging to a lime maker named Anso, and overturned it. This cart contained 3 barrels full of lime, which they placed beneath the piles of cobblestones. Enjolras opened up the trapdoor to the cellar and all Widow Huchlup's empty casks were set alongside the barrels of lime. With fingers accustomed to painting the delicate ribs of fans, Feuilly buttressed the barrels and the cart with 2 massive heaps of rubble. Rubble improvised like everything else and taken from who knows where. Support beams were torn from a neighboring house front and laid on the casks. When Bossuet and Courfeyrac turned round, half the street was already blocked with a rampart higher than a man. There is nothing like the hand of the common people for building anew out of what has been demolished. Matelote and Gibelotte mingled with the workers. Gibelotte went to and fro loaded with rubble. Her lassitude contributed to the barricade. She served up cobblestones just as she would have served wine, sleepily. An omnibus drawn by 2 white horses passed by the end of the street. Bossuet climbed over the cobblestones, ran, stopped the driver, made the passengers descend, offered his hand to the ladies, dismissed the conductor and came back with the vehicle, leading the horses by the bridle. "No omnibus," he said, "goes past Corinth. Non licet omnibus adire. Corinthum. Asterisk." A moment later the unhitched horses wandered off down Rue Mondétour, and the omnibus lying on its side completed the blocking of the street. Distraught, Mame Hushlup had taken refuge upstairs. She gazed vacantly with unseeing eyes, quietly whimpering. Her cries of horror dared not emerge from her throat. "It's the end of the world," she murmured. Jolie planted a kiss on Mame Huchlup's fat, red, wrinkled neck, and said to Grantaire, "My dear fellow, I've always regarded a woman's neck as an infinitely delicate thing." But Grantaire was soaring to extreme heights of rhapsody. When Matelote came back upstairs, Grantaire grabbed her by the waist and burst into great gales of laughter at the window. "Matelote is ugly," he cried. "Matelote is the perfection of ugliness. Matelote is a chimera. This is the secret of her birth, a Gothic Pygmalion, who made gargoyles for cathedrals, one fine morning fell in love with the most horrible of them. He begged love to bring it to life, and Matelote was the result. Look at her, citizens. She has chrome yellow hair like Titian's mistress, and she's a good girl. I guarantee she'll fight well. Every good girl contains a hero. As for Mère Hushlup, she's an old warrior. Look at the mustache she has. She's inherited it from her husband. In a word, a trooper. She too will fight. These 2 alone will be the terror of the outskirts. Comrades, we shall overthrow the government as sure as there are 15 intermediate acids between margaric acid and formic acid. Not that it matters to me in the least. Gentlemen, my father always detested me because I couldn't understand mathematics. All I understand are love and liberty. Good old Grantaire, that's me. Never having had money, I never became accustomed to it, so I've never felt the need of it, but if I'd been rich there would have been no more poor. Believe me. Oh, if kind hearts had fat purses, how much better things would be. Imagine Jesus Christ with Rothschild's fortune. He would do so much good. Matelote, kiss me. You're voluptuous and shy. You have cheeks that invite a sister's kiss and lips that cry out for a lover's. Put a cork in it, said Courfeyrac. Grantaire replied, I'm official magistrate and master of poetry. Enjolras, who was standing on the ridge of the barricade, gun in hand, raised his stern, handsome face. As we know, there was something of the Spartan and the Puritan in Enjolras. He would have perished at Thermopylae with Leonidas and burned down Drogheda with Cromwell. Grantaire, he shouted, go and wallow in your drunkenness elsewhere. This is a place for the spirited, not for the sot. You're a disgrace to the barricade. This tetchy remark had a striking effect on Grantaire. It was as if a glass of cold water had been thrown in his face. He suddenly seemed to sober up. He sat down at a table by the window, rested his elbows on it, gazed at Enjolras with an indescribable tenderness and said to him, you know, I believe in you. Go away. Let me sleep here. Go and sleep somewhere else, shouted Enjolras. But still staring at him with fond and blurry eyes, Grantaire replied, let me sleep here, until I die. Enjolras threw him a disdainful look. Grantaire, you haven't the will to do anything, to believe, to think, to live, to die. Grantaire replied solemnly, you'll see. He stammered out a few more unintelligible words, then his head fell heavily onto the table and, a fairly common effect of the second phase of sobering up into which Enjolras had unceremoniously and abruptly precipitated him, a moment later he was asleep. 4. An attempt to console Widow Hucheloup. Thrilled with the barricade, Bahorel cried, the street shows to much better advantage with that end of it cut off. Even as he proceeded to half demolish the tavern, Courfeyrac sought to console the widowed proprietress. Mère Hucheloup, weren't you complaining the other day that you'd been officially reported and charged with an offense because Gibelotte shook a bedside rug out of your window? My dear Monsieur Courfeyrac, yes indeed. Oh my God, are you going to put that table of mine as well onto that monstrosity of yours? And what's more, the government fined me 100 francs for that rug, and also for a jar of flowers that fell from the attic into the street. Isn't that outrageous? Well, Mère Hucheloup, we're seeing to it that you get your revenge. Mère Hucheloup seemed not really to understand how she benefited from this. She was being given redress in the same way as that Arab woman who, having been struck by her husband, went and complained to her father, crying for vengeance and saying, Father, you must pay my husband back, injury for injury. The father asked, which cheek did he strike? The left cheek. The father struck her on the right cheek and said, there now. Go and tell your husband, he slapped my daughter but I slapped his wife. The rain had stopped. New recruits had arrived. Workmen had brought with them under their overalls a barrel of powder, a basket containing bottles of vitriol, 2 or 3 carnival torches and a hamper filled with outdoor tallow candles, left over from the king's name-day festivities, the festivities being recent, having taken place on the 1st of May. It was said that these supplies came from a grocer named Pepin, in Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The only street lantern in Rue de la Chanvrerie, the corresponding lantern in Rue St. Denis and all the lanterns in the surrounding streets, Mondétour, Signa, Prêcheurs, Grandet and Petit Truanderie, had been smashed. Enjolras, Combeferre and Courfeyrac directed everything. 2 barricades were now being constructed simultaneously, both of them abutting on the Corinth building at right angles to each other, the larger one blocking Rue de la Chanvrerie, the other blocking Rue Mondétour on the Rue du Cygne side. This latter barricade, which was very narrow, was constructed only of casks and cobblestones. About 50 workers were there to man them, some 30 of whom were armed with guns, for they had borrowed the entire stock of a gunsmith's shop on the way. No more motley or bizarre crew than this. One wore a short jacket, carried a cavalry saber and 2 saddle pistols, another was in his shirt sleeves, a round hat, with a powder horn hanging at his side, a third had padded his chest with 9 sheets of brown paper and was armed with a saddler's awl. One shouted, "Let's kill to the last and die on the end of our bayonets." This fellow had no bayonet. Another wore over his coat the leather slings and belts and cartridge pouch of a National Guardsman, the cartridge pouch cover decorated with this inscription in red wool, "Public Order." A great many guns bearing Legion numbers, few hats, no cravats, lots of bare arms, some pikes. Add to this all ages, all types, pale, puny young men and tan dock workers. All were eager to waste no time, and while helping each other they talked about their prospects. Help would come at about 3 o'clock in the morning, they were sure of a regiment. Paris would rise up, fearsome words combined with a kind of hearty good humor. They might have been brothers. They did not know each other's names. That is the beauty of great danger, it brings out the fraternity of strangers. A fire had been lit in the kitchen, and jugs, spoons, forks, all the tavern's pewterware was being melted down in a bullet mold. The drinking continued while all this was going on. Firing caps and buckshot lay scattered on the tables among the glasses of wine. In the billiard room, Mame Hushlup, Matelote and Gibelotte, variously affected by terror, one of them dazed, another breathless and the third wide awake, were tearing old dishcloths into bandage strips. 3 insurgents were helping them, 3 strapping lads, long-haired, bearded and mustachioed, who picked off stray threads with the delicate fingers of a linen maid and made them tremble. The tall man that Courfeyrac, Combeferre and Enjolras had noticed when he joined the mob at the corner of Rue de Billettes was working on the small barricade and making himself useful there. Gavroche was working on the main one. As for the young man who had been waiting for Courfeyrac at his lodgings and had asked after Monsieur Marius, he disappeared round about the time when the omnibus was overturned. Utterly elated and radiant, Gavroche had taken charge of the operation. He went to and fro, clambering up and down and back up again, a continuous chattering, sparkling presence. He seemed to be there for everyone's encouragement. Did he have an incentive? Yes, indeed, his poverty. Did he have wings? Yes, indeed, his joy. Gavroche was a whirlwind. He was never out of sight, he was always within hearing. He filled the air, being everywhere at once. He had a kind of almost irritating ubiquity. With him around, no possibility of slacking. The enormous barricade felt him on its rump. He bothered the time-wasters, inspired the indolent, heartened the weary, provoked the thoughtful, injected some with cheerfulness, others with energy, others with anger, spurred all to action, prodded a student, nagged a workman, settled, paused, took off again, flew over the hustle and bustle, darted from one group to another, hummed, buzzed and harassed the whole team, gadfly to the vast revolutionary coach **. Perpetual motion was in his little arms and a perpetual clamor in his little lungs. Come on! More cobblestones! More barrels! More Watt-sits! Where can we find some? A hotful of plaster to stop up this hole. It's very small, this barricade of yours. It needs building up. Put everything on it, dump everything on it, chuck everything on it. Bring the house down. A barricade's the same as Mère Gibou's tea. Look, there's a glass door. At this the workers protested. A glass door? What do you expect us to do with a glass door, pipsqueak? Pipsqueaks yourselves, retorted Gavroche. A glass door's just the thing for a barricade. It doesn't stop it being attacked but it makes it hard to capture. So you've never been pinching apples over a wall with broken glass in it? A glass door'll cut the corns off the National Guard's feet when they try to climb the barricade. Lord! Glass is vicious. You certainly haven't got much imagination, comrades. He was also furious about his hammerless pistol. He went from one person to another, demanding, "A gun, I want a gun. Why won't anyone give me a gun?" You? A gun, said Combeferre. Well, said Gavroche. Why not? I had one in 1830 when we had that argument with Charles X. Enjolras shrugged. When the men have all they need, we'll give them to children. Gavroche turned round haughtily and replied, if you're killed before me I'll take yours. Gammon, said Enjolras. Beardless boy, said Gavroche. An elegant dandy who had lost his way and was wandering past the end of the street created a diversion. Gavroche shouted out to him, come and join us, young man. Or are you not going to do anything for this dear old country? The dandy fled. V. Preparations. Contemporary newspapers that said the Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade, that almost impregnable edifice as they called it, reached the height of a first-floor building were mistaken. The fact is, it did not exceed an average height of 6 or 7 feet. It was built so that the combatants were able at will either to disappear behind the roadblock or to command it, and even climb up on top of it by means of a quadruple row of piled-up cobblestones arranged as steps on the inside. On the outside, the front of the barricade, composed of heaps of cobblestones and casks with connecting beams and planks jammed into the wheels of Anceau's cart and the overturned omnibus, was a spiked entanglement. A gap had been left, wide enough for a man to pass through, between the wall of the houses and the end of the barricade furthest from the tavern, so it was possible to get out. The shaft from the omnibus had been stood upright and was held in position with ropes, and a red flag fastened to this shaft flew above the barricade. The little Mondétour barricade, hidden behind the tavern building, was not visible. The two barricades together formed a genuine redoubt. Enjolras and Courfeyrac had not thought it necessary to barricade the other section of Rue Mondétour that offers a way out to Les Halles via Rue des Prêcheurs, no doubt wanting to preserve the possibility of communicating with the outside, and having little fear of being attacked from that dangerous and awkward Ruelle des Prêcheurs. With the exception of this outlet, left open and constituting what Follard would have called in strategic terms a communication trench, and taking into account also the narrow gap leading into Rue de la Chanvrerie, the area inside the barricade, where the tavern formed a salient angle, presented an irregular quadrilateral closed on all sides. There was a distance of some 20 paces between the main barricade and the tall buildings at the end of the street, so it could be said that the barricade was backed by these houses, all inhabited but shut up from top to bottom. All this work was done without interruption in less than an hour, and without any sighting of bearskin or bayonet by this handful of bold men. The few bourgeois citizens still venturing into Rue St. Denis at this stage of the riot would glance down Rue de la Chanvrerie, catch sight of the barricade, and quicken their pace. Once the two barricades were completed, and the flag flying, a table was dragged out of the tavern and Courfeyrac climbed onto it. Enjolras brought out the square chest, and Courfeyrac opened it. This chest was full of cartridges. At the sight of the cartridges there was a tremor among the bravest, and a momentary silence. A smiling Courfeyrac distributed them. Each man received 30 cartridges. Many had powder, and began to make more with the bullets that were being cast. As for the barrel of powder, it was set on a table apart, by the door, and kept in reserve. The alarm continued incessantly to sound throughout Paris, but it had ended up as no more than a monotonous noise to which they no longer paid attention. This noise alternately approached and receded, in mournful undulations. Altogether they loaded their rifles and carbines, unhurriedly and with a solemn gravity. Enjolras went and placed 3 lookouts outside the barricades, one in Rue de la Chanvrerie, the second in Rue des Prêcheurs, the third at the corner of Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Then, barricades built, positions assigned, guns loaded, sentries posted, alone in those menacing streets that no one any longer walked down, surrounded by those silent and seemingly lifeless houses revealing no quiver of human activity, enveloped in the deepening twilight that was beginning to fall, in the heart of that gloom and silence in which there could be sensed something approaching, and which had something indefinably tragic and terrifying about them, isolated, armed, resolute, calm. They waited. 6. Waiting. During those hours of waiting, what did they do? We must say, since this is history. While the men made bullets and the women made bandages, while a large pot full of melted down pewter and lead, destined for the bullet mold, smoked above a glowing brazier, while the sentries kept watch, at support arms, on the barricade, while Enjolras, who could not be distracted, kept watch on the sentries, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Feuilly, Bossuet, Joly, Bahorel, and a few others sought each other out and gathered together, as during their most tranquil student days when they would sit and talk, and in one corner of this tavern-turned-fortified enclosure, a few steps from the redoubt they had built, with their carbines loaded and primed and resting on the backs of their chairs, these fine young men, so close to their final hour, began to recite a love poem. Which poem? This one. Remember the sweet life we led, when we were both so young, when to look our best and be in love was our heart's sole desire? When your years added to mine amounted to less than 40, and, in our humble dwelling, all was springtime to us, even winter. Happy days. Manuel, proud and wise, Paris, seated at sacred banquets. When Foy fulminated, and a pin in your corsage pricked me. All eyes were on you. A lawyer, I. With no case to plead, and you so lovely, roses turned to look, it seemed. When I took you to the Prado for dinner. How beautiful she is. I heard them say. How fragrant. Such flowing locks. Like a peeping bud in her charming bonnet. Beneath that cloak she must have wings. Your soft arm held tight in mine. We went our wandering way, seeming to passers-by the sweet month of April wedded to the fair month of May. We hid in happiness behind closed doors, devouring the forbidden fruit called love. And even before my lips had spoken, already your heart replied, I'm yours. The Sorbonne was the setting for our idyll where from dusk till dawn I adored you. So by the map of tenderness do lovers find their way in the Latin Quarter. O place Maubert. O place Dauphine. When you drew a stocking over your slender leg, a bright star I'd see beneath the eaves. In our fresh and vernal garret. Plato have I read but not a word remember. More about heaven's goodness I learned from a flower you gave me than from anything Lamennais or Malebranche ever said. O gilded garret, where I laced you, watched you, up and about at break of day in your chemise, gazing on your young face in an old-looking glass. How could anyone forget those heavenly auroral days of ribbons and flowers? Of gauze and moire, of love's falterings. In a charming language all of its own? A pot of tulips was our garden. You draped the window with a petticoat. The clay bowl I took for myself, and gave you the porcelain cup. Those great calamities that made us laugh. Your scorched muff, your lost boa. Divine Shakespeare's cherished portrait. Sold one evening to pay for supper. I was a poor beggar and you so kind. I'd kiss your arms and you'd not mind. A copy of Dante served as our table. On a bagful of chestnuts we happily dined. That first time in my blissful garret, that I stole a kiss from your burning lips left you all disheveled and flushed, left me white, my faith restored. Do you recall our countless pleasures, and all those shawls now turned to rags? Oh! Many the sighs that have escaped. Our heavy hearts and heavenwards have flown. The time, the place, these recollections of youth, a few stars beginning to twinkle in the sky, the deathly quiet of those deserted streets, the imminence of the inexorable drama that was about to unfold lent a pathetic charm to these verses softly murmured in the twilight by Jean Prouvaire, who, as we have said, was a gentle poet. Meanwhile, a tallow candle had been lit on the small barricade, and on the main barricade one of those wax torches of the kind you see on Shrove Tuesday at the front of carts crammed with masked revelers on their way to La Courtille. These torches, as we have seen, came from Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The torch had been placed in a sort of cage made of paving stones, enclosed on three sides to shelter it from the wind and arranged in such a way that all the light fell onto the flag. The street and the barricade remained steeped in darkness, and nothing could be seen except the red flag strikingly illuminated as if by an enormous dark lantern. This light lent to the scarlet flag an indescribably terrible crimson hue. 7. The man recruited in Rue de Billettes. It was well after dark, and nothing came. All that could be heard were an indistinct clamor and at intervals volleys of gunfire, but few and far between, unsustained and distant. This extended lull was a sign that the government was biding its time and gathering its forces. These 50 men were waiting on 60,000. Enjolras felt in the grip of that impatience that overcomes men of character on the threshold of dire events. He went in search of Gavroche, who had settled down to make cartridges in the bar-room by the wavering light of 2 candles placed on the counter for safety's sake in case of any powder lying on the tables. These 2 candles cast no brightness outside. The insurgents had also been careful not to have any light on the upper floors. Gavroche was deeply preoccupied at that moment, not with his cartridges, as it happened. The man from Rue de Billettes had just entered the bar-room and had sat down at the most shadowy table. He had been allotted a full-size large-caliber rifle that he kept between his legs. Distracted by countless amusing things, until that instant Gavroche had not even seen the man. When he came in, Gavroche instinctively followed him with his eyes, admiring his gun. Then, when the man was seated, the gamin abruptly stood up. Anyone watching the man up to that moment would have seen him observing the barricade and the band of insurgents, all with close attention. But since entering the room he had fallen into a reflection of sorts and seemed no longer to notice anything going on around him. The gamin approached this pensive individual and began to tiptoe around him the way people do when they are afraid of waking someone up. At the same time there passed over his childish face, at once so cheeky and so earnest, so skittish and so intense, so cheerful and so heartbreaking, all the grimaces of an old man signifying bah! Impossible! My eyesight's playing me up. I'm dreaming. Could it be? No, it's not. But it must be. But it can't be, and so on. Gavroche rocked on his heels, clenched both fists in his pockets, made bird-like motions with his neck, invested all the sagacity of his lower lip in an extraordinary pout. He was astounded, doubtful, incredulous, convinced, amazed. He wore the expression of the chief eunuch finding a Venus among the unprepossessing offerings in the slave market, and displayed the attitude of an amateur recognizing a Raphael in a pile of worthless daubs. All his faculties were at work, the shrewd instinct and the scheming intelligence. Obviously, this was an important moment for Gavroche. It was at the height of his preoccupation that Enjolras came up to him. "You're small," said Enjolras, "you'll not be seen. Go outside the barricades, keep close to the houses, take a bit of a wander round the streets, and come back and tell me what's going on." Gavroche straightened up, standing foursquare. "So young uns do have their uses. Just as well. I'll go. In the meantime, trust to young uns, be wary of grown-ups." Then raising his head and lowering his voice, Gavroche added, indicating the man from Rue de Billettes, "You see that tall fellow over there? Well, he's a narc." "Are you sure?" "It's not 2 weeks since he twisted my ear and pulled me off the ledge of the Pont Royal, where I was taking the air." Enjolras promptly deserted the gamin and very quietly murmured a few words to a dockworker from the Port aux Vins who happened to be there. The man left the room and came back almost at once, accompanied by 3 others. Without doing anything that might attract his attention, the four men, for burly dockhands, went and stood behind the table at which the man from Rue de Ballet sat, resting on his elbows. They were ready to pounce on him. Then Enjolras went up to the man and asked, "Who are you?" At this abrupt question the man started. He gazed deep into Enjolras's clear eyes, or he appeared to read his mind. He smiled a smile that conveyed the utmost disdain, forcefulness and resolve, and replied with supercilious gravity, "I see how it is." "Oh, yes indeed." "You're a narc?" "I'm an officer of the law." "And your name?" "Javert." Enjolras signaled to the four men. In the twinkling of an eye, before Javert had time to turn round, he was collared, pinioned to the ground, and searched. They found on him a little round card, pasted between glass, that had the French coat of arms with the motto Surveillance and Vigilance embossed on one side, and this identification on the other, Javert, Inspector of Police, aged 52, and the signature of the Prefect of Police at the time, Monsieur Gisquet. He had, in addition, his watch and his purse, which contained several gold coins. His purse and watch they let him keep. Feeling behind the watch, they found at the back of his fob pocket a sheet of paper in an envelope, which Enjolras unfolded and on which he read these lines, written in the Prefect of Police's own hand: "As soon as his political mission is accomplished, Inspector Javert will conduct a special investigation to ascertain whether it is true that agitators are plotting to make trouble on the right bank, down by the Seine, near the Pont d'Iéna." Having completed their search, they set Javert on his feet again, tied his arms behind his back, and bound him to the famous pillar in the middle of the barroom that had long ago given the tavern its name. Gavroche, who witnessed the whole scene and approved of everything with a silent nod of his head, stepped up to Javert and said to him, "So the mouse has caught the cat." All this was done so quickly that it was over by the time anyone else noticed. Javert had not uttered a cry. Seeing Javert tied to the pillar, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Combeferre and the men dispersed among the two barricades came running up. With his back to the pillar and with so much rope tied round him that he could not move at all, Javert held up his head with the fearless serenity of a man who has never lied. "He's a narc," said Enjolras. And turning to Javert, "You'll be shot 2 minutes before the barricade is taken." Javert replied in his most imperious tone, "Why not straight away? We're saving our powder." "Then finish me off with a knife." "Narc," said the handsome Enjolras, "we're judges, not assassins." Then he called Gavroche. "Hey you! Get on with it! Do what I told you!" "I'm off," cried Gavroche. And pausing as he was about to leave, "By the way, his gun you'll give to me." And he added, "I'll let you keep the musician, but I want the clarinet." The gamin gave a military salute and cheerfully slipped through the gap in the main barricade. 8. Several question marks over one Le Cabuc whose name may not have been Le Cabuc. The tragic description we have embarked on would not be complete, the reader would not see in accurate and true relief those great moments of social parturition and revolutionary birth where exertion combines with convulsion, were we to omit in our depiction an incident full of epic and savage horror that occurred almost directly after Gavroche's departure. Mobs, as we know, are like snowballs and gather as they roll a great many unruly men. These men do not ask each other where they come from. Among those along the way who had joined the rabble led by Enjolras, Combeferre and Courfeyrac was an individual wearing a docker's jacket with worn shoulders, who was gesticulating and shouting and looked like some sort of wild drunkard. Very drunk, or pretending to be, this man, named or nicknamed Le Cabuc, in fact a complete stranger to those who claimed to know him, had sat down with several others at a table they had dragged outside the tavern. This Cabuc, while encouraging those he was with to drink, seemed to be thoughtfully considering the large house behind the barricade, whose 5 stories commanded the whole street and faced Rue St. Denis. All at once he exclaimed, "You know, comrades, it's from that house we need to be firing." If we were up at those windows, it would be the devil for anyone coming up the street. Yes, but the house is shut up, said one of the drinkers. Let's knock. They won't open. Let's break down the door. Le Cabuc runs to the door, which has an extremely heavy knocker, and knocks. The door does not open. He knocks a second time. No one answers. A third time. The same silence. Is there anyone in there? Shouts Le Cabuc. Nothing stirs. Then he grabs a rifle and starts to batter the door with his rifle butt. It was an old portal, arched, low, narrow, of solid oak, reinforced on the inside with sheet metal and an iron frame, or real prison postern. The pounding with the rifle butt made the house tremble but did not shake the door. All the same, it probably disturbed the inhabitants, for in the end light was seen at a small square dormer window on the third floor, which opened, and at this window appeared a candle and the bewildered and terrified face of a gray-haired old man, who was the porter. The man banging at the door stopped. "Gentlemen," said the porter, "what is it?" "Open up," said Le Cabuc. "Gentlemen, that's impossible." "Come on, open up." "Out of the question, gentlemen." Le Cabuc took his gun and took aim at the porter, but as he was down below, and as it was very dark, the porter did not see him. "Will you open, yes or no?" "No, gentlemen." "Did you say no?" "I said no, my good." The porter got no further. The shot was fired. The bullet went in under his chin, passed through his jugular and out at the back of his neck. The old man collapsed without even a sigh. The candle fell over and went out, and all that could be seen was a motionless head lying on the windowsill and a little whitish smoke drifting up to the roof. "There," said Le Cabuc, standing the butt of his rifle on the pavement again. He had hardly uttered this word when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with the weight of an eagle's talon, and he heard a voice saying, "On your knees." The murderer turned and saw before him the cold, white face of Enjolras. Enjolras held a pistol in his hand. He had come at the sound of the gunfire. With his left hand he grabbed Le Cabuc by his collar, overall, shirt and braces. "On your knees," he repeated. And with sovereign command, the slight young man of 20 bent the sturdy, thick-set housebreaker like a reed and brought him to his knees in the mud. Le Cabuc tried to resist, but he seemed to have been seized by a superhuman hand. Pale and disheveled, his throat bared, Enjolras, with his womanly face, had at that moment something of ancient Themis about him. His flaring nostrils, his downcast eyes, gave to his implacable Greek profile that expression of wrath and that expression of chastity that for the ancient world are appropriate to justice. Everyone from the barricade had come running, then they had all drawn up in a circle, at a distance, feeling there was nothing they could say about what they were going to see. Defeated, Le Cabuc no longer made any attempt to struggle, and trembled in every limb. Enjolras released him and drew out his watch. "Prepare yourself," he said. "With prayer or reflection. You have 1 minute." "Mercy," murmured the murderer. Then he hung his head and mumbled a few inarticulate oaths. Enjolras did not take his eyes off his watch. He let 1 minute go by, then put his watch back in his pocket. That done, he took Le Cabuc by the hair as the latter clutched at his knees howling, and placed the barrel of the pistol to his ear. Many of those intrepid men who had so calmly embarked on the most terrifying of enterprises turned away. The gunshot was heard, the assassin fell forward onto the pavement. Enjolras drew himself up and looked around, his gaze severe and assured. Then he nudged the corpse with his foot and said, "Throw that out." 3 men lifted the wretch's body as it twitched in the last involuntary post-mortem spasms, and flung it over the small barricade into the Mondétour alleyway. Enjolras remained pensive. An indefinable grandiose somberness slowly pervaded his awesome serenity. All at once he raised his voice. There was silence. "Citizens," said Enjolras, "what that man did is dreadful and what I have done is terrible. He shot someone, that is why I killed him. I had to do it because insurrection must have its discipline. Assassination is even more of a crime here than elsewhere. We are under the gaze of the revolution, we are the priests of the republic, we are the sacrificial offerings that must be made, and there must be no possible cause for denigration of our struggle. I have, therefore, judged that man and sentenced him to death. As for myself, obliged to do what I have done but abhorring it, I have also judged myself, and you will see presently to what I have sentenced myself." Those who were listening shuddered. "We will share your fate," cried Combeferre. "So be it," said Enjolras. "One word more. In executing this man I've obeyed necessity. But necessity is a monster of the old world, and necessity's name is fate. Now, the law of progress is that monsters should disappear before angels, and that fate should give way to fraternity. This is a bad moment to mention the word love. I mention it anyway, and I glorify it. Love, the future belongs to you. Death, I make use of you but I hate you. Citizens, in the future there will be neither darkness nor thunderbolts, neither savage ignorance nor bloody retaliation. As there will be no more Satan, there will be no more Michael. In the future there will be no killing, the earth will be radiant, the human race will love. The day will come, citizens, when all will be concord, harmony, light, joy and life, it will come. And it's so that it does come that we are going to die." Enjolras fell silent. His chaste lips closed and he remained for some time standing, still as marble, on the spot where he had shed blood. His fixed gaze made those around him talk quietly. Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre silently shook hands, and leaning against each other at the corner of the barricade, contemplated with a compassionate admiration that grave young man, executioner and priest, of crystalline light and also of adamantine rock. Let us say right now that later, after the event, when the bodies were taken to the morgue and searched, a police agent's identity card was found on Le Cabuc. The author of this book held in his hands, in 1848, the special report on this subject made to the prefect of police in 1832. We would also add that, if a strange but probably well-founded police tradition is to be believed, Le Cabuc was Claquous. The fact is that after the death of Le Cabuc there was no further mention of Claquous. Claquous left no trace after his disappearance, he would seem to have blended into the invisible. His life had been shadows, his end was night. The whole rebel group was still under the shock of this tragic case so swiftly investigated and so swiftly concluded when Courfeyrac saw again, on the barricade, the slip of a young man who had come asking for Marius at his lodgings that morning. At nightfall this lad, with his bold and carefree manner, had come to join the insurgents. Book 13 Marius enters into darkness. From Rue Plumet to the St. Denis neighborhood. The voice that through the dusk had summoned Marius to the Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade sounded to him like the voice of destiny. He wanted to die, the opportunity presented itself. He knocked at the door of the tomb, a hand in the gloom offered him the key. In the darkness of despair, these grim opportunities that open up are tempting. Marius pushed aside the gate that had so often let him through, left the garden behind him, and said, "Let's go." Mad with grief, with no longer a sense of anything fixed or stable in his mind, incapable now of accepting anything from fate after those 2 months spent in the delirium of youth and love, overcome at one and the same time by all the bleak fancies of despair, he had but one desire, to make a speedy end of it all. He set off, walking quickly. It just so happened that he was armed, having Jabert's pistols on him. The young man he thought he had glimpsed had disappeared from sight down one of the streets. Marius, who had come out of Rue Plumet onto the boulevard, crossed the Esplanade and the Pont des Invalides, the Champs-Élysées, Place Louis XV, and reached Rue de Rivoli. The shops there were open, the gaslights were burning under the arcades, women were in the shops making purchases, people were eating ices in café later and pastries in the English tea room. Just a few postchaises were setting out at a gallop from Hôtel des Princes and Hôtel Muris. Marius cut through Passage Delorme into Rue Estienne. There the shops were closed, shopkeepers chatted on their doorsteps, the doors ajar behind them, there were people about, the street lanterns were lit, from the first floor up, all the windows were alight as usual. There was cavalry on Place du Palais Royal. Marius proceeded along Rue Estienne. As he left the Palais Royal behind him there were fewer lighted windows, the shops were shut up, no one was chatting in the doorways, the street became darker and at the same time the crowd grew denser. For those gathered along the way now amounted to a crowd. No one could be seen speaking in this throng and yet there arose from it a deep, subdued murmur. Near the Arbre d'Assise fountain there were assemblies, motionless, sinister-looking groups that amid the coming and going were like stones in flowing waters. At the top of Rue des Prouvaires the crowd was stationary. Huge, resistant, solid, compact, it formed an almost impenetrable mass, crammed together and talking to each other in an undertone. Here were hardly any black coats or round hats. Smocks, overalls, caps, grimy faces and unkempt hair. This multitude swayed confusedly in the nocturnal mist. Its whisperings had the hoarse accents of agitation. Although not a soul stirred, the sound of tramping in the mud could be heard. Beyond this dense crowd, in Rue du Roule, Rue des Prouvaires and the continuation of Rue Estienne, there was not a single window where a candle glowed. Single and ever-diminishing rows of lanterns ran down those streets. The lanterns of those days looked like big red stars hanging from ropes, and cast a shadow on the pavement in the shape of a huge spider. These streets were not deserted. Here, stacks of rifles were discernible, and the stir of bayonets, and troops bivouacking. No one drawn by curiosity went beyond this boundary. Here, traffic ceased. Here, the crowd ended and the army began. Marius had the will of a man who has given up hope. He had been summoned, he had to go. He managed to get through the crowd and through the troops' makeshift camp, he slipped past the patrols, he avoided the sentries. He made a detour, reached Rue de Béthisy, and headed for Les Halles. From the corner of Rue de Bourdonnais onwards, there were no lanterns. Having crossed the area occupied by the crowd, he reached the other side of the troop line. Here he came to something frightening. Not one passerby, not one soldier, not one light, no one. Loneliness, silence, darkness, an unaccountably penetrating chill. Starting down a street was like stepping into a cellar. He kept going. He went a few paces. Someone ran past him. Was it a man? A woman? More than one person? He could not have said. Whoever it was had passed by and was gone. Circling this way and that, he came to a little lane that he thought was Rue de la Poterie. About halfway down this lane he walked into an obstacle. He reached out his hands. It was an overturned cart. His foot recognized puddles, hollows in the ground and scattered piles of cobblestones. There was a skeleton barricade here that had been abandoned. He climbed over the cobblestones and found himself on the other side of the roadblock. He made his way along, keeping close to the curb posts, guiding himself by the walls of the houses. A little beyond the barricade he thought he discerned something white in front of him. He drew nearer, it took on a shape. It was two white horses, the omnibus horses unhitched that morning by Bossuet. They had been straying all day from street to street and had finally stopped there, with that weary patience of brute beasts that no more understand the actions of man than man understands the actions of Providence. Marius left the horses behind him. As he came to a street that must be, he thought, Rue du Contrat Social, a gunshot from who knows where, fired into the dark at random, whistled close by him, and the bullet went through a brass shaving dish hanging above his head outside a barber's shop. In 1848, on Rue du Contrat Social, at the corner of the Piliers de Halles, that shaving dish with a hole in it could still be seen. This gunshot was a sign of life, still. From that moment on he came across no other. This entire route was like a dark descending stairway. Nevertheless, Marius pressed on. 2. An owl's view of Paris. Any bat-winged or owl-winged individual that might have hovered over Paris at that moment would have viewed a bleak spectacle below. That whole ancient district of Les Halles, which is like a city within a city, with Rue St. Denis and Rue St. Martin cutting through it and crisscrossed by countless little lanes, and which the insurgents had made their redoubt and parade ground, would have appeared to such a being like a huge black hole sunk into the center of Paris. To gaze on that was to look down into an abyss. Thanks to the shattered street lanterns, thanks to the closed windows, all light, all life, all sound, all movement ceased here. Keeping watch everywhere, and maintaining order, was the riot's invisible police force, that is to say, the night. To hide in immense obscurity its small numbers, to multiply every combatant by the possibilities this obscurity contains, are the necessary tactics of insurrection. At nightfall, every window where a candle was lighted had been hit by a bullet. The light was extinguished, sometimes the inhabitant killed. So nothing stirred. Here inside the houses was nothing but terror, bereavement, bewilderment, and in the streets a kind of odd horror. The long rows of windows in upper stories, the irregular outlines of chimneys and roofs, and the vague reflections glistening on the wet and muddy pavements, not even these were discernible. Any eye looking down from above on that mass of shadow might perhaps have caught a glimpse here and there, at remote intervals, of paler patches throwing into relief bizarre broken lines, the contours of peculiar constructions, something resembling glimmers of light coming and going amid the ruins. That is where the barricades were located. The rest was a dark lake, vaporous, oppressive, dismal, and rising above it the still and gloomy silhouettes of the Tower of St. Jacques, the Church of St. Mary, and 2 or 3 more of those great edifices of which man makes giants and night makes phantoms. All around this deserted and unnerving labyrinth, in neighborhoods where the free movement of Parisians had not been completely eliminated and where a few rare street lanterns still cast light, the aerial observer might have been able to perceive the metallic gleam of sabers and bayonets, the muffled rumbling of artillery and the seething restlessness of silent battalions swelling from minute to minute, a fearsome belt that was slowly tightening and closing in on the insurrection. The besieged district was now no more than a kind of monstrous cavern. Everything here seemed asleep or motionless, and, as we have just seen, whichever street you came to afforded nothing but darkness. A grim darkness, full of pitfalls, full of unknown and dreadful collisions, a darkness terrifying to penetrate and appalling to be in, where those who entered shuddered at those who awaited them, where those who waited shuddered at those who were to come. Invisible combatants entrenched at every street corner, deadly ambushes concealed in the depths of night. This was the end. No hope now of any other light but the flash of guns, of any other encounter but the swift and sudden appearance of death. Where? How? When? Impossible to tell, but it was certain and inevitable. The government and the insurrection, the National Guard and the workers' societies, the bourgeoisie and the uprising, would grope their way towards each other in this place marked out for the conflict. All faced the same imperative. The only outcome now possible, to be killed or to emerge as victors. So extreme was the situation, so potent the darkness, that the most timid felt seized with resolve and the most daring smitten with terror. Furthermore, on both sides equal fury, desperation, determination. For these, to advance was to die, and no one thought of retreating. For those, to stay was to die, and no one thought of fleeing. By the next day it must all be over, triumph must lie either here or there, the insurrection must be a revolution, or a skirmish. The government understood this, as did all other parties. Every last bourgeois was aware of it. Hence a sense of anguish pervaded the impenetrable gloom of this neighborhood where all would be decided. Hence a growing apprehension around that silence out of which a catastrophe would emerge. Here, there was only one sound to be heard, a sound as harrowing as the death rattle, as menacing as a curse, the bell of St. Mary's. Nothing was more chilling than the clangor of that distraught and desperate bell tolling in the darkness. As often happens, nature seemed to have complied with what men were going to do. Nothing upset the deadly harmony in all of this. The stars had disappeared, melancholy swaths of heavy clouds filled the entire horizon. There was a black sky above these dead streets, like an immense winding sheet unfurled above this immense tomb. While here on the site that had already witnessed so many revolutionary incidents, preparations were underway for another supremely political battle, while young men, secret societies and schools, in the name of principles, and the middle classes, in the name of vested interests, closed in on each other in order to clash and to grapple with each other and to bring each other down, while everyone hastened and courted the final decisive moment of the crisis, far away and beyond this fateful district, in the deepest of the fathomless pits of that squalid old Paris that lies hidden beneath the splendor of the happy and affluent Paris, could be heard the muffled grumblings of the people's sullen voice. A dreadful and hallowed voice that comprises the brute beast's roar and the word of God, which terrifies the weak and gives warning to the wise, which comes from below like the voice of the lion and at the same time from on high like the voice of thunder. Marius had reached Les Halles. 3. The brink. There, everything was yet quieter, darker, and more still than in the neighboring streets. It was as though the chill peacefulness of the tomb had issued from the earth and spread out beneath the sky. A red glow, however, outlined against this dark background the high rooftops of the houses that closed off Rue de la Chanvrerie on the Essai. Eustache sighed. It was the reflection of the torch burning on the Corinthe barricade. Marius headed towards this red glow. It led him to the Marché aux Exports, and he saw the dark opening of Rue des Prêcheurs. Along it he started. The insurgents' lookout, posted at the other end of the street, did not see him. He sensed he was very close to what he had come in search of, and he proceeded on tiptoe. So he came to the corner of that short stretch of the Mondétour alleyway that was, remember, the only communication route Enjolras had preserved with the outside world. At the last house on the left, he poked his head round the corner and looked down that section of Mondétour. A little beyond the dark corner of the lane where it met Rue de la Chanvrerie, casting a broad blanket of shadow in which he himself was shrouded, he saw a glimmer of light on the pavement, a bit of the tavern and, behind, a tallow candle flickering in some kind of shapeless wall, and men crouched down with guns on their knees. All this was 20 yards away from him. It was the inside of the barricade. The houses lining the lane on the right concealed from him the rest of the tavern, the main barricade and the flag. Marius had only one more step to take. Then the poor young man sat on a curb post, folded his arms and thought of his father. He thought of that heroic Colonel Pontmercy who had been such a proud soldier, who had guarded France's frontier under the Republic and had reached as far as Asia's frontier under the Emperor, who had seen Genoa, Alexandria, Milan, Turin, Madrid, Vienna, Dresden, Berlin, Moscow, who had left on all the fields of victory in Europe drops of that same blood that ran in Marius's veins, who in the exercise of discipline and command had grown white-haired before his time, who had lived with his sword belt buckled, his epaulet slipping over his chest, his cockade blackened with gunpowder, his brow creased by his helmet, in hut, camp, bivouac, field hospital, and who after 20 years had returned from the great wars with his cheek scarred and a smile on his face, unassuming, placid, admirable, pure-hearted as a child, having done everything for France and against her, nothing. Marius said to himself that his day had now come, that his hour had struck, that after his father he too was going to prove brave, intrepid, bold, to rush towards the bullets, to present his chest to the bayonets, to shed his blood, to meet the enemy, to seek death, that he in turn was going to wage war and fight on the battlefield, and this battlefield he was going to fight on was the street, and this war he was about to wage was civil war. He saw civil war gaping before him like an abyss into which he was about to fall. Then he shuddered. He thought of his father's sword, which his grandfather had sold off to some second-hand dealer, and whose loss he so painfully regretted. He told himself that it had done well, that chaste and valiant sword, to elude him and disappear into the dark in vexation. If it had escaped like that, it was because it was intelligent and foresaw the future. It was because it anticipated the riot, the gutter war, the street war, the bursts of gunfire from basement windows, the attacks from behind on both sides. It was because, coming from Marengo and Friedland, it did not want to go to Rue de la Chanvrerie. It was because after what it had done with the father, this it did not want to do with the son. He told himself that if that sword were here, if having inherited it from his father on his deathbed he had dared to claim it and carry it away with him for this night fight between fellow Frenchmen at a crossroads, it would surely burn his hands and start to blaze before him like the sword of the angel. He told himself he was glad it was not here and that it had disappeared, that it was right, it was fitting, that his grandfather had been the true guardian of his father's glory. It was far better that the colonel's sword should have been auctioned off, sold to the old clothes dealer, thrown out as scrap, rather than that it should draw blood from the flesh of his own country. And then he began to weep bitterly. Indeed, it was dreadful. But what was he to do? Live without Cosette, that he could not do. Now that she had left, he was bound to die. Had he not given her his word of honor that he would die? She had left, knowing that. The fact was that she was happy for Marius to die. And besides, it was obvious she did not love him any more since she had gone away without telling him, without a word, without sending him a letter, although she knew his address. What was the use of living? What had he to live for now? And then, for goodness sake, to have come this far and to go back now. To have come this close to danger, and to run away from it? To have come and taken a look inside the barricade, and to turn tail? To turn tail all a tremble, saying, "Actually, I'm going to call it a day, I've had a look, that's enough, this is civil war, I'm off." To desert the friends who were expecting him? Who perhaps had need of him? Who were a handful against an army? To renege on everything at once, on love, on friendship, on his word. To give his cowardice the excuse of patriotism? But that was impossible, and if his father's ghost were here in the shadows and saw him turn back, he would whip his hide with the flat of his sword and cry, "Get to it, coward!" Tormented by his vacillating thoughts, he hung his head. Suddenly, he raised it again. A wonderful mental adjustment, as it were, had just taken place within him. There is an expansion of thought that comes with proximity to the grave. Being close to death enables you to see clearly. The prospect of the action in which he felt he might be about to engage seemed to him no longer deplorable, but magnificent. By some sort of inner working of the soul, street warfare was suddenly transfigured in his mind's eye. All the turbulent questions raised in his state of abstraction came crowding back, but without troubling him. He left none unanswered. Come now, why should his father be angered? Are there not cases where insurrection attains the dignity of duty? What dishonor to the son of Colonel Pontmercy would there be in this present conflict? This is not Montmirail or Champaubert anymore, it is something different. It is no longer about a sacred territory but about a sacred ideal. The country may well groan, but humanity applauds. Anyway, is it true that the country is groaning? France bleeds, but freedom smiles. And seeing freedom smile, France forgets her wound. Moreover, taking an even loftier view of things, why should we be talking about civil war? Civil war? What does that mean? Is there such a thing as foreign war? Is not all war between men war between brothers? War is defined only by its objective. There is no such thing as foreign or civil war, there is only unjust war and just war. Until the day when the great human pact is made, war may be necessary, at least the war that is the urgent future striving against the ever-dawdling past. What is there, in such a war, to take exception to? War does not become a disgrace, the sword does not become a dagger, except when it murders rightfulness, progress, reason, civilization, truth. Then, whether civil war or foreign war, it is iniquitous. The word for it is crime. Without that sacred thing justice, by what right does one form of war despise another? By what right should Washington's sword repudiate Camille Desmoulins' pike? Leonidas against the stranger, Timoleon against the tyrant, which is the greater? One is the defender, the other the liberator. Shall any resort to arms within the city limits be condemned without regard to its purpose? Then brand with infamy Brutus, Marcel, Arnold von Blankenheim, Coligny. Skirmish war? Street war? Why not? Such was the war of Ambiorix, Artevelde, Marnix, Pelagius. But Ambiorix fought against Rome, Artevelde against France, Marnix against Spain, Pelagius against the Moors, all against the foreigner. Well, monarchy is the foreigner, oppression is the foreigner, divine right is the foreigner. Despotism violates the moral frontier just as invasion violates the geographical frontier. To drive out the tyrant or to drive out the English is in both cases to retake your own territory. There comes a time when to protest is no longer enough. After philosophy, action is needed. Direct force achieves what the mind first envisages. Prometheus-bound initiates, Aristogiton concludes. The encyclopedia enlightens souls, the 10th of August galvanizes them. After Aeschylus, Thrasybulus. After Diderot, Danton. The multitudes tend to accept the master. Their mass creates a sediment of apathy. A crowd readily coheres in obedience. Men need to be stirred, driven, bullied by the very benefit they derive from their deliverance, their eyes need to be stung by the truth, they need to have light hurled at them in tremendous handfuls. They themselves need to be a little thunderstruck by their own salvation. This bedazzlement will rouse them. Hence the need for alarm signals and wars. Great combatants must rise up, enlighten nations by their audacity and shake up this sorry humanity kept in darkness by divine right, imperial glory, force, fanaticism, irresponsible power and absolute majesty, this stupefied throne lost in contemplation of these sinister triumphs of the night in their twilight splendor. Down with the tyrant. But just who are you talking about? Do you call Louis Philippe a tyrant? No, no more than Louis. 16. They are both what history usually calls good kings. But principles are indivisible, the logic of truth is rectilinear, truth is inherently unaccommodating. So no compromises. All violation against man must be curbed. There is divine right in Louis XVI, there is, because of Bourbon, in Louis Philippe. Both represent to some degree a seizure of rights, and in order to do away with universal usurpation they must be opposed. This is essential, France being always the trailblazer. When the master falls in France, he falls everywhere. In short, to re-establish social truth, to give liberty back her throne, to give the people back to the people, to give sovereignty back to man, to reinvest France with the purple of authority, fully to reinstate equity and reason, to suppress any form of antagonism by restoring self-determination to every individual, to destroy the obstacle that royalty presents to boundless universal concord, and to bring the human race back in line with rightfulness, what cause more just, and consequently, what war more noble? Such wars build peace. An enormous fortress of prejudice, privilege, superstition, mendacity, extortion, abuse, violence, iniquity and darkness still stands on this earth with its towers of hatred. It must be pulled down. This monstrous mass must be overthrown. To triumph at Austerlitz is grand, to storm the Bastille is magnificent. There is no one who has not noticed in himself that the soul, and the wonderful complexity of its pervasive oneness is hereby demonstrated, has this strange capacity for reasoning almost calmly in the direst extreme, and it often happens that disconsolate passion and profound despair in the very throes of their bleakest monologues deal with issues and weigh up arguments. Logic marries with turmoil, and the syllogistic thread runs through the dismal tumult of thought without breaking. This was Marius's state of mind. While such was his train of thought and he despondent but resolute, yet still hesitant and in short quaking at what he was about to do, his eyes roamed the inside of the barricade. Here the insurgents chatted quietly without stirring, and there was a sense of that quasi-silence that marks the last phase of waiting. Above them, at a third-floor dormer window, Marius discerned a spectator or onlooker of sorts who seemed singularly attentive. It was the porter killed by Le Cabuc. By the reflection from the torch hidden among the paving stones, the head could be dimly made out from below. Nothing was more fearsome in that weak and wavering light than that ghastly, still, astonished face, with its tousled hair, its staring eyes and its gaping mouth, bent over the street in an attitude of curiosity. It was as if the dead man were observing those about to die. A long trail of blood seeping from the head had trickled down in reddish streaks from the dormer window to the first floor level, where it stopped. Book 14. The Grandeurs of Despair. I. The Flag, Act 1. Still no sign of anything coming. 10 o'clock had struck at St. Mary's. Enjolras and Combeferre had gone to sit down, rifles in hand, close to the gap in the main barricade. They did not speak to each other, they listened, trying to catch even the faintest and most distant sound of movement. Suddenly, in the midst of that ominous calm was distinctly heard a clear, cheerful young voice that seemed to come from Rue St. Denis, and it began singing to the popular old tune of Au clair de la lune this poem, concluding with a cry something like a cockcrow. My nose is dripping, my dear friend Bugod. Let me tell your gendarmes something they should know. Dressed in navy greatcoat and feathered shako. Here comes the outer city, Cocorico. They shook hands. That's Gavroche, said Enjolras. He's giving us a warning, said Combeferre. Running footsteps disturbed the deserted street. An individual more agile than a clown was seen climbing over the omnibus, and Gavroche jumped down inside the barricade, all out of breath, saying, My gun! They're here! An electric shiver ran through the whole barricade, and the sound of hands reaching for guns could be heard. Do you want my rifle? Enjolras said to the gamin. I want the big gun, replied Gavroche. And he took Javert's rifle. Two lookouts had fallen back and returned almost at the same time as Gavroche. They were the lookouts at the end of the street and on Rue de la Petite Truanderie. The sentry on Ruelle de Prêcheurs remained at his post, which meant nothing was coming from the direction of the bridges and Les Halles. Rue de la Chanvrerie, of which barely a few cobblestones were visible in the reflection of light projected onto the flag, presented to the insurgents the appearance of a huge black entrance hall opening onto nebulousness. Everyone had taken up position, ready for action. 43 insurgents, including Enjolras, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Barral and Gavroche, were kneeling inside the main barricade, their heads level with the top of the barrier, the barrels of their guns and rifles trained on the cobblestones as if through loopholes, alert, silent, ready to fire. 6, commanded by Feuilly, were positioned at the windows of Corinthe's 2 upper stories, with their guns aimed. Another few minutes went by. Then from the direction of Esteleu the sound of footsteps could be heard distinctly, regular, thudding, numerous. This sound, faint at first, then clear, then heavy and reverberating, approached slowly, without cease, uninterrupted, with a calm and terrible continuousness. Nothing else could be heard. It was at once silence and the sound of the commendator's statue, but that tread of stone had something tremendous and manifold about it that gave rise to the idea of a throng and at the same time the idea of a ghost. It sounded like the terrifying statue of Legion on the march. The tread came nearer. Nearer still it came, then stopped. The breathing of many men at the end of the street seemed to be audible. Yet nothing could be seen, except, just discernible in that pitch darkness beyond, a multitude of metallic lines, as fine as needles and almost imperceptible, moving restlessly like those indescribable phosphorescent patterns that you see beneath your closed eyelids in the first mists of sleep, just as you drift off. These were bayonets and gun barrels dimly lit by the distant reflection of the torch. There was another pause, as if both sides were waiting. Suddenly from out of this dark a voice shouted, a voice that was all the more sinister because no one could be seen. It was as if the dark itself were speaking. "Who goes there?" At the same time could be heard the clatter of guns being readied. Enjolras replied in a proud, ringing tone, "The French Revolution." "Fire!" cried the voice. A flash of light turned all the street facades crimson, as if the door of a furnace had opened and quickly closed again. A tremendous blast exploded over the barricade. The red flag fell. The discharge was so fierce and so dense it had cut through the flagpole, that is to say, the very tip of the omnibus's shaft. Bullets ricocheting from the cornices of the houses struck inside the barricade and wounded several men. The effect of this opening volley was chilling. The attack was ruthless, of a kind to give pause to the boldest. It was evident they were dealing with an entire regiment, at least. "Comrades," shouted Courfeyrac, "let's not waste our powder. Let's wait until they're in the street before we return fire. And first of all," said Enjolras, "let's raise the flag again." He picked up the flag, which had fallen at his feet. The jangle of cleaning rods and guns could be heard outside. The troops were reloading their weapons. Enjolras went on, "Who here has the courage? Who's going to set up the flag on the barricade again?" Not a soul responded. To climb onto the barricade when it was undoubtedly about to come under fire again could only mean death. The bravest is reluctant to condemn himself. Even Enjolras shuddered. "Is no one to volunteer?" he repeated. 2. The Flag, Act 2. Since they had arrived at Corinth and begun to build the barricade, hardly any further notice had been taken of Père Mabeuf. Yet Monsieur Mabeuf had not left the gathering. He had gone into the tavern downstairs and sat behind the counter. There he had, as it were, turned in on himself in self-obliteration. He seemed to see no more, to think no more. Courfeyrac and others had spoken to him 2 or 3 times, warning him of the danger, telling him to go home, but apparently without being heard. When he was not being spoken to, his mouth moved as though he were replying to someone, and as soon as anyone addressed him his lips became still and his eyes looked lifeless. Several hours before the barricade was attacked he had assumed an attitude that he had not since abandoned, his 2 hands on his knees and his head thrust forward as though he were looking over a precipice. Nothing had been able to draw him out of this posture. It was as if his mind were not inside the barricade. When everyone had gone to take up position, ready for action, there remained in the downstairs room only Javert tied to the pillar, one insurgent with his sword drawn keeping an eye on Javert, and Mabeuf himself. At the moment of the attack, when the blast came, he felt the physical shock and it appeared to rouse him. He rose abruptly, crossed the room, and just as Enjolras repeated his call, "Is no one to volunteer?" the old man was seen coming out of the tavern. His appearance produced a sort of commotion among the various groups. A shout went up, "It's the voter! It's the member of the convention! It's the representative of the people!" He probably did not hear. He walked straight up to Enjolras, the insurgents making way before him with a religious awe. He snatched the flag from Enjolras, who fell back, paralyzed, and then, since no one dared stop him or help him, this old man of 80, head shaking, but firm-footed, began slowly to ascend the flight of cobblestones set into the barricade. So solemn and so noble was this, that all around him cried, "Bravo!" With every step he climbed, the effect was terrifying, rising out of the darkness, and magnified in the blood-red light of the torch, his white hair, his age-worn face, his broad brow, bald and wrinkled, his sunken eyes, his amazed and gaping mouth, his old arm holding high the red banner. It might have been the specter of 93 emerging from the earth, holding the flag of the terror in his hand. When he reached the top step, when this trembling and fearsome phantom, standing on that pile of rubble in front of 1,200 invisible guns, drew himself up in the face of death, and as if he were the mightier of the two, the whole barricade assumed in the darkness a colossal, supernatural appearance. There was one of those silences that occur only in the presence of marvels. In the midst of this silence the old man waved the red flag and shouted, "Long live the revolution! Long live the Republic! Fraternity! Equality! And death!" Those behind the barricade heard a low and rapid whispering, like the murmur of a priest rushing through a prayer. It was probably a police official giving legal advice at the other end of the street. Then the same ringing voice that had shouted, "Who goes there?" shouted, "Remove yourself." Monsieur Mabeuf, pale, drawn, his eyes lit up with the woeful glints of frenzy, raised the flag above his head and repeated, "Long live the Republic!" "Fire!" cried the voice. A second volley, like artillery fire, rained down on the barricade. The old man sagged to his knees, then rose again, dropped the flag and toppled onto the street, dropping like a stone, flat on his back, arms outstretched, crucifix-like. Rivulets of blood seeped from beneath him. Pale and sad, his old face seemed to be gazing up at the sky. One of those emotions greater than man, causing a person to forget even to defend himself, overcame the insurgents, and they approached the body with an appalled respectfulness. "What men those regicides were," said Enjolras. Courfeyrac leaned towards Enjolras's ear. "This is something only you need to know, and I don't want to dampen anyone's enthusiasm, but that man was anything but a regicide. I knew him. He was called Père Mabeuf. I don't know what got into him today. But he was a decent old buffer. Just look at his face." "The face of an old buffer and the courage of Brutus," replied Enjolras. Then he raised his voice. "Citizens! This is the example the old give to the young. We hesitated, he presented himself. We drew back, he stepped forward. That's what those who tremble with old age teach those who tremble with fear. This elder is a hero to his country. He had a long life and a magnificent death. Now, let's protect his body, let each one of us defend this old man in death as he would his own living father, and may his presence among us make the barricade impregnable." A grim and emphatic murmur of assent followed these words. Enjolras bent down, lifted the old man's head and fiercely kissed his brow. Then, handling this corpse with tender care as if afraid of hurting it, having freed the arms, he removed the coat, showed everyone the bloodied holes in it and said, "This is now our flag." 3. Gavroche would have done better to accept Enjolras's rifle. A long black shawl belonging to Huchelup's widow was thrown over Père Mabeuf. 6 men made a litter of their rifles, laid the body on it, and with their heads bared carried it with solemn deliberation to the large table in the downstairs room of the tavern. These men, utterly intent on the grave and sacred thing they were doing, were no longer thinking about their perilous situation. When the corpse passed by the ever-impassive Javert, Enjolras said to the spy, "Your turn before long." Meanwhile, young Gavroche, the only one who had not left his post and had remained on guard, thought he saw some men creeping up to the barricade. Suddenly he cried, "Watch out!" Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Joly, Bahorel, Bossuet, all came thundering out of the tavern. Already it was almost too late. They saw glinting ranks of bayonets swaying above the barricade. Towering municipal guardsmen were infiltrating, some climbing over the omnibus, others through the gap, driving back the gamin, who retreated before them but did not flee. This was a critical moment. It was that dreadful first minute of flooding when the river level rises to the height of the embankment and the water begins to seep through the cracks in the dike. Another second, and the barricade would have been taken. Bowerl rushed at the first municipal guardsman coming in and killed him, shooting him with his rifle at point-blank range. The second killed Bowerl with a thrust of his bayonet. Another had already brought down Courfeyrac, who was crying help. The tallest of all, a veritable colossus, came at Gavroche with bayonet fixed. The gamin took Javert's enormous gun in his little arms, resolutely leveled it at the giant and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Javert had not loaded his gun. The guardsman burst out laughing and raised his bayonet over the child. Before the bayonet touched Gavroche, the gun slipped from the soldier's hands. A bullet had struck the guardsman in the middle of his forehead, and he fell on his back. A second bullet hit the other guardsman, the one who had attacked Courfeyrac, right in the chest and sent him sprawling onto the street. It was Marius, who had just entered the barricade. 4. The powder keg. Still hidden at the corner of Rue Mondétour, irresolute and shivering, Marius had witnessed the first phase of the fighting. Yet he had not been able to withstand that mysterious and supreme lightheadedness that might be termed the call of the abyss. Faced with imminent peril, faced with that grievous enigma, the death of Monsieur Mabeuf, faced with Bowerl killed, Courfeyrac crying help, that child threatened, friends to be rescued or avenged, all hesitation vanished, and he had rushed into the fray with his 2 pistols in his hands. With the first shot he saved Gavroche and with the second he saved Courfeyrac. At the sound of firing, at the cries of the guards hit, the besiegers had scaled the fortification, on the top of which rose a host, now visible to below the waist, of municipal guardsmen, soldiers of the line and National Guardsmen from the outer city, with guns in hand. They already covered more than 2/3 of the barrier, but they did not jump down inside the enclosure, as if they were wavering, afraid of some trap. They looked down inside the dark barricade as you would look into a lion's den. Only their bayonets, their bearskin caps and the upper part of their anxious and angry faces were reflected in the torchlight. Marius now had no weapon. He had thrown aside his discharged pistols, but he had noticed the powder keg in the barroom by the door. As he turned away, looking in that direction, a soldier took aim at him. Just as the soldier was targeting Marius, a hand was laid over the end of the gun barrel and blocked it. It was someone who had darted forward, the young worker in fustian trousers. The shot was fired, went through the hand and perhaps the worker too, since he fell, but the bullet did not hit Marius. All this shrouded in smoke, half-glimpsed rather than seen. Marius, who was on his way into the barroom, scarcely noticed. Yet he had vaguely seen that gun barrel aimed at him and the hand that blocked it, and he had heard the shot. But at such moments the things you see are uncertain and fast-moving, and you stop for nothing. You feel obscurely impelled towards yet deeper darkness, and everything is hazy. The insurgents, taken by surprise but undaunted, had rallied. Enjolras shouted, "Wait! Don't fire at random." Indeed, in the initial confusion they might injure one another. Most of them had gone up to the first-floor window and the dormer windows, from where they looked down on the assailants. The most determined, with Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre, had proudly taken up an exposed position with their backs to the houses behind, facing the ranks of soldiers and guards on the crest of the barricade. All this was done unhurriedly, with that strange and menacing gravity that precedes conflicts. Both sides had their weapons leveled at each other at point-blank range. They were so close, they were within speaking distance of each other. When the situation had reached the point when a spark was about to set things off, an officer wearing a gorget and large epaulets leveled his sword and said, "Lay down your arms." "Fire," replied Enjolras. The 2 volleys went off simultaneously, and everything disappeared in smoke. An acrid and suffocating smoke in which the dying and the wounded crawled with weak and muffled groans. When the smoke cleared, the combatants were to be seen on both sides, fewer in number but still in the same positions, reloading their weapons in silence. Suddenly, a voice like thunder was heard shouting, "Get back, or I'll blow up the barricade." All turned in the direction from where the voice came. Marius had gone into the barroom, picked up the powder keg, then he had taken advantage of the smoke and the sort of murky fog that filled the fortified enclosure to creep along the barricade to that niche of cobblestones in which the torch was set. Pulling the torch out, putting the powder keg in and pushing the pile of stones under the barrel, which immediately broke open with a kind of dreadful obedience, all this had taken Marius no more time than it takes to bend down and stand up again. And now National Guardsmen, municipal guardsmen, officers, soldiers, all huddled at the other end of the barricade, stared at him in astonishment as he stood with his foot on the cobblestones, torch in hand, his proud face lit up with a deadly resolve, tilting the torch flame towards that enormous pile in which the broken powder keg could be discerned, and uttering that terrifying cry, "Get back, or I'll blow up the barricade." Marius on the barricade after the octogenarian was a vision of the young revolution following that apparition of the old. "Blow up the barricade," said a sergeant. "And yourself with it." Marius replied, "And myself with it." And he brought the torch closer to the powder keg. But already there was no one left on the barricade. Abandoning their dead and wounded, the assailants surged back in disorder and confusion towards the far end of the street, and there melted back into the night. It was a rout. The barricade was cleared. The end of Jean Prévaire's verses. Everyone gathered around Marius. Courfeyrac flung his arms around his neck. "You're here." "What luck," said Combeferre. "You arrived just in time," said Bossuet. "If it weren't for you, I'd be dead." Courfeyrac went on. "If it weren't for you, I'd have copped it," added Gavroche. Marius asked, "Who's in charge?" "You are," said Enjolras. All day long Marius's mind had been a furnace, now it was a whirlwind. This whirlwind inside him gave him the impression of being on the outside and of carrying him away. He felt already at an immense distance from life. Those 2 bright months of love and joy ending abruptly at this frightful precipice, Cosette lost to him, this barricade, Monsieur Mabeuf getting himself killed for the Republic, himself the leader of the insurgents, all this seemed to him a dreadful nightmare. He had to make a mental effort to remind himself that everything around him was real. Marius had not lived long enough to know that nothing is more imminent than the impossible, and that what you must always expect is the unexpected. He watched the drama of his own life like someone watching a play he cannot follow. With his mind in this haze, he did not recognize Javert, tied to his pillar, who had not so much as moved his head during the entire attack on the barricade, and who watched the rebellion seething around him with the resignation of a martyr and the majesty of a judge. Marius did not even notice him. Meanwhile, the besiegers were staying put. They could be heard milling about at the end of the street, but they did not venture into it, either because they were awaiting orders or because they were awaiting reinforcements before storming this impregnable stronghold again. The insurgents posted sentries, and some of them who were medical students set about treating the wounded. The tables, with the exception of the 2 reserved for bandages and cartridges, and the one on which Père Mabeuf lay, had been thrown out of the tavern. They had been added to the barricade, and replaced in the barroom with mattresses from the beds of Widow Hucheloup and her serving women. On these mattresses they laid the wounded. As for the 3 poor creatures who lived at Corinth, no one knew what had become of them. However, they were eventually found hiding in the cellar. One distressing realization was to cast a pall over the joy of the reclaimed barricade. Roll call was taken. One of the insurgents was missing. And who was it? One of those held most dear. One of the most valiant. Jean Prévaire. They looked for him among the wounded. He was not there. they looked for him among the dead. He was not there. Clearly, he had been taken prisoner. Combeferre said to Enjolras, "They have our friend, but we have their agent. Do you set great store by this spy's death?" "Yes," replied Enjolras. "But not as much as by Jean Provert's life. This took place in the barroom by Javert's pillar." "Well then," said Combeferre, "I'll tie a handkerchief to my cane as a flag of truce and go and offer to exchange our man for theirs." "Listen," said Enjolras, laying his hand on Combeferre's arm. From the end of the street came an ominous clatter of firearms. They heard a male voice cry out, "Long live France! Long live the future!" They recognized Provert's voice. There was a flash of light and a blast of gunfire. Silence fell again. "They've killed him," cried Combeferre. Enjolras looked at Javert, and said to him, "Your friends have just shot you." 6. After the agony of life, the agony of death. A characteristic of this type of warfare is that any attack on the barricades is almost always frontal, and assailants generally refrain from skirting a position, either because they are concerned about ambushes or because they are afraid of getting caught up in a maze of streets. So all the insurgents' attention was focused on the main barricade, which was obviously the position under constant threat and where fighting would surely start again. But Marius remembered the smaller barricade and went there. It was deserted, guarded only by the candle flickering among the cobblestones. The Mondétour alleyway and the connecting stretches of La Petite Truanderie and Le Cygne were perfectly quiet. As Marius turned to go, having made his inspection, he heard his name uttered feebly in the darkness. "Monsieur Marius." He was startled, for he recognized the voice that had called to him through the railings in Rue Plumet 2 hours earlier. Only, this voice was now a mere whisper. He looked round and saw no one. Marius thought he had been mistaken, that it was a hallucination, something his mind had added to the extraordinary realities jostling around him. He took a step away from this secluded corner where the barricade was. "Monsieur Marius," repeated the voice. This time there could be no doubt, he heard it distinctly. He looked and saw nothing. "At your feet," said the voice. He stooped, and saw in the darkness a figure dragging itself towards him. It was crawling on the ground. It was this figure that had spoken to him. The tallow candle allowed him to make out an overall, torn fustian trousers, bare feet, and something that looked like a pool of blood. Marius discerned a pale face lifted towards him and saying, "You don't recognize me?" "No." "Eponine." Marius dropped down at once. It was indeed that poor child. She was dressed as a man. "How do you come to be here? What are you doing here?" "I'm dying," she said to him. There are words and things that happen that rouse people from their torpor. Marius cried out as if jolted, "You're wounded. Wait, I'll carry you inside. They'll look after you." "Is it serious? How should I pick you up so as not to hurt you? Where are you injured? Help! My God! But why have you come here?" And he tried to slip his arm under her to lift her. She gave a feeble cry. "Did I hurt you?" asked Marius. "A little. But I only touched your hand." She raised her hand to Marius's gaze, and in the middle of that hand Marius saw a black hole. "What happened to your hand?" he said. "A bullet went through it." "How?" "Did you see a gun aimed at you?" "Yes, and a hand that blocked it. That was my hand." Marius shuddered. "What madness! Poor child! But so much the better, if that's all, it's nothing. Let me carry you to a bed." They'll dress your wound, you don't die of being shot in the hand. She murmured, the bullet went through my hand but it came out through my back. There's no point in moving me from here. I'll tell you how you can treat me better than any surgeon. Sit down beside me on this stone. He obeyed. She laid her head in Marius's lap, and without looking at him said, "Oh, that's lovely. How good it feels. There. I'm not in pain anymore." She remained silent for a moment, then with an effort turned her face and looked at Marius. "You know, Monsieur Marius, it annoyed me that you went into that garden, which was stupid since I was the one who showed you the house, and in any case I really should have told myself that a young man like you." She broke off, and setting aside the bleak thoughts that were surely in her mind, she resumed with a heart-rending smile, "You found me ugly, didn't you?" She went on, "You're doomed, you see. No one will leave the barricade now. I tell you, I was the one who brought you here. You're going to die. I'm certainly counting on it. And yet when I saw you being aimed at, I put my hand over the mouth of the gun barrel. That's so strange. But that's because I wanted to die before you. When I was hit by that bullet, I dragged myself here, no one saw me, no one picked me up. I was waiting for you, I said, won't he ever come? Oh, if you only knew, I was chewing at my overall, I was in so much pain. I'm fine now. Do you remember the day I came into your room and I looked at myself in your mirror, and the day when I met you on the boulevard along by the washerwomen? How the birds were singing. That was a long time ago. You gave me 5 francs and I told you, I don't want your money. You did pick up your coin, I hope? You're not rich. I didn't think of telling you to pick it up. The sun was shining brightly, it wasn't cold. Do you remember, Monsieur Marius? Oh. I'm so happy. Everyone's going to die. She had a look about her that was crazed, earnest, pathetic. Her torn overall exposed her bare neck. As she spoke, she pressed her wounded hand to her breast where there was another hole, from which blood flowed in momentary spurts like a gush of wine from an open bunghole. Marius gazed on this poor creature with deep compassion. "Oh," she said suddenly, "it's coming back, I can't breathe." She grasped her overall and bit on it, and her limbs stiffened on the ground. Just then the voice of that young cock-sparrow Gavroche rang out from inside the barricade. The child had climbed onto a table to load his gun and was cheerfully singing a song that was very popular at the time. The sight of Lafayette causes great upset. Gendarmes, run, run, run. Eponine raised herself and listened, then murmured, "That's him." And turning to Marius, "My brother's here. He mustn't see me. He'd scold me." "Your brother," said Marius, who was thinking with the bitterest, most heartfelt grief about the obligations towards the Thénardiers that his father had bequeathed to him. "Who's your brother?" "The little boy." "The one singing?" "Yes." Marius gave a start. "Oh. Don't go," she said, "it won't be long now." She was sitting almost upright but her voice was very low and came in broken gasps. At intervals the death rattle interrupted it. She brought her face as close as she could to Marius's. She added, with a strange expression, "Listen. I don't want to deceive you. I've got a letter in my pocket for you. Since yesterday. I was told to bring it to you. I kept it. I didn't want it to reach you. But perhaps you'll be cross with me because of that when we meet again, before long. People do meet again, don't they? Take your letter." She seized Marius's hand convulsively with her wounded hand, but she seemed not to notice the pain anymore. She put Marius's hand in the pocket of her overall. Inside it, Marius could indeed feel some paper. "Take it," she said. Marius took the letter. She gave a nod of satisfaction and assent. "Now, promise me, in return." And she stopped. "What?" asked Marius. "Promise me." "I promise." "Promise to kiss me on the forehead when I'm dead." "I shall feel it." She let her head drop back into Marius's lap, and her eyes closed. He thought this poor soul was gone. Eponine remained motionless. Suddenly, just when Marius thought she had fallen asleep forever, she slowly opened her eyes, where the dark depths of death appeared, and said to him in a tone whose tenderness seemed already to come from another world, "And then, you see, Monsieur Marius, I think I was a little in love with you." She tried to smile again, and died. 7. Gavroche, great calculator of distances. Marius kept his promise. He placed a kiss on that pale brow beaded with cold sweat. This was no betrayal of Cosette, it was a gentle and pensive farewell to a poor unfortunate soul. Not without a tremor had he taken the letter Eponine gave him. He sensed at once this was a matter of importance. He was impatient to read it. Man's heart is so fashioned. The poor child had barely closed her eyes before Marius was thinking about opening that sheet of paper. He laid her gently on the ground and walked away. Something told him that he could not read this letter in the presence of that body. He went up to a candle in the barroom. It was a little note folded and sealed with a woman's elegant care. The address was in a woman's hand and read, "To Monsieur Marius Pontmercy, care of Monsieur Courfeyrac, 16 Rue de la Verrerie." He broke the seal and read, "My beloved, alas! My father is determined to leave without delay. This evening we shall be at 7 Rue de la Marne. In a week's time we shall be in England. Cosette, June 4th. Such was the innocence of their love that Marius was not even familiar with Cosette's handwriting. What had happened may be told in a few words. Eponine was responsible for everything. Following that evening of the 3rd of June, her intention had been twofold: to thwart her father and those villains in their designs on the house in Rue Plumet, and to keep Marius away from Cosette. She had swapped her ragged clothes for those of the first young joker to come along who found it amusing to dress up as a woman while Eponine disguised herself as a man. It was she who in the Champ de Mars had given Jean Valjean that explicit warning, "Move house." Jean Valjean had actually gone home and said to Cosette, "We're leaving this evening and going to Rue de la Marne with Toussaint. Next week, we'll be in London." Shocked by this unexpected blow, Cosette had hastily written a few lines to Marius. But how was the letter to be delivered? She never went out alone, and Toussaint, surprised at such an errand, would certainly have shown the letter to Monsieur Fauchelevent. In her perplexity, Cosette had caught sight through the railings of Eponine dressed as a man, who now prowled around the garden incessantly. Cosette had called this young workman to her and handed over 5 francs and the letter, saying, "Take this letter straight away to its destination." Eponine put the letter in her pocket. The next day, on the 5th of June, she went to Courfeyrac's and asked for Marius, not to deliver the letter but, something every jealous and loving heart will understand, just to see. There she waited for Marius, or at least for Courfeyrac, still, just to see. When Courfeyrac told her we're going to the barricades, an idea entered her mind. To cast herself into that death as she would have cast herself into any death, and to ensure that Marius did likewise. She had followed Courfeyrac and made sure of where the barricade was being built. And quite certain, since Marius had received no warning and she had intercepted the letter, that he would be at the meeting place he came to every evening at nightfall, she had gone to Rue Plumet, waited for Marius there, and made that appeal to him in the name of his friends that she thought would bring him to the barricade. She was counting on Marius's despair when he failed to find Cosette. She had not been mistaken. She herself returned to Rue de la Chanvrerie. We have just seen what she did there. She died feeling that tragic joy of jealous hearts who drag their beloved into death with them, and who say, "No one shall have him." Marius covered Cosette's letter with kisses. So she did love him. The thought momentarily occurred to him that he need not now die. Then he said to himself, "She's going away. Her father is taking her to England, and my grandfather is against our marriage. There's no change in our fate." Dreamers like Marius are given to such extremes of despondency, resulting in decisions prompted by despair. The weariness of living is unbearable. The sooner death comes, the better. Then he remembered he still had two duties to fulfill: to inform Cosette of his death and send her a last farewell, and to save from the impending catastrophe in the making that poor child, Eponine's brother and Thénardier's son. He had a note-case on him, the same one that had contained the notebook in which he had written down so many reflections on love for Cosette. He tore out a page and wrote these few lines in pencil: "Our marriage was impossible. I asked my grandfather, he was against it. I am without money, and so are you. I came running, you were already gone from the house. You know the vow I made to you, I abide by it. I am to die. I love you. When you read this, my soul will be close by, smiling on you." Having nothing to seal this letter with, he contented himself with folding the sheet of paper in four and wrote this address on it: to Mademoiselle Cosette Fauchelevent, care of Monsieur Fauchelevent, 7 Rue de l'Homme. Having folded the letter, he remained thoughtful for a moment, took out his note-case again, opened it, and with the same pencil wrote these 4 lines on the first page: "My name is Marius Pontmercy. Take my body to my grandfather, Monsieur Gillenormand, 6 Rue de Filles du Calvaire, in the Marais." He put his note-case back in his coat pocket, then called for Gavroche. On hearing Marius's voice, the gamin came running, with an expression of cheerful devotion on his face. "Will you do something for me?" "Anything," said Gavroche. "For goodness sake." "Truly, but for you, I was done for." "You see this letter?" "Yes." "Take it. Leave the barricade right now." Gavroche began to scratch his ear uneasily, "and tomorrow morning deliver it to its destination, to Mademoiselle Cosette, at the house of Monsieur Fauchelevent, 7 Rue de l'Homme." The heroic child replied, "But meanwhile the barricade'll be taken and I shan't be here. All the signs are, the barricade won't come under attack again before daybreak, and it won't be taken before midday tomorrow." The fresh respite granted to the barricade by the assailants was indeed continuing. It was one of those lulls, frequent in nocturnal battles, that are always followed by an intensification of the fighting. "Well then," said Gavroche, "what if I take your letter tomorrow morning?" "It'll be too late then. The barricade will probably be closed off, all the streets will be guarded, and you won't be able to get out. Go now." Gavroche could think of no reply to this, and stood there wavering, sadly scratching his ear. Suddenly, with one of those bird-like motions of his, he took the letter. "All right," he said. And off he ran down the Mondétour lane. An idea had occurred to Gavroche that had decided him, but he did not mention it for fear that Marius might raise some objection. The idea was this: it's barely midnight, Rue de l'Homme isn't far. I'll take the letter straight away and I'll be back in time. Book 15. Rue de l'Homme. The Telltale Blotter. What are the upheavals of a city compared to the turbulences of the soul? Man is of yet greater depth than the people. At that very same time Jean Valjean was in the grip of terrible turmoil. Every chasm had reopened inside him. Like Paris, he too was trembling on the brink of a tremendous revolution, in obscurity. A few hours were all it had taken. His fate and his consciousness were suddenly overshadowed. It might well have been said of him, as of Paris, two principles confront each other. The white angel and the black angel are going to grapple with each other on the bridge over the abyss. Which of the two will hurl the other down into it? Who will win? The evening before that 5th of June, Jean Valjean, accompanied by Cosette and Toussaint, had moved into Rue de l'Amarme. A twist of fate awaited him there. Cosette had not left Rue Plumet without some show of resistance. For the first time since they had lived side by side, Cosette's will and Jean Valjean's had proved to be distinct from each other, and had, if not clashed, at least been at variance. There had been objection on one side and inflexibility on the other. The balded Weissmouth house, thrown at Jean Valjean by a stranger, had alarmed him so far as to make him uncompromising. He thought he had been tracked down and was being followed. Cosette had to give way. Both had arrived at Rue de l'Amarme tight-lipped, without exchanging a word, entirely absorbed in their own private concerns, Jean Valjean so anxious that he failed to notice Cosette's sadness, Cosette so sad that she failed to notice Jean Valjean's anxiety. Jean Valjean had brought Toussaint along, something he had never done during his previous absences. He envisaged the possibility that he might not return to Rue Plumet, and he could neither leave Toussaint behind nor tell her his secret. In any event, he felt that she was loyal and trustworthy. Between master and servant betrayal starts with curiosity. Now, Toussaint, as though predestined to be Jean Valjean's servant, was not curious. Speaking in that Barneville peasant dialect of hers, she stammered out, Je suis de mime, j'ai chose mon fate, le demeurant n'est pas mon travail. That's the way I am, I get on with my work, the rest is none of my business. In this departure from Rue Plumet, which had been almost a flit, Jean Valjean had taken with him nothing but the little perfumed valise, nicknamed the Inseparable by Cosette. Packed trunks would have meant porters, and porters are witnesses. A cab had come to the door on Rue de Babylone, and they had left. It was with difficulty that Toussaint had obtained permission to pack a little linen and some clothes and a few toiletry items. Cosette had taken only her writing case and her blotter. For the greater privacy and concealment of their disappearance, Jean Valjean had contrived not to leave the villa in Rue Plumet until dusk, which gave Cosette time to write her note to Marius. They arrived at Rue de l'Amarme after dark. They went to bed in silence. The lodgings in Rue de l'Amarme were situated overlooking a backyard, on the second floor, and comprised 2 bedrooms, a dining room and adjoining kitchen, and a room under the eaves with a trestle bed that was allotted to Toussaint. The dining room also served as a reception room, and the 2 bedrooms were separated by it. The apartment was fully equipped with all the essentials. People's apprehensions are allayed almost as easily as they are raised. Human nature is like that. Jean Valjean was no sooner at Rue de l'Amarme than his anxiety lifted and gradually faded. There are calming places that have some sort of automatic effect on the mind. An unfrequented street, peaceful residence, Jean Valjean felt almost a contagion of tranquility in that little lane in ancient Paris, a lane so narrow it is barred to carriages by a horizontal beam resting on 2 posts, silent and unhearing in the midst of the city hubbub, in a twilight shadow at midday and incapable, as it were, of emotion between its 2 rows of tall centuries-old houses that keep their counsel like the veterans they are. There was in that street an undisturbed oblivion. There, Jean Valjean breathed again. How could anyone possibly find him? The first thing he did was to put the Inseparable beside him. He slept well. Night brings counsel. We might add, night brings calm. The next morning he woke up almost cheerful. He found the dining room delightful. It was hideous, furnished with an old round table, a low sideboard with a tilted mirror above it, a dilapidated armchair and several dining chairs piled with Toussaint's bundles. Visible through a hole in one of these bundles was Jean Valjean's National Guard uniform. As for Cosette, she had Toussaint bring some broth to her room, and did not appear until evening. At about 5 o'clock, Toing and Froing, kept very busy by this little house move, Toussaint placed a cold chicken on the dining table, which out of deference to her father Cosette consented to look at. Having done so, pleading a persistent migraine, Cosette said goodnight to Jean Valjean and shut herself up in her bedroom. Jean Valjean ate a chicken wing with some appetite and, elbows resting on the table, his peace of mind gradually restored, he began to feel safe again. While he was having this frugal meal he was vaguely aware 2 or 3 times of Toussaint's stammering, saying to him, "Monsieur, there's trouble, there's fighting going on in Paris." But engrossed in countless schemes, he paid no attention. To tell the truth, he had not heard. He got up and began to pace from the door to the window and from the window to the door, feeling increasingly calm. With this calm, Cosette, his sole concern, came back to mind. Not that he was upset by this migraine, a little fit of temperament, a young girl's moodiness, a temporary cloud, it would be all over in a day or two. But he was thinking about the future, and as usual thinking about it with tenderness. After all, he saw no obstacle to a resumption of their happy life. At certain times everything seems impossible, at other times everything seems easy. For Jean Valjean this was one of those good times. They generally succeed the bad ones as day follows night, by that law of succession and contrast that is at the very foundation of nature and which superficial minds call antithesis. In this peaceful street where he had taken refuge Jean Valjean shrugged off all that had lately been troubling him. It was precisely because he had seen many dark shadows that he now began to perceive a little blue sky. To have left Rue Plumet without complications and without incident was one step in the right direction. Perhaps it would be wise to travel abroad, if only for a few months, to go to London. Well then, they would. Whether in France or in England, what difference did it make, as long as he had Cosette with him? Cosette was his nation. Cosette was all that was necessary to his happiness. The idea that he himself was not perhaps all that was necessary to Cosette's happiness, this idea that had once caused him fever and insomnia, did not even occur to him. All his past sufferings were in remission, and he was full of optimism. Cosette, being with him, seemed to be his, an optical illusion everyone has experienced. He arranged in his own mind, with all kinds of self-indulgences, his departure for England with Cosette, and in his daydreams, whichever way he looked, he saw his happiness restored. As he slowly paced to and fro, his gaze suddenly encountered something strange. He saw in front of him, distinctly legible in the tilted mirror above the sideboard, these 4 lines. My beloved, alas! My father is determined to leave without delay. This evening we shall be at 7 Rue de l'Arme. In a week's time we shall be in England. Cosette, June 4th. Jean Valjean stopped, aghast. On arrival Cosette had placed her blotter on the sideboard in front of the mirror, and totally wrapped in her sorrowful plight she had forgotten about it, not even noticing that she had left it wide open, and open at precisely the page on which she had pressed down, to blot dry, the 4 lines she had written and entrusted to the young workman passing by in Rue Plumet. The writing had imprinted itself on the blotter. The mirror reflected the writing. This produced what in geometry is called a symmetric image, so that the backwards writing on the blotter was reversed in the mirror, and appeared the right way round. And Jean Valjean had before his eyes the letter Cosette had written to Marius the day before. It was simple, and it was devastating. Jean Valjean went up to the mirror. He reread the 4 lines but he did not believe them. They seemed to him to appear in a flash of lightning. It was a hallucination. It was impossible. It was not there. Little by little his perception cleared. He looked at Cosette's blotter and a sense of concrete reality returned to him. He picked up the blotter and said, this is where it comes from. He feverishly examined the 4 lines imprinted on the blotter. The reversal of the letters turned them into a bizarre scrawl, and he saw no sense in them. Then he said to himself, "But this doesn't mean anything, there's nothing written here." And with inexpressible relief he drew a deep breath. Who has not experienced such foolish joys in dreadful moments? The soul does not give in to despair without having exhausted every illusion. He held the blotter in his hand and contemplated it, stupidly happy, almost ready to laugh at the hallucination he had been taken in by. Suddenly his eyes fell on the mirror again, and again he saw the vision. The 4 lines were traced with inexorable distinctness. This time it was no mirage. The recurrence of a vision is a reality, it was plain, it was the inverted writing displayed correctly in the mirror. He understood. Jean Valjean reeled, dropped the blotter and collapsed into the old armchair by the sideboard, his head bowed, glassy-eyed, distraught. He told himself there could be no mistake about it, that the light of the world had been eclipsed forever, and that Cosette had written this to someone. Then he heard rising from the depths of his soul, terrible once more, a deep roar. Try taking from the lion the dog that it has in its cage. Oddly and sadly enough, at that moment Marius had not yet received Cosette's letter. Chance had treacherously brought it to Jean Valjean before delivering it to Marius. Jean Valjean was until that day unvanquished by any ordeal. He had suffered appalling tribulations. No onslaught of ill fortune had been spared him. Armed with every punishment and every form of social contempt, the ferocity of fate had victimized and hounded him. He had accepted when necessary every extremity. He had sacrificed his regained inviolability as a man, given up his freedom, risked his life, lost everything, endured everything, and he had remained selfless and stoical to the point that it might have been thought he was detached from himself, like a martyr. Inured to destiny's every conceivable assault, his conscience might have seemed forever impregnable. Well, anyone who had been able to see deep down inside him would have been forced to conclude that at that moment it was weakening. The truth is that of all the tortures he had suffered during that lengthy persecution to which he was doomed, this was the most terrible. Never had he been so lacerated. He felt the mysterious stirring of all his latent sensibilities. He felt agonized in every last fiber of his being. Alas! The supreme test, or rather, the only test, is the loss of the beloved. Poor old Jean Valjean did not, of course, love Cosette other than as a father, but we have already pointed out that into this fatherhood the very aridity of his life had introduced every type of love. He loved Cosette as his daughter, he loved her as his mother, he loved her as his sister. And since he had never had a sweetheart or a wife, since nature is a creditor that cannot be denied, that sentiment too, the most inalienable of all, was mingled with the rest, ill-defined, unknowing, pure with the purity of blindness, unconscious, celestial, angelic, divine, not so much a sentiment as an instinct, not so much an instinct as an attraction, imperceptible and invisible, but real. And there was in his immense tenderness for Cosette love in the true sense of the word, like the vein of gold that lies, hidden and virgin, within the mountain. Remember, we have already commented on this state of the heart. No marriage was possible between them, not even that of souls. And yet it is unquestionable that their destinies were wedded to each other. Apart from Cosette, that is to say, apart from the duration of her childhood, throughout his long life Jean Valjean had known nothing of what love might be. No series of passions or affections had produced in him those successive greens, tender green on dark, that can be seen in foliage that lasts through winter and in men who last into their 50s. In short, and we have dwelt on this more than once, all taken together, this whole inner complexity, resulting in great virtuousness, made of Jean Valjean in the end a father for Cosette. A strange father, forged out of the grandfather, the son, the brother and the husband contained in Jean Valjean. A father in whom there was even a mother. A father who loved Cosette, who adored her, and for whom the child was light, home, family, country, paradise. So when he saw that it was all over, that she was escaping from him, absconding, slipping out of his hands, that it was nothing but mist, but water, when he had before his eyes this crushing proof, another is the object of her love, another is what she wants of life, there's now a beloved, I'm only her father, I no longer exist, when he could doubt no longer, when he said to himself, she's going away and leaving me. The pain he felt was beyond endurance. To have done all that he had done and be reduced to this. What? To count for nothing. Then, as we have just said, a shudder of revolt ran through him from head to foot. He felt to the very roots of his hair the immense reawakening of egotism, and the self in the abyss that was this man howled. There is such a thing as internal collapse. Despairing certitude does not infiltrate a human being without displacing and disrupting certain profound elements that sometimes constitute the man himself. Grief, when it reaches this pitch, routs all strength of conscience. These are deadly crises. Few of us emerge from them true to ourselves and steadfast in our duty. When the limit of endurance is exceeded, the most unshakable virtue is undermined. Jean Valjean picked up the blotter again and convinced himself once more. He remained hunched and as though paralyzed over those undeniable 4 lines, his gaze transfixed. And such were the shadows that gathered inside him, it might have been thought that here was a soul in total collapse from within. Through the magnifying power of introspection, he examined this revelation with apparent calm, and a terrifying calm, at that, for it is a dangerous thing when a man's calm attains the coldness of a statue. He measured the dreadful step that his destiny had taken without his even suspecting it. He recalled his fears of the summer before, so foolishly quelled. He recognized the precipice, it was the same as ever. Only, Jean Valjean was no longer on the edge of it, he was at the bottom. Extraordinarily and poignantly enough, he had fallen over the edge without noticing. All the light in his life had gone and there he was, thinking he could still see the sun. His instinct was unfaltering. He put together certain circumstances, certain dates, certain of Cosette's blushes and pallors, and he said to himself, that's who it is. Despair's divination is a kind of mysterious bow that never misses its mark. He hit on Marius at his very first guess. He did not know the name but he found the man instantly. He saw distinctly, dredged up by his ruthless memory, the unknown prowler in the Luxembourg Gardens, that wretched philanderer, that romantic idler, that imbecile, that coward, for it is cowardly to come and make eyes at young girls who have at their side their fathers who love them. After he had firmly established in his mind that behind the present situation was this young man and that everything followed from that, he, Jean Valjean, a man regenerated, a man who had worked so hard on his soul, a man who had made such efforts to resolve and to love all life, all misery, and all unhappiness, looked inside himself and saw there a spectre, hatred. Great sorrows bring desolation. They sap the essence of being. Any man they enter feels something go out of him. To be visited by them in youth is dismal, later on it is dire. Alas, if despair is a dreadful thing when the blood is hot, when the hair is black, when the head is erect on the body like the flame on the torch, when the scroll of destiny is still almost fully unrolled, when the heart, filled with a desirable love, may still find its heartbeats echoed in another, when there is still time for reparation, when there are all those women, all those smiles, the whole future, the entire horizon, when still in the full force of life, what is it like in old age? When the years rush on, ever more wan, to that twilight hour when you begin to see the stars from the grave? While his thoughts ran on, Toussaint came in. Jean Valjean stood up and asked her, "Whereabouts is it?" "Do you know?" Baffled, Toussaint could only answer, "I beg your pardon?" Jean Valjean elaborated, "Didn't you tell me just now there's fighting going on?" "Ah. Yes, monsieur," replied Toussaint. "It's over towards St-Merry. There is a certain automatic impulse that, unknown even to ourselves, comes from the innermost recesses of our mind. It was no doubt driven by such an impulse of which he was barely conscious that Jean Valjean, 5 minutes later, found himself in the street. He was bareheaded, sitting on the boundary post at the entrance to his building. He seemed to be listening. Night had fallen. 2. The gamin, enemy of the light. How much time did he spend like that? What was the ebb and flow of his thoughts in this tragic introspection? Did he draw himself up again? Did he remain slumped? Had he been bowed beyond breaking point? Could he still straighten up and regain his footing on something solid in his conscience? He himself would probably have been unable to say. The street was deserted. A few anxious citizens hurrying home scarcely noticed him. In times of peril, every man for himself. The lamplighter came as usual to light the lantern that was located exactly opposite the entrance to number 7, and went away again. To anyone who had observed him there in the shadows, Jean Valjean would not have looked like a living man. He sat there, on the boundary post at the entrance, as still as a revenant made of ice. There is a frozenness in despair. The alarm bell and indistinct clamorous noises could be heard. In the midst of all this tempestuous bell ringing and rioting, the clock of Estepol struck 11, solemnly and unhurriedly. For the alarm bell belongs to man, time belongs to God. The striking of the hour had no effect on Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean did not stir. But at about that moment there was a sudden blast from the direction of Les Halles. A second blast, even more violent, followed. It was probably that attack on the barricade in Rue de la Chanvrerie that we have just seen repelled by Marius. At this double volley of gunfire, whose fury seemed augmented by the stupor of the night, Jean Valjean started. He stood up, facing in the direction the noise had come from. Then he dropped back onto the post, folded his arms, and his head sank slowly onto his chest again. He resumed his gloomy dialogue with himself. All of a sudden he looked up. Someone was walking in the street. He heard footsteps nearby. By the light of the lantern he saw, coming from the end of the street that leads to the archives, a young, pale, radiant figure. Gavroche had just arrived in Rue de l'Homme. He was looking up in the air, apparently in search of something. He certainly saw Jean Valjean, but took no notice of him. After looking up in the air, Gavroche looked lower down. He raised himself on tiptoe, feeling for the ground floor doors and windows. They were all shut, bolted and padlocked. Having found the frontages of 5 or 6 houses barred in this manner, the gamin shrugged, and his first reaction was expressed to himself in these terms: blast. Then he began to look up in the air again. Jean Valjean, who the moment before, given his state of mind, would neither have spoken to anyone nor even have answered, felt irresistibly impelled to talk to this child. "What's the matter with you, little fellow?" he said. "What's the matter with me is I'm hungry," Gavroche replied bluntly. And he added, "Little fellow yourself." Jean Valjean fumbled in his fob pocket and pulled out a 5-franc piece. But Gavroche, who was of the wagtail species and darted from one thing to the next, had just picked up a stone. He had noticed the street lamp. "Now fancy that," he said. "You've still got your lanterns here. You're going against the rule, my friends. It's public disorder. Let's break it." He threw the stone at the lantern, and the glass made such a noise on impact that the respectable citizens cowering behind their curtains in the house opposite cried out, "It's 93 all over again." The lantern swung violently, then the light went out. The street was suddenly dark. "That's right, Old Street," said Gavroche, "put your nightcap on." And turning to Jean Valjean, "What do you call that huge building you've got at the end of the street?" "It's the archives, isn't it? I ought to have a go at those big fat pillars and make a nice barricade out of them." Jean Valjean went over to Gavroche. And talking to himself under his breath he said, "Poor creature, he's hungry. and he put the 5-franc coin in the boy's hand. Gavroche looked up, amazed at the size of this coin. He stared at it in the dark, and the whiteness of the coin dazzled him. He knew of 5-franc coins, from hearsay. He liked the sound of them. He was delighted to see one at close quarters. He said, "Let's examine the beast." He contemplated it for several moments, enraptured. Then, turning to Jean Valjean, he held out the coin towards him and said majestically, "Bourgeois, I prefer to smash lanterns. Take back your fierce beast. I can't be bribed. It's got 5 claws but it can't scratch me." Asterisk. "Have you a mother?" asked Jean Valjean. Gavroche replied, "More likely than you are to have one." "Well," returned Jean Valjean, "keep that money for your mother." Gavroche was touched. Besides, he had just noticed that the man who was talking to him had no hat, and this inspired confidence. "Honest," he said. "It's not to stop me breaking lanterns?" "Break whatever you like." "You're a decent chap," said Gavroche. And he put the 5-franc coin into one of his pockets. His confidence growing, he added, "You live in this street?" "Yes, why?" "Can you tell me where number 7 is?" "What do you want with number 7? Here the child stopped himself, afraid he had said too much. He ran his fingernails briskly through his hair and confined his response to "Ah, well now." An idea flashed through Jean Valjean's mind. Anguish has such moments of insight. He said to the lad, "Are you the person who's bringing me the letter I'm expecting?" "You," said Gavroche. "You're not a woman." "The letter's for Mademoiselle Cosette, isn't it?" "Cosette," muttered Gavroche. "Funny name." "Yes, I think it's that." "Well," Jean Valjean went on, "I'm the one who'll see that she gets it." "Give it to me." "In that case, you must know I'd been sent from the barricade." "Of course," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche stuck his hand in another of his pockets and drew out a piece of paper folded in 4. Then he gave a military salute. "Respect the dispatch," he said. "It comes from the provisional government." "Give it to me," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche held the piece of paper above his head. "Don't you go thinking it's a love letter. It's for a woman, but it's for the people. We fight, we do, and we respect the ladies. We're not like society, where popinjays send cocottes billets to. Give it to me." Gavroche continued, "True, you seem like an honest man to me. Give it to me. Quickly. Here." And he handed the piece of paper to Jean Valjean. "And hurry up, Monsieur Chose, Mamselle Chosette's waiting." Gavroche was pleased with this little joke. Jean Valjean went on, "Is it to St. Mary the replies to be sent?" "That," cried Gavroche, "would be like making one of those loaves called a bloomer. This letter comes from the Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade, and I'm going back there. Good evening, citizen." That said, Gavroche set off again, or rather he winged his way back to where he had come from like an escaped bird returning home. As if piercing a hole in it, he shot off into the darkness with the undeviating speed of a projectile. That little street, El Amarm, became silent and desolate once again. In a twinkling that strange child, with dream and shadow in his makeup, had plunged into the gloom of those rows of dark houses and disappeared into the obscurity like smoke. And you might have thought he had melted away into nothingness if, a few minutes after his disappearance, an explosion of shattering glass and the glorious clatter of a lantern falling onto the street had not once again rudely awakened the indignant bourgeois residents. It was Gavroche making his way along Rue du Chaume. 3. While Cosette and Toussaint sleep. Jean Valjean went back inside with Marius's letter. He groped his way upstairs, glad of the dark, like an owl with its prey in its clutches, quietly opened and shut the front door, listened out for any sound, ascertained that in all likelihood Cosette and Toussaint were asleep, and used up 3 or 4 matches before he could draw a spark from the fumade lighter. His hand was trembling so much, there was thievery in what he had just done. At last the candle was lit. He sat with his elbows resting on the table, unfolded the piece of paper and read. In the throes of violent emotion you do not read, you wrestle, as it were, with the piece of paper you are holding, you grip it as if it were your victim, you handle it roughly, you dig into it the fingernails of your anger or your joy. You race through to the end, you jump back to the beginning. Your attention is feverish. It broadly, more or less, grasps the essential. It seizes on one point, and all the rest disappears. In Marius's note to Cosette, Jean Valjean saw only these words, "I am to die. When you read this, my soul will be close by." In the presence of these lines he felt horribly dazed. He remained for a moment as if crushed by the change of emotion taking place inside him. He stared at Marius's note with a kind of drunken bewilderment. He had this brilliant vision before his eyes, the death of a hated individual. He uttered a dreadful cry of inward joy. So it was all over. The solution had come sooner than anyone might have dared hope. The individual who was such an unwelcome intrusion in his life was going to vanish. The man was going, of his own accord, freely, willingly. Without Jean Valjean having to do anything about it, without his having to take any blame for it, that man was going to die. He might even be dead already. Here his feverishness made some calculations. No, he's not dead yet. The letter was obviously written to be read by Cosette tomorrow morning. Since those 2 volleys of gunfire we heard between 11 o'clock and midnight, there's been nothing more. The barricade won't be seriously attacked until daybreak. But it makes no difference, from the moment that man became involved in this war, he was doomed. He's caught up in the works. Jean Valjean felt liberated. So he was going to be left alone with Cosette. The rivalry was over. The future was beginning again. He had only to keep this note in his pocket. Cosette would never know what had become of that man. Just let things take their course. That man can't escape. If he's not already dead, he's going to die for sure. What luck! Having said all this to himself, his mood darkened. Then he went downstairs and woke up the porter. About an hour later Jean Valjean went out, dressed in his National Guard uniform, and armed. The porter had easily been able to find in the vicinity what he needed to be fully equipped. He had a loaded rifle and a cartridge pouch filled with cartridges. He headed off in the direction of Les Halles. 4. Gavroche overzealous. In the meantime, Gavroche had had an adventure. Having conscientiously stoned the street lantern in Rue du Chaume, Gavroche turned into Rue de Vieilles Haudriettes, and seeing not a mouse stirring, thought this was a good moment to start singing at the top of his voice. Far from being slowed down by his singing, his pace was quickened. On his way past the sleeping, or terrorized, houses, he began to dispense these inflammatory verses. A tittle-tattle bird in the bushes is putting it about that yesterday Atala went off with a Russian. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. My friend Pierrot is ranting and raving, because, on seeing me the other day, Mila rapped on her window, waving. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. Brazen hussies have a way with them. To the charm that worked its poison on me Monsieur Orfila would surely succumb. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. Love and its tiffs, I love. Agnes. I love, and Pamela. Igniting my desire Lisa herself was burned by the fire. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. When I first saw Suzette and Zyla many moons ago, my heart became entangled in the folds of their mantillas. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. When Lola's head you crown with roses, in the darkness where you shine, love, for that honor I'd go to blazes. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. In front of her mirror, Jean dresses. I lost my heart one fine day. To Jean, I think, it made its way. Where fair maids go. With a hey and a ho. Emerging at night, after dancing quadrilles, I show off Stella to the stars above. Saying, gaze on her, if you will. Where fair maids go, with a hey and a ho. Gavroche accompanied his singing with a great deal of pantomime. The refrain relies on gesture. An inexhaustible repertory of masks, his face produced grimaces more convulsive and more fantastic than the mouthings of a hole in a sheet in a high wind. Unfortunately, as he was alone and in the dark, this was both unseen and invisible. There are such lost gems. He stopped dead. Let's cut the love song short, he said. His cat-like eyes had just discerned in a recessed carriage entrance what in painting is called a composition study, in this case featuring a human figure and an object. The object was a handcart, the human figure was that of an Auvergnat asleep in it. The shafts of the handcart were resting on the pavement, and the Auvergnat's head was resting on the floor of the cart. His body was curled up on this tilted plane, his feet touching the ground. With his experience of the things of this world, Gavroche recognized a sot. This was some local street porter who had drunk too much and was sleeping too soundly. That's what summer nights are for, thought Gavroche. The Auvergnat drops off in his cart. We take the cart for the Republic, and leave the Auvergnat to the monarchy. A bright idea had just occurred to him, that cart would make a very useful addition to our barricade. The Auvergnat was snoring. Gavroche gently tugged at the cart from behind and at the Auvergnat from the forward end, that is to say, by the feet. And a minute later the insensible Auvergnat lay flat on the ground. The cart was freed. Used to encountering the unexpected from every quarter, Gavroche was always fully equipped. He fumbled in one of his pockets and drew out of it a scrap of paper and the stub of a red pencil filched from some carpenter. He wrote, French Republic. In receipt of your cart. And he signed it Gavroche. That done, he put the piece of paper in the pocket of the still snoring Auvergnat's fustian jacket, grabbed the barrow with both hands and went tearing off in the direction of Les Halles, pushing the cart in front of him and making a glorious and triumphant racket. This was dangerous. There was a guard post at the Royal Printing Works. Gavroche did not think of this. This guard post was manned by National Guardsmen from the outskirts. With signs of waking, the squad began to stir, and heads were raised from camp beds. 2 street lanterns broken one after the other, that song bawled out. This was a lot to put up with for such craven streets that want to be off to sleep at sunset and that snuff out their candles so early. For the past hour the lad had been kicking up a shindy in that peaceful district, like a fly in a bottle. The sergeant from the outskirts listened. He waited. He was a prudent man. The frantic rattling of the cart marked the limit to how long he could wait, and the sergeant was obliged to attempt a reconnaissance. There's a whole gang of them out there, he said. Let's be careful. It was clear that the Hydra of Anarchy was out of its box and wreaking havoc on the neighborhood. Treading softly, the sergeant ventured out of the guard post. Suddenly, just as he was about to emerge from Rue de Vieilles, Haudriette's pushing his handcart, Gavroche found himself face to face with a uniform, a plumed shako and a gun. For the second time he stopped dead. Well, look who's here, he said. Hello, law and order. Gavroche's dumbfoundedness was always short-lived and quickly overcome. Where are you going, guttersnipe? Shouted the sergeant. Citizen, said Gavroche, I haven't called you bourgeois yet. Why are you insulting me? Where are you going, troublemaker? Monsieur, retorted Gavroche, you may have had a sense of humor yesterday, but you've not got one this morning. I asked you where you're going, vandal? Gavroche replied, that's a nice way to talk. Honest, no one would guess you were as old as you are. You ought to sell every hair on your head for 100 francs apiece. That would bring you 500 francs. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, scoundrel? Gavroche responded, what nasty words. You need to wash your mouth out. The sergeant leveled his bayonet. For the last time, will you tell me where you're going, wretch? General, said Gavroche, I'm going to fetch a doctor for my wife who's in labor. To arms, shouted the sergeant. Saving yourself by means of what has been your undoing is the masterstroke of resourceful men. Gavroche assessed the whole situation at a glance. It was the handcart that had got him into trouble, it was up to the handcart to protect him. Just as the sergeant was going to blast away at Gavroche, the cart, turned into a projectile and launched with all the gammon's might, came thundering at him, and the sergeant, hit right in the stomach, toppled backwards into the gutter while his gun went off in the air. At the sergeant's cry, the men in the guard post had come rushing out helter-skelter. The shot prompted a general burst of random firing, which was followed by a reloading of weapons and then repeated. This shooting blindfold, as it were, went on for a good quarter hour, and several panes of glass paid the price. Meanwhile, Gavroche, who had gone tearing back the way he had come, stopped 5 or 6 streets away and sat panting on the boundary post at the corner of Rue des Enfants Rouges. He listened out. After catching his breath for a few moments, he turned towards where the gunfire was raging, raised his left hand to nose level and made 3 forward chopping movements, while slapping the back of his head with his right hand, a superlative gesture in which the Parisian gamin brotherhood has condensed French irony, and which is obviously effective since it has already lasted half a century. His mirth was marred by one bitter reflection. Yes, said he, I'm bursting and rolling and writhing with glee, but I'm losing my way, I'll have to take a roundabout route. Just hope I get to the barricade in time. Then he went running off again. And as he ran, he said, now then, where was I? As he darted down the streets, he picked up his song where he had left off, and his singing faded away into the darkness. But there are prisons still remaining, to which I intend to put an end. And as well to all else pertaining. Where fair maids go, with a hey and a ho. Anyone fancy a game of skittles? For when the great ball rolled, little was left standing of the old world. Where fair maids go, with a hey and a ho. Wield your crutches, you fine old people. Against the monarchies flaunting and flouncing. Let's give the Louvre a regular trouncing. Where fair maids go, with a hey and a ho. We did storm those palace gates. And Charles X, then King of France, lost his grip and came unstuck. Where fair maids go, with a hey and a ho. The guard post's show of force was not without result. The handcart was conquered, the drunkard incarcerated. The former was impounded, and the military tribunals later attempted to bring charges against the latter as an accessory. The public prosecutor's department of the day demonstrated in this case its indefatigable zeal in defense of society. Gavroche's adventure, preserved in Temple District lore, is one of the most terrible memories of the old bourgeois residents of the Marais, and entitled in their recollections, Nighttime Attack on the Guard Post at the Royal Printing Works. Part 5. Jean Valjean. Book 1. The War Within Four Walls. I. The Scylla of Faubourg Saint-Antoine and the Charybdis of Faubourg du Temple. The two most memorable barricades that the observer of social ills might mention do not belong to the period in which the plot of this book is set. Those two barricades, both symbols, in two different guises, of a dire situation, rose up out of the earth at the time of the fateful insurrection of June 1848, the greatest street battle history has ever seen. It sometimes happens that, even contrary to principles, even contrary to liberty, equality and fraternity, even contrary to universal betterment, even contrary to government by all for all, from the depths of its anguish, its despondency, its destitution, its fevers, from the depths of its hardship, its morbidity, its ignorance, its darkness, that great despairing body the rabble protests, and the populace wages war against the people. Beggars attack the general rule of law. The mob rebels against the demos. These are grim days. For there is always a certain element of rightfulness even in this madness, there is suicide in this duel. And these words that are intended to be insults, beggars, rabble, mob, populace, indicate, alas, that the blame lies with those who rule rather than with those who suffer, with the privileged rather than with the deprived. For our own part, we never use these words without sorrow and without respect, for when philosophy fathoms the facts to which they correspond, it often finds much greatness alongside the wretchedness. Athens lived under mob rule. The sea beggars were the making of Holland. The populace saved Rome more than once. And the rabble followed Jesus Christ. There is no thinker who has not sometimes contemplated the splendors of the lower depths. It was of this rabble that St. Jerome was no doubt thinking, and of all these poor people, and of all these vagabonds, and of all these wretches from among whom came the apostles and the martyrs, when he uttered these mysterious words, Fex urbis, lex orbis asterisk. The lashing out of this mob that suffers and bleeds, its wrong-headed violence against the principles that are its life, its assaults on lawfulness are populist coups d'etat and must be quelled. The man of probity dedicates himself to this, and out of his very love for the mob he fights against it. But even while opposing it, how excusable he feels it to be. Even while resisting it, how he reveres it. This is one of those rare moments when, in doing what must be done, you sense something perplexing that would almost dissuade you from going any further. You persist, you must. But in your satisfied conscience there is sadness, and in the carrying out of your duty there is heartache. June 1848, let us hasten to say, was an exceptional event, and almost impossible to categorize in the philosophy of history. Everything we have just said must be set aside when it comes to this extraordinary uprising in which there was a sense of the sacred anxiety of labor claiming its rights. It had to be combated, as a matter of duty, for it attacked the Republic. But fundamentally, what was June 1848? A revolt of the people against itself. Where the subject is not lost from sight, there is no digression. So may we be permitted to detain the reader's attention for a moment on the two absolutely unique barricades we have just mentioned, which characterized this insurrection. One blocked the entrance to Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the other made Faubourg du Temple inaccessible. Those who saw these two appalling masterpieces of civil war looming over them, beneath the bright blue June sky, will never forget them. The Saint-Antoine barricade was monstrous. It was 3 stories high and 700 feet wide. Running from corner to corner, it barred the vast approach to this faubourg, that is to say, 3 streets. Gullied, jagged, indented, craggy, battlemented with a huge notch, buttressed with piles that were themselves bastions, throwing out headlands here and there, powerfully shored up by the 2 great promontories that were the district's houses, it rose like a cyclopean dike at the end of the formidable square that had seen the 14th of July. 19 barricades were ranged at intervals in the streets extending behind this principal barricade. At the mere sight of it, you sensed in the faubourg the immense, agonizing suffering that had reached that ultimate moment when hardship is set to become a catastrophe. Of what was that barricade made? The destruction of 3 6-story houses, purposely demolished, said some. All that stupendous anger, said others. It had the deplorable aspect of all of hatred's edifices, ruin. You might say, who built this? You might just as well say, who destroyed this? It was the improvisation of ferment. Here. This door. This grating. This weatherboard. This window frame. This broken brazier. This cracked pot. Hand it all over. Throw it all on. Push, roll, dig, dismantle, overturn, bring everything down. It was the collaboration of cobblestone, rubblestone, wooden beam, iron bar, broken tile, bottomless chair, cabbage stalk, rags, tags, tatters, and execration. It was huge and it was small. It was the abyss directly parroted by the chaos, the mass beside the atom, the torn-down wall and the broken pudding bowl, an ominous fraternization among all kinds of debris. Sisyphus had thrown his rock in there, and Job his potsherd. In a word, dreadful. It was the Acropolis of the wretched. Overturned barrows gave the slope ruggedness. An enormous draycart lay across it, axle skywards, and looked like a scar on that battered facade. An omnibus, cheerfully hoisted by muscle strength alone to the very top of the pile, as though the architects of this monstrosity wanted to add to Terror Gammon's mischievousness, offered its unhitched shaft to what horses of the air no one knows. This gigantic heap, the alluvium of rioting, brought to mind the image of an Asa on pillion of all revolutions, 93 on 89, the 9th of Thermidor on the 10th of August, the 18th of Brumaire on the 21st of January, Vendemiaire on Prairial, 1848 on 1830. This sight was worth the effort, and this barricade deserved to appear on the very spot where the Bastille disappeared. If the ocean made dikes, this is how it would build them. The fury of the surging torrent was imprinted on this shapeless mass. What surging torrent? The mob. You fancied you saw a petrified pandemonium. You fancied you heard the enormous sinister bees of violent progress buzzing over this barricade, as if they had their hive there. Was this an overgrown thicket? Was it a bacchanalian orgy? Was it a fortress? Vertigo seemed to have constructed it, with panache. There was something of the cesspool in that redoubt, and something of Olympia in that welter. You could see, in a jumble that spoke of despair, roof rafters, bits of attic with wallpaper on them, window frames with all their panes planted in the wreckage, awaiting the cannon, detached chimneys, wardrobes, tables, benches, a howling topsy-turvy, and those countless destitute things, rejected even by the beggar, invested with both fury and nothingness. A people's tatters, you would have said, tatters of wood, iron, bronze, stone, as if Faubourg St-Antoine had swept them there, in front of its door, with some colossal broom, making its barricade out of its poverty. Blocks of wood like executioner's blocks, broken chains, wooden frames braced in the shape of a gibbet, horizontal wheels projecting from the wreckage, brought to this edifice of anarchy the dismal image of the old tortures suffered by the people. The St-Antoine barricade made a weapon of everything. Everything that civil war can hurl at society came out of here. This was not fighting, this was paroxysm. The rifles that defended this redoubt, among which were a few blunderbusses, fired fragments of broken crockery, gaming chips, coat buttons, even the casters off nightstands, dangerous projectiles on account of the brass in them. This barricade was frenzied. It threw up at the clouds an indescribable din. At certain moments, to provoke the army, it resorted to crowd and tumult, and was crowned with a mass of blazing faces, filled with a seething multitude, its crest spiked with guns, sabers, cudgels, axes, pikes, and bayonets. A huge red flag on it flapped in the wind. Shouts of command could be heard, songs of attack, the rolling of drums, the sobbing of women and lugubrious bursts of laughter from the famished. Enormous and alive it was, and crackles and sparks emitted from it, as from the back of some electric beast. The spirit of revolution clouded this summit from which roared the voice of the people, which is like the voice of God. A strange majesty emanated from this titanic mound of rubble. It was a heap of detritus and it was Sinai. As we said earlier, it attacked in the name of the revolution. What? The revolution. This barricade, this unpredictability, disorder, alarm, misunderstanding, uncertainty, was confronting the Constituent Assembly, the sovereignty of the people, universal suffrage, the nation, the republic. And it was the Carmagnole defying the Marseillaise. Senseless but heroic defiance, for hero this old faubourg is. The faubourg and its redoubt stood by each other. The faubourg sheltered behind the redoubt. The redoubt was backed by the faubourg. The vast barricade extended like a cliff on which the strategy of the generals who served in Africa was dashed. Its caverns, its excrescences, its warts, its protuberances grimaced, so to speak, and grinned beneath the smoke. Canister shot disappeared into the shapelessness. Shells sank into it, were swallowed up and lost in it. All that bullets succeeded in doing was to make holes in it. What was the use of cannonading chaos? And the regiments, accustomed to the most fearsome sights of war, gazed uneasily on that wild beast of a redoubt, a bristling boar of mountainous size. Not half a mile away, at the corner of Rue du Temple where it joins the boulevard near the Château d'Eau, if you boldly stuck your head out of the Dalamain shopfront, which formed one of the projecting points, you could see in the distance, beyond the canal, at the very top of the street that climbs the slopes of Belleville, a strange wall reaching the façade's second story, a kind of link between the houses on the right and the houses on the left, as though the street had risen up to the height of its highest wall in order to close itself off abruptly. This wall was built of cobblestones. It was plumb straight, perfectly aligned, precise, perpendicular, squared, level. It probably had no cement but, as with some Roman walls, without detriment to its sturdy architecture. You could tell how thick it was from its height. The coping was exactly parallel with the base. Discernible at intervals in its gray surface were almost invisible loopholes, like black threads. These loopholes were equally spaced. The street was deserted as far as the eye could see. All windows and doors were closed. Rising at the end of the street, this barrier created a dead end. A wall, still and quiet. No one to be seen, nothing to be heard. Not a cry, not a sound, not a breath. A sepulchre. This terrible thing was bathed in the dazzling June sunlight. It was the Faubourg du Temple barricade. As soon as you arrived on the scene and caught sight of it, it was impossible, even for the boldest, not to become thoughtful before this mysterious apparition. It was tightly laid, with staggered joints interlocked, rectilinear, symmetrical, and lowering. Here was the scientific and the sinister. You sensed that the man in charge of this barricade was a surveyor, or a spectre. You looked at it and you spoke in hushed tones. From time to time, if anyone, soldier, officer or representative of the people, ventured to cross the deserted road, a faint high-pitched whistling sound was heard and that individual would fall dead or wounded, or, if he escaped, you would see a bullet embed itself in a closed shutter, in the gap between two rubble stones or in the plaster of a wall. Sometimes a Biscayan ball. For the men on the barricade had made themselves two small cannons out of 2 lengths of cast-iron gas piping, plugged at one end with tow and fire clay. No needless waste of gunpowder. Nearly every shot struck home. There were a few corpses here and there, and pools of blood on the cobbles. I remember a white butterfly coming and going in the street. Summer does not abdicate. The carriage entrances in the vicinity were crowded with casualties. You felt targeted by someone you could not see, and you realized the whole length of the street was taking aim. Massed behind the kind of humpback formed by the arched bridge leading over the canal into Faubourg du Temple, grave and reflective, the soldiers of the attack column watched this dismal redoubt, this stillness, this impassiveness whence came death. Some crawled on their bellies to the top of the bridge's arch, taking care that their shakos did not show above it. The valiant Colonel Montinard admired this barricade with a shudder. Look how it's built, he said to a political representative. Not one cobblestone juts out beyond another. Porcelain, that is. At that moment a bullet shattered the cross on his breast, and he fell. The cowards, people said. Why don't they show themselves? Let's see them. They daren't. They're hiding. The Faubourg du Temple barricade, defended by 80 men, attacked by 10,000, held out for 3 days. On the 4th, as at Zacha, as at Constantine, the attackers forced their way into the houses, they came over the rooftops, the barricade was taken. Not one of the 80 cowards thought of fleeing, all were killed there, with the exception of the leader, Barthélemy, of whom we shall say more presently. The Saint-Antoine barricade was thunderous tumult, the Temple barricade was silence. There was between these two redoubts the difference between the awesome and the sinister. One seemed a maw, the other a mask. Allowing that the gigantic and tenebrous June insurrection was created out of rage and enigma, you sensed in the first barricade the dragon, and behind the second, the Sphinx. These two fortresses had been erected by two men, one named Cornet, the other Barthélemy. Cornet made the Saint-Antoine barricade, Barthélemy the Temple barricade. Each barricade was the reflection of the man who built it. Cornet was a tall man, he had broad shoulders, a red face, a crushing fist, a bold heart, a staunch spirit, a sincere and terrible gaze. Intrepid, energetic, irascible, tempestuous, the most cordial of men, the most formidable of fighters. War, strife, conflict, he was in his element in these situations, and they put him in good humor. He had been a naval officer, and from his gestures and his voice you could tell that he thrived on the ocean and had survived the storm. He took the hurricane into battle with him. There was in Cornet something of Danton without the genius, as there was in Danton something of Hercules without the divinity. Thin, scrawny, pale, taciturn, Barthélemy was a kind of tragic gamin, struck by a policeman whom he then waylaid and killed. At 17 he was sent to the prison hulks. He came out and built this barricade. Later, faithfully enough, in London, where both were political refugees, Barthélemy killed Cornet. It was a fatal duel. Some time afterwards, caught up in one of those mysterious intrigues where passion is involved, calamities in which French justice sees extenuating circumstances and English justice sees only death, Barthélemy was hanged. The bleak social edifice is so designed that, thanks to material poverty, thanks to moral darkness, this hapless individual of some intelligence, an intelligence that was certainly intense, possibly great, started out in the prison hulks in France and ended up on the gallows in England. Barthélemy only ever raised one flag, the black flag. 2. In a desperate plight, what else can you do but talk? 16 years are significant in the clandestine education of riot, and June 1848 was a great deal wiser than June 1832. So the Rue de la Chanvrerie barricade was only a primitive version, a barricade in embryo compared with the two colossal barricades we have just described, but for its time it was formidable. The insurgents under Enjolras' supervision, for Marius no longer paid attention to anything, had made good use of the night. The barricade had been not only repaired but enlarged. It had been made 2 feet higher. Iron bars stuck in between the cobblestones looked like couched lances. All sorts of added debris brought from all around gave it a more intricately meshed exterior. The redoubt had been cleverly reworked into a defense wall on the inside and a tangled thicket on the outside. The cobblestone staircase that made it possible, as with a citadel wall, to climb the barricade had been restored. The barricade had been put to rights, the barroom cleared, the kitchen taken over for the treatment of casualties, the tending of the wounded completed, the powder that had been spilled on the ground and on the tables gathered up, bullets cast, cartridges made, linen torn into strips, the weapons of the fallen redistributed, the inside of the redoubt tidied, the wreckage collected, the corpses removed. They heaped the dead in the Mondétour alleyway, which they still controlled. The paving there was for a long time red. Among the dead were 4 National Guardsmen from the city outskirts. Enjolras had their uniforms put aside. Enjolras recommended 2 hours sleep. Advice from Enjolras was a command. Still, only 3 or 4 of them took his advice. Fully devoted those 2 hours to carving this inscription into the wall opposite the tavern: "Long live the masses." These 4 words, chiseled into the masonry with a nail, could still be read on that wall in 1848. The 3 women took advantage of the respite of darkness to disappear for good, which meant the insurgents were able to breathe more easily. The women managed to take refuge in some neighboring house. Most of the wounded were able and still willing to fight. On a sickbed of mattresses and bales of straw, in the kitchen that had become a first aid post, were 5 seriously wounded men, 2 of whom were municipal guards. The municipal guards were treated first. There was nothing left in the barroom but Mabeuf under his black pall and Javert tied to his pillar. "This is the mortuary," said Enjolras. Right at the back of this room, dimly lit by the scant light of a single candle, with the mortuary table behind the pillar like a horizontal bar, Javert standing and Mabeuf lying there created the effect of a sort of big indistinct crucifix. The omnibus shaft, although shortened by the hail of gunfire, was still left sufficiently intact for a flag to be hung from it. Enjolras, who had that quality in a leader of always doing what he said he would do, attached to this pole the old man's bullet-riddled and blood-stained coat. No meal was to be had now. There was neither bread nor meat. The 50 men on the barricade, in the 16 hours they had spent there, had soon exhausted the tavern's meager supplies. At a given moment, every barricade that holds out inevitably becomes the raft of the Medusa. They had to resign themselves to hunger. It was the early hours of the 6th of June, that Spartan day when surrounded by insurgents asking for bread in the Saint-Merry barricade. To all those combatants crying something to eat, Jean replied, "Why? It's 3 o'clock. We'll be dead by 4. As they could no longer eat, Enjolras would not allow drinking. He banned wine and rationed the brandy. They had found in the cellar 15 full bottles, tightly sealed. Enjolras and Combeferre examined them. When he came up again, Combeferre said, "It's old stock that Père Hucheloup, who started out as a grocer, had." "It must be really good," remarked Bossuet. "It's lucky Grantair's asleep. If he were up and about, we'd have a job saving those bottles." Despite the murmuring, Enjolras placed his veto on the 15 bottles, and so that no one touched them and they would be treated as sacred, he had them placed under the table on which Père Mabeuf lay. About 2 o'clock in the morning they counted how many they numbered. There were still 37 of them. It began to grow light. Replaced in its cobblestone niche, the torch had just been put out. The interior of the barricade, that little courtyard of sorts claimed from the street, was steeped in shadow, and in the dreadfulness of that ghostly half-light looked like the deck of a ship in distress. The combatants in their comings and goings were dark figures moving about. Above this terrifying pocket of obscurity the upper floors of the silent houses began to loom wanly. Right at the top, the chimneys were growing paler. The sky was of that lovely indeterminate shade that might be white and might be blue. Birds in flight gave cries of joy. Facing east, the tall building behind the barricade had a rosy reflection on its roof. At the third-story window, the morning breeze ruffled the gray hair on the dead man's head. "I'm delighted the torch has been put out," Courfeyrac said to Feuilly. "That torch flickering in the wind was upsetting me. It was as if it were afraid. The light of torches is like the wisdom of cowards, it casts a poor light because of its unsteadiness. Dawn wakens the wits as well as the birds." All were chattering. Seeing a cat prowling on the tiles, Joly waxed philosophical. "What is the cat?" he exclaimed. "It's a correction. The good Lord, having made the mouse, said, "Oh dear, that was a mistake." And he made the cat. The cat is the mouse's erratum. Mouse plus cat are the revised and corrected proofs of creation. Surrounded by students and artisans, Combeferre was talking about the dead, Jean Prouvaire, Bahorel, Mabouf and even Cabuc, and about Enjolras' stern sorrow. He said, Harmodius and Aristogiton, Brutus, Charia, Stephanus, Cromwell, Charlotte Corday, Sand, have all had their moment of anguish after the event. Our hearts are so tremulous, and human life is such a mystery that in a case of murder even for the public good, of murder even in the cause of freedom, if such a thing exists, remorse for having killed a man exceeds the joy of having served the human race. And a moment later, such are the circuitous routes of conversational exchange, with Jean Prouvaire's verses providing the transition. Combeferre was comparing the translators of the Georgics, Rox with Cournand, Cournand with Delille, referring to the few passages translated by Malfa later, particularly the portents at Caesar's death. And with that word Caesar, the conversation returned to Brutus. Caesar, said Combeferre, was justly brought down. Cicero was harshly critical of Caesar, and he was right to be. That harshness is no diatribe. When Zoilus insults Homer, when Naevius insults Virgil, when Vice insults Molière, when Pope insults Shakespeare, when Fréron insults Voltaire, it is an old law of envy and hatred that is being observed. Genius attracts insult, great men are always more or less subject to carping. But Zoilus and Cicero are two different matters. Cicero metes out justice by the intellect just as Brutus metes out justice by the sword. For my own part, I condemn this latter form of justice, the blade, but antiquity allowed it. Caesar, violator of the Rubicon, bestowing as if they derived from him the dignities that derived from the people, not rising for the Senate, acted, as Eutropius says, like a king and almost like a tyrant, regia aecipoen tyrannica. He was a great man. Too bad. Or so much the better, the lesson is all the more edifying. His 23 wounds affect me less than the spitting in Jesus Christ's face. Caesar is stabbed by the senators. Christ is treated with contempt by lackeys. In the greater outrage you sense the deity. Up above the other speakers, on top of a pile of paving stones, Bossuet, rifle in hand, cried out, O Cydothenium, O Marinus, O Probalinthus, O graces of the Aeantus. Oh, who will grant that I may deliver Homer's verses like a Greek of Laurium or Adaptian? 3. Enlightenment and Bloom. Enjolras had undertaken a reconnaissance sortie. He had slipped out through the Mondétour alleyway, keeping close to the houses. The insurgents, frankly, were full of hope. The way they had repulsed the night attack made them almost scornful in advance of the dawn attack. They waited for it smiling. They were no more doubtful of their success than of their cause. Moreover, help was of course going to come. They were counting on it. With that tendency to prophesy success that is one of the strengths of the French fighter, they divided the day that was about to begin into 3 definite phases. At 6 o'clock in the morning a regiment they had been working on would come over to their side. At noon, the whole of Paris would rise up. At sunset, revolution. They heard the tolling of St. Mary's, which had not for 1 minute fallen silent since the previous day, proof that the other barricade, the main one, Jean's, was still holding out. All these hopes were exchanged between one group and another in a sort of eager and frightful whispering that resembled the buzzing of a hive of bees on the warpath. Enjolras reappeared. He was back from his grim eagle's excursion into the outer darkness. He listened for a moment to all this joy, with his arms folded, one hand over his mouth. Then, fresh and rosy in the increasingly pale light of dawn, he said, the whole Paris army is out. The weight of a third of that army is being brought to bear on the barricade where you are, as well as the National Guard. I identified the shakos of the 5th of the line and the colors of the 6th Legion. You'll be attacked in an hour's time. As for the people, yesterday they were in ferment, but this morning they're not stirring. Nothing to expect, nothing to hope for. Neither a regiment, nor still less a faubourg. You've been abandoned. These words, falling on that buzzing among the groups, had the effect of the first raindrop of a storm on a swarm of bees. Everyone fell silent. There was a moment of unutterable quiet in which death might have been heard passing over. That moment was brief. A voice from the group's obscurest depths cried out to Enjolras, "So be it. Let's raise the barricade to a height of 20 feet, and all of us stay here. Citizens, let our dead bodies protest. Let's demonstrate that, while the people may abandon the Republicans do not abandon the people." These words dispelled from everyone's mind the oppressive gloom of individual anxieties. They were met with enthusiastic cheering. No one ever knew the name of the man who had spoken them. He was some unacknowledged worker, unidentified, forgotten, a passing hero, that nameless champion always involved in human crises and social turning points who at a given moment says the decisive word in a superlative way, and then disappears into the shadows, having momentarily, in a flash of lightning, represented the people of God. This unshakable resolve was so much in the air on the 6th of June 1832 that almost at the very same time the insurgents on the Saint-Merry barricade were raising that shout that has gone down in history and was recorded in the subsequent legal proceedings: "What does it matter whether anyone comes to our aid or not? Let every last one of us be killed here." As we can see, the two barricades, though physically separated, were communicating with each other. 4. 5 fewer, 1 more. After the nameless man advocating the protest of the dead bodies had spoken, thereby giving expression to the common feeling, from every mouth came a strangely satisfied and terrible cry, grim in meaning and triumphant in tone: "Long live death! We shall all stay." "Why all?" said Enjolras. "All! All!" Enjolras went on, "The position is good, the barricade is solid. 30 men are enough. Why sacrifice 40? They replied, "Because not one is willing to leave." "Citizens," cried Enjolras, and there was in his voice an almost irritated resonance, "the Republic is not rich enough in men to be needlessly extravagant with them. Vainglory is wasteful. If it is the duty of some to leave, that duty must be fulfilled like any other." Enjolras, principle incarnate, had over his coreligionists an omnipotence of the kind that emanates from the absolute. Yet that omnipotence notwithstanding, a murmur arose. A leader to his very fingertips, Enjolras, seeing there was murmuring, insisted. He said disdainfully, "Let those who are afraid of being not more than 30 say so." The murmuring intensified. "Anyway," said a voice in one group, "leaving is easier said than done. The barricade is surrounded." "Not on the side of Les Halles," said Enjolras. "Rue Mondétour is free, and you can reach the Marquis de Innocence via Rue des Prêcheurs." "And there," said another voice, "you'll be captured. You'll run into some picket of line troops or guards from the outskirts. They'll see a man going by wearing overalls and a cap. You there, where have you come from? Weren't you on the barricade? And they'll look at your hands. You smell of gunpowder. Executed." Without replying, Enjolras tapped Combeferre's shoulder, and they both went into the barroom. They came out again a moment later. Enjolras held in his two outstretched hands the 4 uniforms he had put aside. Combeferre followed him, carrying the leather belts and shakos. "In this uniform," said Enjolras, "mingle with the ranks and you escape. That's 4, at least." And he threw the 4 uniforms down on the ground from which the cobblestones had been removed. Among those stoical listeners there was not the slightest wavering. Combeferre began to speak. Come now, we must have a little pity, he said. You know what's at issue here? What's at issue is women. Just consider. Are there women, yes or no? Are there children, yes or no? Are there mothers rocking cradles with their foot, and a whole brood of little ones around them, yes or no? Any one of you who has never seen the breast of a nursing woman, raise his hand. Ah! You want to get yourselves killed, and as I stand here talking to you, I do too. But I don't want to sense around me the specters of women wringing their hands. Die, that's fine, but don't cause others to die. Suicides like the one that is about to take place here are sublime, but suicide has a narrow compass that is not to be broadened. And as soon as it affects your family, suicide is murder. Think of the fair-haired youngsters, and think of the white-haired old folk. Listen. A little while ago, Enjolras has just told me, he saw at the corner of Rue du Cygne a lighted casement, a candle at a humble fifth-floor window, and on the glass the quivering shadow of someone's head, that of an old lady who appeared to have been sitting up all night, waiting. Perhaps she's the mother of one of you. Well, that man should leave, and hurry home to tell his mother, Mother, here I am. He needn't worry, the job here will get done anyway. When it's your work that's supporting your family, you've no right to sacrifice yourself. Desertion of your family, that is. And those who have daughters, and those who have sisters. What are you thinking of? You get yourselves killed, then you're dead, fine, and tomorrow? Young girls with nothing to eat, that's terrible. A man begs, a woman sells. Ah! These delightful creatures, so charming and so gentle, who wear flowery bonnets, who sing, who chatter, who fill the house with chastity, who are like a living fragrance, who prove the existence of angels in heaven by the purity of virgins on earth, this Jean, this Lise, this Mimi, these adorable and respectable individuals who are a blessing to you, who are your pride, oh my God, they'll go hungry. What can I say to you? There is a market for human flesh, and it's not with your ghostly hands fluttering around them that you'll prevent them from becoming part of it. Think of the street, think of the pavement thronged with passers-by, think of the shops and the women to ing and fro ing in front of them, revealingly clothed, women who have gone to the bad. Those women, too, were pure once. Think of your sisters, those of you who have them. Misery, prostitution, police patrols, estelazare, that's what they'll be reduced to, those lovely delicate girls, those fragile marvels of modesty, kindness and beauty, fresher than lilacs in the month of May. Ah, you've got yourselves killed. Ah, you're not there anymore. That's fine. You wanted to deliver the people from royalty, and you hand your young girls over to the police. Friends, beware. Have some compassion. We're not given to thinking about women very much. Poor women. We put our trust in the fact that women don't get the education that men do, we prevent them from reading, we prevent them from thinking, we prevent them from being involved in politics. Will you prevent them from going to the morgue this evening to identify your bodies? Now then, those who have families must do the decent thing, shake hands with us and go, and leave us here to deal with this on our own. I know that it takes courage to go, it's hard, but the harder it is, the more praiseworthy. You say, I have a gun, I'm at the barricade, too bad, I'm staying here. Too bad is easily said. My friends, there is a tomorrow, you won't be here for that tomorrow, but your families will. And the suffering. Look, a fine healthy child with apple cheeks, who babbles, who prattles, who chatters, who laughs, whose smell you breathe in when you kiss him, you know what happens to him when he's abandoned? I've seen one like him, a tiny little thing, just so high. His father was dead. He was taken in out of charity by poor people, but they had no bread for themselves. The child was always hungry. It was winter. He didn't cry. You'd see him go up to the stove, where there was never any fire, and the stovepipe was sealed, you know, with yellow clay. The child would pick off a bit of this clay with his little fingers and eat it. His breathing was raspy, his face ashen, his legs weak, his stomach swollen. He said nothing. When you spoke to him, he didn't answer. He died. He was brought to the Necker hospital to die. That's where I saw him. I was house physician at that hospital. Now, if there are any fathers among you, fathers whose joy it is to go for a stroll on Sundays holding their child's little hand in their own good strong hand, let every one of those fathers picture to himself the child as his own. That poor little mite, I remember him, I seem to see him now, when he lay naked on the autopsy table, his ribs protruding under his skin like the grass-covered mounds in a cemetery. There was some sort of mud found in his stomach. There was ash in his teeth. Now, let's examine our consciences and allow our hearts to advise us. Statistics demonstrate that the mortality rate among abandoned children is 55%. I repeat, what is at issue here is women, what is at issue is mothers, what is at issue is young girls, what is at issue is little kiddies. Is it you we're talking about? We know what you are. We know that you're all courageous men, by God. We know that you all set your minds on the joy and the honor of sacrificing your life for the great cause. We know that you feel you've been chosen to die usefully and magnificently, and that each one of you is determined to have his share of the glory. Good for you! But you're not alone in this world. There are others you have to think of. You must not be selfish. All bowed their heads somberly. Strange contradictions of the human heart in its most sublime moments. Combeferre, who was saying these things, was not an orphan. Mindful of other men's mothers, he forgot his own. He was going to get himself killed. He was selfish. Deprived of sustenance, feverish, all his hopes exhausted, one after the other, mired in grief, most dismal of all plights, overwhelmed by violent emotions and sensing that the end was coming, Marius had plunged deeper and deeper into that visionary stupor that always precedes the hour of death willingly accepted. A physiologist might have studied in him the growing symptoms of that febrile state of absorption known to science, and analyzed by it, which is to suffering what voluptuousness is to pleasure. Despair, too, has its ecstasy. Marius had reached that stage. It was as if he were watching everything from the outside. As we said, things happening right in front of him seemed to him far away. He could get a sense of the overall picture, but he could not see any details. He saw people coming and going through a blazing brightness. He heard voices speaking as if from the bottom of a pit. However, he was moved by this. This scene had a point to it that pierced even him, and roused him. He had only one thought now, to die, and he did not want to be distracted from it. But in his morbid somnambulism he thought that in going to his doom there was no ban on saving someone else. He spoke up. Enjolras and Combeferre are right, he said. No unnecessary sacrifice. I agree with them, and there's no time to lose. Combeferre has said what matters. There are some among you who have families, mothers, sisters, wives, children. They should step forward. No one stirred. Married men and family breadwinners, step forward, repeated Marius. He had great authority. Enjolras was certainly leader of the barricade, but Marius was its savior. I command you, cried Enjolras. I entreat you, said Marius. Then, stirred by Combeferre's speech, unsettled by Enjolras's command, moved by Marius's entreaty, these heroic men began to denounce each other. It's true, said one young man to an older one, you're the father of a family. Go. You'd better go yourself, replied the man, you have 2 sisters to provide for. And an extraordinary argument broke out. Each vied to be the one who would not be turned away from the tomb. Hurry, said Courfeyrac, in another quarter of an hour it will be too late. Citizens, said Enjolras, this is the Republic, here universal suffrage rules. You yourselves nominate those who are to leave." They obeyed. After a few minutes, 5 were unanimously selected and came forward. "5 of them," exclaimed Marius. "There were only 4 uniforms." "Well then," the 5 responded, "one of us must stay." And each vied to be the one who stayed, finding reasons for the others not to stay. The generous quarrel began afresh. "You have a wife who loves you. You have your aged mother. You've lost both father and mother. What's to become of your 3 little brothers? You're the father of 5 children. You have a right to live, you're only 17, it's too early for you to die." These great revolutionary barricades were venues for heroism. The improbable was natural here. These men did not surprise each other. "Be quick," repeated Courfeyrac. Voices in the group shouted to Marius, "You say who's to stay?" "Yes," said the 5, "you choose. We'll do as you say." Marius no longer believed himself capable of any feeling. Yet, at the thought of selecting a man to die, the blood drained back to his heart. He would have turned pale, if he could have been any paler than he was. He moved towards the 5, who smiled at him, and every one of them, his eyes filled with that great blaze to be seen far back in history over Thermopylae, cried out to him, "Me! Me! Me!" And stupidly, Marius counted them. There were still 5. Then he looked down on the 4 uniforms. At that moment a 5th uniform dropped on top of the other 4, as if from heaven. The 5th man was saved. Marius looked up and recognized Monsieur Fauchelevent. Jean Valjean had just arrived inside the barricade. Either because he had made inquiries, or by instinct, or by chance, he came by way of the Mondétour alleyway. Thanks to his National Guard uniform, he had passed unhindered. The lookout posted by the insurgents in Rue Mondétour had no need to raise the alarm for a lone National Guardsman. He let the latter turn into the street, saying to himself, "He's probably another supporter, or at worst a prisoner." This was too serious a moment for the lookout to allow his attention to be diverted from his duties or from his observation post. When Jean Valjean had entered the redoubt, no one had noticed him, all eyes being fixed on the 5 chosen men and the 4 uniforms. Jean Valjean himself had seen and heard, and he silently took off his coat and threw it on the pile with the rest. The ferment was indescribable. "Who is this man?" asked Bossuet. "He's a man who saves others," replied Combeferre. Marius added in a solemn voice, "I know him." This guarantee satisfied everyone. Enjolras turned to Jean Valjean. "Citizen, welcome." And he added, "You know we're going to die." Without replying, Jean Valjean helped the insurgent he was saving to put on his uniform. The outlook from the top of the barricade. The plight of all, in that fateful hour and in that implacable place, had as issue and pinnacle Enjolras' supreme melancholy. Enjolras had within him the plenitude of the revolution. He was incomplete, however, in so far as the absolute can be. He was too much like Saint Just, and not enough like Anacharsis Clootz. Yet in the society of the Friends of the ABC his mind had eventually come under the influence of Combeferre's ideas. He had for some time been gradually departing from the narrowness of dogma and giving way to the expansiveness of progress, and he had come to accept, as a definitive and magnificent evolution, the transformation of the great French Republic into a vast human republic. As for the direct means to achieve it, given a violent situation, he chose violence. In that, he never varied. And he was still of that epic and fearsome school encapsulated in this word, 93. Enjolras was standing on the cobblestone staircase, with one of his elbows resting on the barrel of his gun. He was thinking. He shuddered, as if at passing emanations. Places of death have these oracular effects. In that inward-turned gaze were smoldering fires. All at once he raised his head, with his blonde hair swept back like that of the angel on the dark chariot of stars. It had the look of a lion's mane fanned out in a flaming aureole. And Enjolras cried, "Citizens, do you visualize the future? The streets of cities bathed in light, green branches on the doorsteps, nations become sisters, men become just, old men blessing the young, the past cherishing the present, total freedom for thinkers, full equality for believers, for religion the firmament, God the unmediated priest, human conscience the altar, no more hatred, fraternity in workshop and school, reputation for soul punishment and reward, work for all, rights for all, peace for all, no more bloodshed, no more wars, happy mothers." The taming of matter is the first step. The creation of the ideal is the second. Reflect on what progress has already accomplished. Long ago, seeing before them the hydra that breathed on the waters, the dragon that vomited fire, the griffin that was the monster of the air, flying with the wings of an eagle and the claws of a tiger, fearsome beasts that were superior to man, the earliest human races looked on in terror. Yet man laid his traps, the sacred traps of intelligence, and with them eventually caught these monsters. We have tamed the hydra, and it is called the steamer. We have tamed the dragon, and it is called the locomotive. We are on the verge of taming the griffin, it is already in our possession, and it is called the balloon. The day when this Promethean work is done and man has finally harnessed to his will the threefold chimera of antiquity, hydra, dragon, and griffin, he will be master of water, fire, and air, and he will be to the rest of living creation what the ancient gods once were to him. Courage, and ever onward. Citizens, what lies ahead of us? Science made the principle of government, force of circumstance become the sole police force, natural law having its own inherent sanction and penalty and promulgating itself by evidence, a dawning of truth corresponding to the dawning of day. Ahead lies the unity of peoples, ahead lies the unity of mankind. No more fictions, no more parasites. Reality governed by truth, that is the goal. Civilization will hold its conclaves at Europe's summit, and later the center of continents, in a great assembly of intelligence. Something of the like has already been seen. The Amphictyons held 2 sittings a year, one at Delphi, site of the gods, the other at Thermopylae, site of heroes. Europe will have her Amphictyons, the globe will have its Amphictyons. France carries in its womb this sublime future. This is the gestation of the 19th century. What Greece began is worthy of being completed by France. Listen to me, Fewley, valiant worker, man of the people, man of the peoples. I revere you. Yes, you see the future clearly, yes, you are right. You had neither father nor mother, Fewley. You adopted humanity as your mother and right as your father. You're going to die here, in other words, to triumph. Citizens, whatever happens today, by our defeat just as much as by our victory, what we are going to achieve is a revolution. As fires light up a whole city, so revolutions give light to the whole human race. And what revolution shall we bring about? I've just told you, the revolution of truth. From the political point of view, there is only one principle: man's sovereignty over himself. This sovereignty of the self over the self is called liberty. In the formation of an alliance between 2 or 3 of these sovereignties is the beginning of the state. But in this alliance there is no abdication. Each sovereignty concedes a certain amount of itself to form the sovereign law to which all are subject. That amount is the same for all. This uniformity of the concession each individual makes to all is called equality. The sovereign law to which all are subject is nothing other than the protection of all deriving from the right of each individual. This protection of all over each individual is called fraternity. The point of intersection between all these allied sovereignties is called society. This intersection being a juncture, the point in question is a nexus. Hence what is called the social bond. Some say social contract, which is the same thing, the word contract being etymologically formed from the notion of binding. Let's be clear what we mean by equality. For, if liberty is the summit, equality is the base. Equality, citizens, doesn't mean vegetation all of one height, a society of huge blades of grass and tiny oak trees, a collective of mutually emasculating jealousies. It is, in civil terms, all who have the same aptitude having the same opportunity, in political terms, all votes having the same weight, in religious terms, all consciences having the same right. Equality has an agency, free and compulsory education. The right to the alphabet, that's where to start. Primary schooling imposed on all, secondary schooling offered to all, that's the rule of law. From identical schooling will come an equal society. Yes, teaching. Light. Light. Everything comes from light, and returns to it. Citizens, the 19th century is a great century, but the 20th century will be a happy one. Nothing like the history of old, not anymore. There will be no reason then to fear, as we do today, conquest, invasion, usurpation, rivalry between armed nations, civilization interrupted by a marriage of kings, a birth within the hereditary tyrannies, a partition of peoples by Congress, dismemberment brought about by the collapse of a dynasty, a conflict between two religions coming up against each other, like two goats of darkness on the bridge of infinity. There will be no reason to fear famine, exploitation, prostitution as a result of poverty, destitution as a result of unemployment, and the sword, and the scaffold, the battles, and all the banditry of chance and the forest of incidents. You might almost say there will be no more incidents. People will be happy. Just as the terrestrial globe fulfills its own law, so too will the human race. Harmony will be re-established between soul and star. The soul will revolve around the truth, as the star revolves around light. Friends, the present moment in which I'm speaking to you is a grim moment. But these are the terrible costs of the future. A revolution is a toll. Oh! The human race will be delivered, raised up, consoled. On this barricade, we assure it of that. From where will the cry of love come, if not from the height of sacrifice? Oh my brothers, this is the juncture between those who think and those who suffer. This barricade is made not of cobblestones, or rafters, or ironmongery. It's made of two piles, a pile of ideas and a pile of woes. Here, misery meets the ideal. Here, day embraces night and tells it, I'm going to die with you, and you are going to be born again with me. Faith springs from embracing every desolation. Sufferings bring here their agony, and ideas their immortality. This agony and this immortality are about to combine and constitute our death. Brothers, he who dies here dies in the radiance of the future, and we go to a grave pervaded through and through by the light of dawn. Enjolras broke off rather than stopped talking. His lips moved silently as if he were continuing, talking to himself, which meant that, trying to hear more, they watched him attentively. There was no applause, but the whispering went on for a long time. The spoken word being breath, the thrilling of minds is like the rustling of leaves. 6. Marius haggard, Javert laconic. Let us convey what was going on in Marius's mind. Remember what his mental state was. As we have just been reminded, nothing was real to him anymore. His perceptions were blurred. Marius, it must be emphasized, was under the shadow of the great dark wings that spread out over those in their death throes. He felt he had entered the tomb, it seemed to him he was already on the other side of the wall, and he could no longer see the faces of the living other than through the eyes of one who was dead. How was it that Monsieur Fauchelevent was there? Why was he there? What had he come for? Marius did not ask himself all these questions. For our despair has the characteristic of enveloping others as well as ourselves, so it seemed logical to him that everyone should come here to die. Only, he felt a pang in his heart when he thought of Cosette. In any case, Monsieur Fauchelevent did not speak to him, did not look at him, and did not even seem to hear him when Marius spoke up to say, I know him. As far as Marius was concerned, this attitude of Monsieur Fauchelevent was a relief to him, and if such a word may be used for such impressions we would say, pleasing to him. He had always found it quite impossible to speak to this enigmatic man who was for him both ambiguous and imposing. Moreover, he had not seen him for a very long time, which for someone of Marius's timid and reserved nature made it even more impossible. The 5 chosen men left the barricade by way of the Mondétour alleyway. They looked just like National Guards. One of them went away weeping. Before leaving, they embraced those who were staying. When the 5 men restored to life had gone, Enjolras turned his attention to the man sentenced to death. He went into the bar-room. Javert, tied to his pillar, was thoughtful. "Need anything?" Enjolras asked him. Javert replied, "When will you kill me?" "You'll have to wait. Right now we need all our cartridges." "Then I'll have something to drink," said Javert. Enjolras himself fetched a glass of water, and as Javert was bound hand and foot he held the glass for him. "Is that all?" said Enjolras. "It's uncomfortable against this pillar," replied Javert. "You didn't show much consideration leaving me here all night. Tie me if you want, but you could surely lay me down on a table, like him." And he nodded in the direction of Monsieur Mabeuf's body. There was, remember, at the end of the room a big, long table on which they had been casting bullets and making cartridges. Now that all the cartridges were made and all the powder used up, this table was free. At Enjolras's command, 4 insurgents untied Javert from the pillar. While they were untying him, a 5th held a bayonet to his breast. His arms were left tied behind his back, and thin, strong whipcord was put round his feet, allowing him to take 15-inch steps like those going to the scaffold, and he was walked to the table at the end of the room where he was laid down, closely bound around the middle of his body. As an extra precaution, to the complexity of knots that made escape impossible they added, by means of a rope secured around his neck, the kind of restraint, in prisons called a martingale, that goes from the nape of the neck, divides over the belly and returns to the hands after passing between the legs. While they were trussing up Javert, a man standing at the threshold studied him with peculiar attention. The shadow cast by this man made Javert turn his head. He looked up and recognized Jean Valjean. Without a flicker of emotion he proudly closed his eyes and said only, "It's so simple." 7. The situation worsens. It was rapidly growing lighter. But no window or door opened, not even a chink. It was dawn, but not an awakening. As we said earlier, the far end of Rue de la Chanvrerie, opposite the barricade, had been evacuated by the troops. It appeared to be clear, and in its sinister quiet lay open to passers-by. Rue St. Denis was as silent as the avenue of the Sphinxes at Thebes. Not a living soul at the crossroads that lay bleached in reflected sunlight. There is nothing so mournful as this brightness of deserted streets. Nothing could be seen, but something could be heard. There was at a certain distance some mysterious movement going on. It was obvious the critical moment was approaching. As on the previous evening, the lookouts fell back, but all of them this time. The barricade was stronger than when the first attack took place. Since the 5 had left, it had been built up even higher. On the advice of the lookout who had been watching the area of Les Halles, Enjolras, for fear of a surprise attack from behind, took a serious decision. He had the Mondétour alleyway, which had been left open until then, barricaded. For this an additional stretch of paving, the length of several houses, was taken up. Consequently, the barricade, walled off on 3 streets, on Rue de la Chanvrerie straight ahead, on Rue du Cygne and de la Petite Truanderie to the left, on Rue Mondétour to the right, really was almost impregnable. True, those on the inside were inevitably confined. Now it had 3 fronts but no exit. "A fortress mousetrap," said Courfeyrac, laughing. Enjolras had some 30 cobblestones, pulled up unnecessarily, said Bossuet, stacked near the door of the tavern. So profound was the silence now in the direction from which the attack was to come that Enjolras had everyone return to battle stations. A ration of brandy was distributed to each individual. There is nothing more curious than a barricade preparing for an assault. Everyone chooses a place for himself, as if at the theater. Settling down, shouldering and elbowing each other. There are some who create stalls for themselves out of cobblestones. Here is an awkward corner of wall, move away from it. Here is a bastion that may afford protection, shelter behind it. The left-handed are valuable, they take places that are awkward for others. Many contrive to fight seated, wanting to be at their ease for killing and comfortable for dying. In the dreadful war of June 1848, one insurgent, who was a formidable marksman and fought from a rooftop terrace, had a high-backed armchair brought up there for him. He was sitting in it when he was hit by canister shot. As soon as the leader has given the order to clear the decks for action, all disorderly movement ceases. No more wrangling with each other, no more factions, no private conversations, no separate group. Whatever is in everyone's mind converges and turns into anticipation of the attack. A barricade preceding danger, chaos, in danger, discipline. Peril creates order. As soon as Enjolras had taken up his double-barreled rifle and positioned himself at a battlement of sorts that he had reserved for himself, everyone fell silent. A flurry of little sharp cracks rang out along the cobblestone wall. It was the cocking of guns. Now the men stood prouder and more confident than ever. Extreme sacrifice strengthens. They had no hope left, but they had despair. Despair, the ultimate weapon that sometimes brings victory. Virgil said so, **, out of drastic resolve comes supreme resourcefulness. To embark on death is sometimes the way to avoid foundering. And the coffin lid becomes a lifesaver. As on the previous evening, all attention was focused, we might almost say brought to bear, on the end of the street, now visible in the daylight. There was not long to wait. Renewed stirring was clearly detectable in the Estilou district, but this was not the same sort of movement that had characterized the first attack. The spilling of chains, the unnerving progress of some juddering mass, the clink of brass bouncing on the pavement, a sort of orderly commotion, announced that some sinister piece of ironware was approaching. There was a tremor in the entrails of those quiet old streets, laid out and built for the fruitful circulation of interests and ideas, and not meant for the monstrous rumble of war. The fixedness with which all the combatants kept staring at the far end of the street grew ferocious. A cannon appeared. Artillerymen pushed the gun up. It was in its firing trunnion holes. The limber had been detached. 2 men supported the gun carriage, with 4 at the wheels, others followed with the ammunition chest. The lighted match could be seen smoking. "Fire!" shouted Enjolras. The whole barricade fired, the detonation was terrible. An avalanche of smoke enveloped both cannon and men, obliterating them. After a few seconds the cloud dispersed, and the cannon and the men reappeared. Slowly, precisely, unhurriedly, the gun crew finished rolling the cannon into position, opposite the barricade. Not one of them had been hit. Then the chief gunner, pressing down on the breech in order to raise the elevation, began to aim the cannon with the gravity of an astronomer training a telescope. "Bravo, cannoneers!" cried Bossuet. And the whole barricade applauded. A moment later, squarely sighted right in the middle of the street, straddling the gutter, the piece was in firing position. A tremendous maw gaped over the barricade. "Now the fun starts," said Courfeyrac. "What a brute!" After the flick of the fingers, the bunched fist. "The army's reaching out for us with its big paw. The barricade's going to be seriously shaken. Rifle fire gropes, cannon fire grabs. It's an 8-pounder, new model, bronze, added Combeferre. The proportion 10 parts tin to 100 parts copper has only to be exceeded by a fraction, and those guns are liable to explode. Too much tin makes them too brittle. They end up with pits and cavities inside the barrel. To avoid that danger and to be able to increase the charge, it might be better to return to the 14th century technique of hooping, encircling the piece on the outside from the breech to the trunnions with a series of weldless steel bands. Meanwhile, any defect is dealt with as best it can be. Any pits or cavities in the cannon barrel are detected by means of a cat's paw. But there's a better method, with Gribeauval's étoile mobile. In the 16th century, remarked Bossuet, cannons were rifled. Yes, replied Combeferre, that increases ballistic power but diminishes accuracy. Furthermore, at short range, the trajectory lacks the desired stability, it curves too much, the projectile's path is no longer straight enough to allow it to hit all intervening objects, an essential requirement in battle and one whose importance increases with the enemy's proximity and the rapidity of fire. This lack of stability in the trajectory of the projectile fired from the rifled cannon of the 16th century was due to the weakness of the charge. Weak charges for that sort of weapon are dictated by ballistic considerations, such as preserving the gun carriage. In short, the cannon, despot that it is, can't do everything it wants to. Strength is a great weakness. A cannonball travels only 1,500 miles an hour. Light travels 180,000 miles a second. Such is the superiority of Jesus Christ over Napoleon. Reload your weapons, said Enjolras. How would the barricade hold up under cannon fire? Would it be breached? That was the question. While the insurgents reloaded their guns, the artillerymen loaded the cannon. Anxiety in the redoubt was intense. The gun went off, the detonation resounded. Here, cried a cheerful voice. And just as the cannonball came down on the barricade, so too did Gavroche drop down inside it. Arriving from the Rue du Cygne side, he had nimbly climbed over the secondary barricade facing the Petit Truanderie maze. Gavroche's impact inside the barricade was greater than the cannonball's. The cannonball disappeared in the jumble of rubble. At most it smashed an omnibus wheel and finished off Anceau's old cart. Seeing which, the barricaders started to laugh. Carry on, Bossuet shouted to the artillerymen. 8. The gunners have to be taken seriously. Gavroche was the center of attention. But he had no time to tell his story. Quaking, Marius took him aside. What are you doing here? Well, said the child. What about you? And, his eyes widened by the proud gleam within them, he steadily held Marius's gaze with a heroic brazenness. It was in a severe tone that Marius went on. Who told you to come back? Did you at least deliver my letter to its destination? Gavroche was not without a touch of remorse regarding that letter. In his hurry to return to the barricade, he had got rid of it rather than delivered it. He was obliged to admit to himself that he had entrusted it somewhat lightly to that stranger, not even having been able to see his face clearly. True, the man was bareheaded, but that was insufficient. In short, he chided himself about it and feared Marius's reprimands. To get out of trouble, he adopted the simplest strategy, he lied abominably. Citizen, I delivered the letter to the porter. The lady was asleep. She'll get the letter when she wakes. Marius had two objectives in sending that letter, to bid farewell to Cosette and to save Gavroche. He had to settle for half of what he wanted. Were the sending of his letter and the presence of Monsieur Fauchelevent in the barricade connected? He wondered. He pointed out Monsieur Fauchelevent to Gavroche. Do you know that man? No, said Gavroche. As we have just recalled, Gavroche had seen Jean Valjean only in the dark. The vague and pathological suspicions that had started to form in Marius's mind faded. What did he know of Monsieur Fauchelevent's opinions? Monsieur Fauchelevent was probably a Republican. If so, his presence in this conflict was quite simple. Meanwhile, Gavroche was already at the other end of the barricade, shouting, "My gun!" Courfeyrac saw to it that he got it back. Gavroche warned the comrades, as he called them, that the barricade was surrounded. He had had great difficulty in reaching it. A line battalion with their arms piled up in Petit Truanderie had them under observation on the Rue du Cygne side. On the opposite side, Rue des Prêcheurs was held by the municipal guard. In front of them they had the bulk of the army. Having conveyed this information, Gavroche added, "You've my permission to give them a thrashing." Meanwhile, at his battlement, listening out, Enjolras kept watch. Doubtless not very happy with their round shot, the assailants had not repeated it. A company of line infantry had occupied the end of the street behind the gun. The soldiers were taking up the roadway and using the cobblestones to build a low defense wall, a kind of epaulement no more than 18 inches high, facing the barricade. At the corner to the left of this epaulement could be seen the head of a column formed by a battalion from the city outskirts, massed in Rue Estadénis. On the alert, Enjolras thought he detected that distinctive sound made when canister shells are taken out of ammunition chests, and he saw the chief gunner alter the aim and move the mouth of the cannon slightly leftwards. Then the cannoneers began to load the gun. The chief gunner himself seized the linstock and brought it to the touch-hole. "Heads down, close to the wall," shouted Enjolras. "And all of you, on your knees along the barricade." Scattered in front of the tavern, the insurgents who had left their battle stations when Gavroche turned up made a desperate rush for the barricade. But before Enjolras's order could be carried out, the gun went off with the terrifying rattle of canister shot. Which is exactly what it was. The blast had been directed at the gap in the redoubt, had ricocheted against the inside wall, and this terrible ricochet had resulted in 2 dead and 3 wounded. If this went on, the barricade could no longer be held. Canister shot was finding its way in. There was a murmur of dismay. "Let's stop the second blast, at least," said Enjolras. And lowering his rifle, he took aim at the chief gunner, who at that moment was bent over the breach, making one last correction to the laying of the gun. This chief gunner was a handsome artillery sergeant, extremely young, blond, with a very kindly face and the look of intelligence fitting in one who was in charge of this faithful and dangerous weapon of horror which, if ever more refined, must eventually kill off war. Combeferre, standing beside Enjolras, observed the young man. "The pity of it," said Combeferre. "How appalling such slaughter is. Well, when there are no more kings, there'll be no more war. Enjolras, you're aiming at that sergeant, you're not looking at him. Believe it or not, he's a charming young man, he's brave, you can see he's capable of thought, they're very educated, these young artillerymen, he has a father, a mother, a family, he probably has a sweetheart, he's 25 at most, he could be your brother." "He is," said Enjolras. "Yes," replied Combeferre, "and mine too. So let's not kill him. Don't interfere. What must be, must be." And a tear trickled slowly down Enjolras's marble cheek. At the same time he pressed the trigger of his rifle. There was a flash. The artilleryman spun round twice, his arms stretched out in front of him, his head tipped back, as though gasping for breath, then he fell sideways onto the gun and lay there motionless. A stream of blood could be seen gushing from the middle of his back. The bullet had gone straight through his chest. He was dead. He had to be carried away and replaced. This was indeed a few minutes gained. 9. using those old poaching skills and the infallible shot that had some bearing on a conviction in 1796. An exchange of opinion took place inside the barricade. The cannon was going to start firing again. With those canister shells, they would be unable to hold out for as much as 15 minutes. A buffer against them was absolutely essential. Enjolras issued this command: "We need to put a mattress there." "We have none spare," said Combeferre, "the wounded are lying on them." Jean Valjean, who was sitting apart on a boundary stone at the corner of the tavern with his gun between his knees, until that moment had not been involved in anything that was happening. He seemed not to hear the combatants saying around him, "There's a gun doing nothing." Responding to Enjolras's directive, he rose. Remember, when the crowd arrived in Rue de la Chanvrerie, an old woman, anticipating bullets, had put her mattress in front of her window. This window, an attic window, was in the roof of a 6-story house a little beyond the barricade. The mattress, set crosswise, was supported underneath by 2 poles for hanging out washing and held up by 2 ropes that from a distance looked like 2 pieces of string, attached to nails in the window frame. These ropes could be seen distinctly against the sky, like 2 hairs. "Can someone lend me a double-barreled rifle?" said Jean Valjean. Enjolras, who had just reloaded his, handed it to him. Jean Valjean took aim at the attic window and fired. One of the 2 mattress ropes was severed. The mattress now hung by just a single thread. Jean Valjean fired another shot. The second rope whipped against the window pane. The mattress slipped between the 2 poles and fell into the street. The barricade applauded. Every voice cried out, "A mattress!" "Yes," said Combeferre, "but who will go and fetch it?" Sure enough, the mattress had fallen outside the barricade, between the besiegers and the besieged. Now, the death of the artillery sergeant having infuriated the troop, the soldiers for the past several minutes had been lying flat on their stomachs behind the line of cobblestones they had set up, and to compensate for the enforced silence of the cannon, quieted while its gun crew was being reorganized, had opened fire on the barricade. So as to save their ammunition, the insurgents did not reply to this rifle fire. The fusillade was deflected by the barricade, but the street, filled with its bullets, was an inferno. Jean Valjean went through the gap, out into the street under the hail of bullets, reached the mattress, picked it up, loaded it onto his back and returned to the barricade. He himself plugged the mattress into the gap. He wedged it there against the wall so that the artillerymen could not see it. That done, they waited for the canister shot. It was not long in coming. With a roar, the cannon vomited its pack of pellets. But there was no ricochet. The canister shot aborted on the mattress. The envisaged effect had been achieved. The barricade was saved. "Citizen," Enjolras said to Jean Valjean, "the Republic thanks you." Bossuet, marveling, laughed. "It's outrageous that a mattress should have so much power," he cried. "A triumph of yielding over battering. But never mind, all glory to the mattress that nullifies a cannon." At that moment Cosette woke up. Dawn. Her room was narrow, neat, modest, with a long, east-facing casement window looking out on the back courtyard of the house. Cosette knew nothing of what was going on in Paris. She had not been out the day before and had already retired to her room when Toussaint said, "There seems to be trouble." Cosette had slept not many hours, but soundly. She had been having sweet dreams, which might have had something to do with the fact that her little bed was very white. Someone who was Marius had appeared to her in a blaze of light. She woke with the sun in her eyes, which at first gave her the impression of this being a continuation of her dream. Her first thought on emerging from this dream was joyful. Cosette felt completely reassured. Like Jean Valjean a few hours earlier, she was undergoing that reaction of a spirit that is dead set against unhappiness. She began to hope with all her might, without knowing why. Then her heart sank. It was 3 days since she had last seen Marius. But she said to herself that he must have received her letter, that he knew where she was, and that he was so clever he would find some way of reaching her. Today, for sure, perhaps that very morning. It was broad daylight, but by the very horizontal slant of the light she thought it was early. All the same, she had better get up, to receive Marius. She felt she could not live without Marius, and consequently, that was sufficient. Marius would come. No objection was allowed. All this was certain. It was monstrous enough already to have suffered for 3 days. 3 days without Marius was horrible of the good Lord. This cruel teasing from on high was a trial that was now over. Marius was going to arrive, and he would bring good news. That is the nature of youth. It quickly dries its eyes. It finds sorrow pointless and does not accept it. Youth is the smile of the future in the face of the unknown, which is its own self. It is natural for youth to be happy. It is as though it breathes hope. Anyway, Cosette could not remember what Marius had said to her about this absence that was to last only 1 day, and what explanation he had given her for it. Everyone has noticed how niftily a coin that you drop on the ground rolls away and hides, and how cunningly it makes itself unfindable. There are thoughts that play the same trick on us. They curl up in a corner of our brains. And that's it, they are gone. Impossible to call them to mind. Cosette was rather cross with her memory for the futile little effort it made. She told herself it was very naughty and unforgivable of her to have forgotten anything Marius had said. She got out of bed and performed 2 ablutions, of body and soul, washing herself and saying her prayers. It is just about acceptable for a reader to be taken into a bridal chamber, but not into a young virgin's room. Verse would scarcely dare to do so, prose must not. It is the retreat of a still unopened flower, it is a whiteness in the shade, it is the inner sanctum of a closed lily that so long as the sun has not looked on it must not be looked on by a man. A woman in bud is sacred. That innocent bed with the covers thrown back, that adorable semi-nudity fearful of itself, that white foot taking refuge in a slipper, that bosom concealing itself in front of a mirror as if that mirror were an eye, that chemise hurriedly pulled on, at the creaking of a piece of furniture or the passing of a carriage, so as to hide a shoulder, those ribbons tied, those hooks fastened, those laces drawn, those tremors, those little shivers of cold and modesty, that exquisite fluster in every movement, that almost winged agitation where there is nothing to fear, the successive layers of clothing as charming as the dawn clouds. It is quite improper for any of this to be recounted, and it is already going too far even to mention it. A man's eye must be even more reverential at a young girl's rising than at the rising of a star. The possibility of attainment should turn into increased respect. The down on the peach, the bloom on the plum, the prismatic snow crystal, the powdery butterfly wing, are coarse things beside the chastity that does not even know it is chaste. A young girl is only a glimmer of a dream, and not yet a statue. Her bedchamber is hidden in the shadowy part of the ideal. The indiscreet feel of a glance violates this vague half-light. Here, to gaze upon is to profane. We shall, therefore, show none of all that delightful little bustle that accompanied Cosette's awakening. An Oriental tale relates that the rose was made white by God, but that Adam having watched as it opened, it was ashamed and turned crimson. We are among those who feel awed in the presence of young girls and of flowers, finding them sacred. Cosette dressed very quickly, combed and arranged her hair, which was an extremely simple matter in those days when women did not fill out their curls and tresses with pads and rolls, and did not put crinolines on their heads. Then she opened the window and let her eyes roam all about her, hoping to light upon some little bit of the street, the corner of a building, a patch of cobblestones, and to be able to watch out for Marius coming that way. But nothing of what was outside could be seen. The rear courtyard was enclosed by fairly high walls, with a view only of a few gardens. Cosette declared these gardens to be hideous, for the first time in her life, she found flowers ugly. The smallest stretch of gutter at the crossroads would have been much more to her liking. She opted to look up at the sky, as if she thought Marius might also come from there. Suddenly she burst into tears. Not because of some fickleness of feeling, but, her hopes dashed by despondency, because of her plight. She had a vague sense of something dreadful. Things do, after all, affect the atmosphere. She told herself that she was sure of nothing, that to lose sight of each other was to lose each other. And the idea that Marius could actually return to her from the heavens seemed to her no longer delightful, but macabre. Then, such are these clouds, calm returned to her, and hope, and a smile of sorts that was unconscious but trusting in God. Everyone else in the building was still in bed. A provincial silence reigned. Not a single shutter was open. The porter's lodge was closed. Toussaint was not up, and Cosette quite naturally thought her father was asleep. She must have suffered a great deal, and been suffering still, for she told herself that her father had been unkind. But she was relying on Marius. The eclipse of such a light was quite impossible. She prayed. Now and then she heard some sort of dull thuds a certain distance away, and she said, "How odd that anyone should be opening and shutting carriage gates so early." It was the cannon fire battering the barricade. A few feet below Cosette's window, on the wall's blackened old cornice, was a swift's nest. The nest's roundness projected a little beyond the cornice, so that from above it was possible to look into this little paradise. The mother was there, her wings fanned out over her brood. The father flitted about, flying off, then coming back again with food and kisses in his beak. The dawning light gilded this thing of gladness. Here, joyful and awesome, was that great law, multiply, and that sweet mystery flourished in the glory of the morning. Her hair in the sunlight, her soul lost in reverie, illuminated by love within and by dawn without, Cosette leaned over as if instinctively, and almost without daring to admit to herself that she was thinking at the same time of Marius, began to observe these birds, this family, this male and this female, this mother and her young, with the profound discomfiture that a nest imparts to a virgin. 11. The shot that never misses and kills no one. The assailants' onslaught continued. Rifle fire and canister shot alternated, without actually causing much damage. Only the Corinthe's upper facade suffered. Riddled with canister shot and bullets, the window on the first floor and the dormer windows in the roof